switch. So that means that Prime Catcher is now in the discard pile. Now, I said the Visual V-Star is a very good way of manipulating his discard pile, only until Legacy Star has been used. After that, the discard pile is a discard pile. No more manipulation for the most part, apart from Super Rod. So that Prime Catcher will not be getting used.
Yeah, that's rough. I mean, it's nice that at least with that, James was able to just set up, but you want Legacy Star to get back the key cards. You don't really, in an ideal world, you don't want to use it to bail yourself out of a bad setup. It's there for when you need to do it, but I mean, this can't feel great for James right now.
Yeah, you don't want your Legacy Star to get a Teal Mask Ogre when you've got so much ball search to go and find it. But, you know, if needs must, at the end of the day, you have to do what you got to do. Earthen Vessel does discard the Dragapult EX, Teal Dance activation there, attaching energy, draw 1.
Yeah, I mean, this is still a pretty decent turn, because now you can energy switch onto the Regidrago V-Star, you can use Apex Dragon, and you will be getting the KO on the Pidgey at least, so that's something.
That is true. We saw how impactful that quick search really is, so being able to deny that as early as turn 2 is very good. And it's still a turn 2 Apex Dragon in there.
And like we mentioned before, because the Phantom Dive places damage counters rather than doing damage, the Bouffalon will not protect it for the Curly Wall ability from that.
But it does prevent the damage into that active, as you can see there, only putting on 140.
Yes.
Okay, over to negative side of the board here. Does need to get rid of that, well, I mean, doesn't have to get rid of Temple of Sinnoh, but with one double turbo energy on your discard pile, I think a double attached unified beatdown is going to be a lot more costly.
Yeah, well, I mean, regardless of whether regardless of the fact that the Temple of Sinnoh does obviously shut off the double turbo energy, you want the area 0 under depth regardless, because you just want the extra bench down, so you can do the extra damage and unified beatdown. So it's important no matter what. And yeah, we
do see the area 0 again eyed up there on the Jewel Seeker. We cannot afford to letting that Temple of Sinnoh hang around any longer than it realistically needs to.
Yes, not at all. But now, it'll be interesting to see what the other card he goes for here. I think a Buddy Puffin would probably make a lot of sense, just to try and get, you know, a little bit more going with your setup. Although, what was that? It wasn't a Cassiopeia, was it? Or was it a penny? Oh, it's a penny. Okay, that's an interesting inclusion.
It is a penny. Ooh. Yeah. Guess that can make a little bit more sense if you're playing the Bouffalon. You can try and absorb a bit of damage and then penny it up.
Yeah.
Perhaps.
I mean, right now that's really strong, because you basically undo a good chunk of the turn that James just had there. That seems really good.
That is an insult, right? For lack of a better term. There's area 0. There we see the penny going to pick up that, remove that damage. Curly Wall doing a fantastic job. Says your Phantom Dive, your attack basically just plays 6 damage counters. And now area 0 is online, Buddy Puffin. So now Nico can go wide and fill that bench.
Important to note, so the way Penny works, it's not a card we've seen other than control archetypes lately, but it states you can just pick up any basic Pokemon in play and put it into your hand. But unlike Professor Tour's scenario, when you use Penny, you also get all the cards attached. So Nico was able to preserve that double turbo energy and put it back on the fresh Terapagos.
And then we do see Buddy Puffin concluding for Duskull and Hoot. Now, because there was no Duskull developed last turn, we're not going to see any KOs here, but we're going to see a big unified beatdown for what? 220 is the max, right?
Yeah, 220 is max, but here with one less, so it's going to be 190.
Okay, not bad though. We'll take that.
I mean, if you follow up with a Duskull, or rather with a Dusknoir Curse Blast, that is a KO, but...
Mid-turn KO.
Mid-turn KO, but unfortunately, Nico didn't get down another Duskull, so that does mean that if James Phantom Dives again, you can just target down that Duskull very quickly.
I know there's a lot of discourse online about what is the optimal Duskull, and when you have 60 HP, that does mean you are inside of range of the Phantom Dive.
There is no 70 HP Duskull.
Oh, there isn't? No. Oh, I assume that's what there was all discoursing about.
No, the discourse is the joke that basically the two of them in the decks they played in, you can never use either one's attack. I think there's a very minor margin on like MewEX copying one of them, I think. So that's why people played this one from Brilliant Stars usually. But no, the discourse is more just like a bit exaggerated, like played up for laughs.
As we do see a Regidrago V hitting the bench with 5 energy. Energy switch. This is going to move it, from the Teal Mask Ogre point onto bench Regidrago V. But yeah, worth noting, if that Duskull does stay on the board for whatever reason, that could be a mid-turn knockout, Yeah, but
there's no way James is going to allow that. He knows how crucial that Dusknoir is going to be in order to help Nico get really back into this game. So he's going to be targeted down post-haste, I would imagine. Oh, but the hand's not great, though. I've got to say, there's really not a lot for James to be working with here. There's no extra draw options other than keeping that grass energy in hand and then going for Teal Dance again next turn. But yeah, I mean, look at that hand.
Yeah, it's not looking good. It's not looking good there. We do see that Earthen Vessel concluding. Going to grab that grass energy. Yeah, that is... Basic energy are good, but you don't want them in the hand. You want them in play. We do see Super Rod being played. They're going to shuffle in Regidrago V-Star. Basic, just those two, and a basic grass, and shuffle up the deck.
So then, because you give it the Phantom Dive here, you'll do 140 to the active again. You'll KO the Dust Skull, of course, unless there's something that I'm missing in terms of that might be better to go for something else, because Nico had a Nest Ball in hand, so he wanted to, if he wanted to, he could have gone for a second Dust Skull, but opted not to, so there must be something Nico's thinking of here that we're missing.
Yeah, that's a good point. Definitely had the option, as we do see the Phantom Dive going to KO, bench the Dust Skull, and place that 140 damage back into the active, it's a bit of a rehash. When James has taken 2 prize cards, though, done it the old-fashioned way by moving 2-1 prize pool.
Oh, and one of them was a Pheasantipity EX. That's a very good prize card to take.
Oh, yeah.
We didn't even get a chance to see that in the prizes. They went so quickly.
Yeah, went so quickly, yeah.
Yes. Wow.
All right, let's see what Nico could do here. Probably just taking a KO is the bare minimum. What else do you think Nico's going to try and do? If you see Jewel Seeker, this might give us some insight into what he's planning.
I think this plan has got to be, especially given how James wasn't working with much, but has taken the prize cut.
Oh, he just scrolled past the Thornton. We could see Thornton Dust Skull, perhaps.
Yeah, that was prize last game, right? Yeah, so have it. Oh, that's what.
That would be.
Oh, the Thornton could be coming in. Oh my goodness, Shay.
He looked, he's going for Ino instead. Oh, okay. He just scrolled past it. I was like, oh, wait. To be fair, though, that's actually something we have to keep in mind for the rest of this game. Thornton can swap any of these basic Pokemon into a Dust Skull, which means Curse Blast is technically online at any point.
Yeah, it's an interesting mechanic the way it works, because, with the Thornton, you swap one of your basic Pokemon in play with one in a discard, but it's treated as the same Pokemon, so it's treated as a Pokemon that's been in play for a turn, so you can still evolve it even if it's fresh, because, a bit of a complicated mechanic, but some people might not know about that, so good to explain it.
Yeah, for sure, 100%. We see Jewel Seeker concluding for a Power Pad and an Ino. And let's see, Nest Ball going to be played as well. I imagine this could be finding a Dust Skull, right? Or
I mean, you got to think, right? Either that, or it could be that Pheasantipity, of course. Flip the scripts, get some more cards drawn in. This has been such a format-defining card, I think. More like Shrouded Fable with those 2 cards alone, with Dusknoir and Pheasantipity, just completely changed the way our current format is played.
Should have called the set Pheasantipity Dusknoir. That's what the set should have been.
They are the Shrouded Fable.
They are the Shrouded Fable. Here we do see Power Pad. We see a Terrapagos EX hit the bench, I should say, and then Power Pad shuffling in Penny and Professor's Research. Shuffle, and it looks like we will then be seeing the Ino, and then we will be seeing a Flip the Script, I would imagine, after that.
Yeah, maybe searching the Ino now. I mean, I was thinking, is there a world in which you want to try and just dig for the Penny now? But I guess it's fine to just put it back into the deck and use it later. You
can always Jewel Seeker it out when you need it, right, I guess.
So, 6 drawn Ino, Flip the Script, drawing 3 more. That is looking like a very, very good hand. And you're just happy to attack again, take the KO, right? I mean, we put James on a 4-card hand. Not that much going on.
No Fez obviously was developed.
Yep. Well, because it was in the prizes,
because it was in the prize cards. Now it's now to the bottom.
Yeah. Oh, that hand is really good, though. Just Ultra Ball, Regidrago V, and a Professor's Research. I think you can't ask much better than that off an Ino to 4.
No, we'll take that. So let's see what James...
Oh, and a Dragapult as well, just for the easy discard.
Yep, we'll get rid of that. Obviously, I think there's one already in discard pile. We'll be using Phantom Dive, but we'd love to get it in the discard pile. Just get it out of the deck.
Yeah, of course. Oh, interestingly enough, there was... So he's not going to put down the other Regidrago V, because there was another card to discard in hand. He could have discarded another Ultra Ball instead of the Dragapult, but he's opted to keep the Ultra Ball in hand instead with the Research. So he's 2 cards in hand right now of Professor's Research and Ultra Ball.
Interesting. Yeah, so could have...
Okay. Maybe thinking I don't want to bench another Regidrago V here? Maybe because you want to clean up at the end of the game with Radiant Charizard, maybe.
Yeah, you don't want to have another 2 prizes down.
Makes sense.
Perhaps, yeah. Okay, so we do see the Professor's Research being played there for James. We're going to discard the hand, draw 7. Just need to get a basic energy, as we do see an Earth Investor. So at the very least, Apex Dragon is now live.
Yeah, and of course, going to get rid of that cancelling Cologne. James is not seeing any Manaphy. No worry about shutting off that to do a big try for us later on. And of course, you can't use it to shut off Bouffalant either, because you can bring one in the deactive and cancelling Cologne it, but then the other one also has the ability, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's an interesting little... interesting interaction, as we see Till Dance activation, draw 1.
So goes in. It's a Nest Ball, okay.
This finds Radiant Charizard, perhaps. Oh, Pheasantipity, of course. That makes sense as well.
Yeah.
Got to draw those cards, flipping the script.
But, I mean, I don't think he's thinking for anything specific here. I think he just wants to, fill up his hand as much as possible and try and get the setup for the next turn as good as it can be. Yeah, definitely, like you mentioned, finding that Radiant Charizard will be key. Oh, finds that Giratina as well, and a Hoot Hoot. Yeah,
that's good to get those set up. We do see energy attachment for the turn on Regidrago V-Star.
Yeah, there's no way for James to get the Giratina V-Star in the discard pile, but that Hoot Hoot bench is going to be really, really good. So Cleffer goes to the bench, retreat, bring up the Ready Dragon V-Star, and I guess it's just going to be Apex Dragon copying Phantom Dive again. You will take a double. No, you won't take a double knockout here. Actually, there's nothing to put 6 on. So yeah, 1 on the Rotom set up for next turn, and then I guess you could put 1 on the Hoot as well. Like I'm not sure how you want to spread this here. No, 1 on the Terapagos, 2 on the Hoot, and 1 on the Pheasantipity. Okay, fair enough. Oh no, maybe not. Changing his mind. It's interesting the damage spread. There's so much to think about in terms of how you want to move things around.
Guessing it just helps bring stuff down into range of other attacks, I guess.
Yeah. Oh, there's a Pidgeot draw, not very useful to Nico right now, given there's no Pidgey in play. So the script comes in straight away through 3 cards drawn. What does he find? There's a double turbo energy. That's a good first piece.
It's a good part of the puzzle. Could this be a Thornton turn, perhaps?
I think
that would be incredible to line that up.
It would be really good because then not only with the Thornton, you could swap out that Fan Rotom and stop it from being a Phantom Dive target, but then also, you can evolve it into Dust Noir. And if there's any turn to Thornton, I think it's got to be this turn, and I'm sure.
Oh, it's in hand as well.
It's in hand as well. Oh my goodness gracious me!
I didn't even realise it was. I was going to have to do a dual seeker. I can't even do that. I thought I have to try and find it the old-fashioned way.
I think
it's ironed it up. Ironed up the Dust Skull. Okay, so Thornton, as we said, lets you swap one of your basic Pokemon from play with one of your discard pile.
Oh, you can swap the Fez as well to deny a 2-prizer. I like that.
Goodness gracious. So yeah, the Thornton will swap one of your bench Pokemon in play with one basic Pokemon in your discard pile. And as Freya rightly said last term, all effects carry on. So it's going to be in play for over a turn. So
but you just put the Fez down. So now you can't wreck Andy, right?
What do you mean?
Was the Fez down last turn?
Yeah.
Oh, it was. Don't mind me. Don't mind me.
So there we do see Curse Blast is now online. 130 damage 13 damage counters placed on the active. Unified Beatdown is now in KO range.
Yes, it sure is. I got mixed up because James just got down.
Yeah, James got down.
But Nico had an Amber. Yeah.
Wow.
Anyway,
Thornton. If you're James now, I mean. How would you play around Thornton at any time? James probably James probably thought, oh, okay, there's going to be no Curse Blast. I can go around like this. But now you know that Thornton's in the deck. You think, oh, goodness, that's going to really change how you play the game.
And now James is in a very similar situation to the way he was in Game 1, where there's no Regidrago V-Star out. So now you really have to dig for this Radiant Charizard to finish out this game. And there's a Nest Ball and Fire Energy in hand. But, I mean, it does 250 damage. Yeah. After the 60 reduction from the Curly Wall, it's 190. That's not enough to KO a Terapagos.
Yeah, the Curly Wall. Really building a wall for James to sort of try and get around there. Going to make life hard. That's what I've always found it interesting that the booth didn't see as much play because I think the card is incredible. As we do see double turbo energy, unified beatdown for game. Here, hang on, James is off to the races though. What has James seen? Nest Ball.
Oh wait, Nest Ball. Wait, boss on. Wait. James only 1 prize left, of course, because of the Dust Noir.
Oh,
never mind.
Yeah, we got there. So Boss's orders, Combustion Blast onto Noctowl, onto anything actually. That's not a Terapagos. And James was able to take game 2.
Yeah, I think I thought that the prize had already been taken, but no, James did two prize knockouts. So with the Dust Noir and 1 prize, Boss's orders comes in and gets the easy KO. So Curly Wall, not useful in that instance, unfortunately.
Well, this still put the Curly Wall up, but it's not enough when you slam it into the other ball. Not would even activate for Noctowl, would it? So James takes game 2. Woo, big sigh of relief there, my friend. And let's shuffle up and get to game 3. Now, I'll be honest, a lot of the time these decks can go quite fast. You might have enough time for a game 3.
Yeah, I think so. And both these players are playing fast as well, just physically with their actions. We can just see it here in the replay, just going super lightning fast. James with that really awkward start, not able to do much of anything, but that Legacy Star, V-Star power there being used, bailing him out, finding exactly what he needed in terms of the energy switch and a Teal Mask Ogerpon, just to get the first attack set up, get rid of that Pidgey, which of course we saw was so vital for Nico.
Yes.
And this is really where James started to take control of the game.
It really was. And we said, Legacy Star, we want it to be using to get cool stuff, but if it gets you in the game, it gets you in the game. As we do see that Phantom Dive again, just denying that Dust Skull, just making life hard for Nico. And Nico was able to do some fine things back, Penny and all that jazz, but this was the Phantom Dive here, just setting up stuff, and both players are getting ready for game 3. There's the fist bump. How long we got? 14 minutes.
That's enough.
First 3 turns. Prize cards. Pheasantipity prize again. Oh no. Penny in the prizes. Noctowl and Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Oh, rough. I mean, Noctowl's played plenty of it, Blood Moon Ursaluna and Penny. Those are 2 rough one-offs. The prize.
Yes. Okay. Nico starts off there with a Buddy Puffin. I imagine we're going to see a Fan Rotom getting grabbed with that. And the Fan Rotom basically says, right, here come the rest of the gang. And here is Well, here is the Fan Rotom, and let's see what else Nico grabs.
Yes. Just having a look at James's hand as well, just whilst Nico's doing a deck search. Don't think it's quite as bad as the hand as the last time, but it definitely is not looking great. There's a Mew and a Teal Mask Ogopon, but there's no draw supporters or anything like that. So we're kind of relying on that Mew EX's restart ability and the Teal Dance to get into the game and get a Regidrago V. And I was also grabbed another Fan Rotom there off of the off of the fan call. I mean, you can if you want to,
yeah,
but
you can if you really want, but.
Yeah. Oh, I think there's a bit of discussion there because he put it down. Is it like is that committed to that? But I think James is saying, you know what, it's fine. It's I think James knew what Nico was going for, so saying, you know what, it's fine to switch it.
Yeah, you know, when you're trying to play fast and all that, sometimes you know you just see the colorless Pokemon, you've put it down. But let's see what happens here. So fan call. So the deck, honestly, it just sets up so nice. So it looks like trying to work out. Yeah. So there's players are shuffling here, just debating on what to do. What do you think, Nico? How do you think Nico's going to approach this game 3?
Yeah, so I think you just kind of do something similar to... wait, is there something going on in a discussion? There's still a little bit of debate as to whether something needs to be switched.
Yeah, so while they're doing that debate, how would Nico approach this game 3?
Yeah, so I think you just do something similar to what he did in game 1, which is already what he's doing. You know, you just go ahead and you just make sure that you get your setup nice and as possible.
Yep.
Go wide with your Hoots early on and get Duskull down so you can do an early Curse Blast.
Yep.
Get the Noctowl, the Hoots ready to go so you can go for that Jewel Seeker. And he's doing all that very effectively.
Yeah, okay, and then... It's just tough though, game 3s when you get into this sort of winning in scenario. You know, you've been there actually. What goes through your head in winning in, you know, game 3 as well, right?
It's especially in a situation like this. I've been in this exact scenario before. So, so my 2016 Worlds run, my last match was like that, was against Franks Diaz, and you kind of have to just shut everything else out. You know that this match basically means whether you have a chance at making top 8 or not, because you know, bubbles and all that. They're not going to go down to that story again.
Let's not go down that road.
But regardless, yeah, you know that there is so much on the line there, but you have to just keep calm and just play your deck the best you can. It almost seems like a bit of a cliche to say, but if you're not going to do that, then you're not going to play well and you're not going to win. So you just can't think about it.
Yeah, you have to just treat every game, treat every turn, you know, as it comes. But Ida winning in for a top 8 international challenge, I managed to win that one, but you know, I had weakness on my side, so I wasn't quite as nervous, unfortunately. You know, when Landorus, the X people that have been playing all the way back then, when Hammerhead's hitting for weakness with strong energy, you know, all of a sudden the games feel quite easy. But yeah, winning scenarios. But the thing is, here though, when you've got all this cash prizing, you know, they got this harder invite, I think. You know, you have to place in the top 125. Everything matters, you know.
It does.
Every SCP matters, and when the pricing scales exponentially in that top 8, you really want to make sure you get there.
Have you had a chance to play in? Well, granted, there was only Dortmund regionals, but were you casting for Dortmund regionals?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, you were.
Yes.
So you haven't had a chance to play in this format yet, have you? With this like new tournament structure change?
Not in like a regional set. I've just been playing at local leagues and stuff.
So I made that point because I was playing in Dortmund.
Yes, you was.
Yeah,
With Terrapagos.
Yeah, with Terrapagos, absolutely.
Yeah, exactly.
And what I realized playing it is that the feeling that you get in terms of wanting to carry on is so much more because every single point counts now.
Yes.
You can't just like reach a certain threshold and think, oh, I'm done, I've got my invite. Now you need to stay in that top 125. And I definitely felt it when I was playing. I was thinking, oh, hold on, this kind of changed my perception of the tournament a bit. So yeah, definitely feeling that from experiencing it from the player side as well. Yeah, no,
I said every single match point realistically, well, it can make or break your run, and it just gives you less margin for error here. So that's why you want to try and take those ties into wins as often as possible. So yeah, it's just a tough scenario to be in at the very least. And yeah, just whew, it's not a place I want to be in. I'd rather sit here and talk about people who are winning it.
Well, to that exact point, do you see yourself playing at regionals this season at least? Yeah,
of course, UIC last. I got points. That was my car. I wasn't going for top 8. I was playing Dialga. I loved that. Managed to get some points with that. Loved that. I think I managed to do the most damage in one attack in the room. It looks like play might have been started here. So let's even get back down there. And yeah, it looks like this turn for Nico has ended with a Duskull, a Hoot, and another Hoot in play.
Yeah. Now, just to give you guys a quick update at home, the reason why that happened. So there was a 2-minute time extension due to a slow play warning, and there was an appeal going on for that warning. That was why we had a little bit of a call there.
Okay. Thank you for that update there, Freya. Do you know who the slow play warning was for?
No.
Okay. Well, hopefully we'll try and get confirmation of that. But anyway, it's up to James now. We're going to start the game off. Remember, we have got a 2-minute time extension.
Yeah. Oh, it looks like there was a Regidrago we found. Okay, either it was already in the hand or he drew it off of the Teal Mask. I didn't see it there. But yeah, so James is going to be pretty happy with this turn 1 in that case. Mew down for drawing extra cards. There's one Teal Mask Ogerpon down. In fact, this is probably going to be a pretty ideal turn 1 because with going second, of course, you can attack on your first turn, and now you can just you play out your hand as much as possible and then go for that grasping draw from the Cleffer to refill your hand.
Yep, that Cleffer, I think, got led in game 2 as well, right? So Cleffer's really getting involved. Look to see that from little old Cleffer. We're going to see a Teal Dance activation. Going to attach your grass energy and draw 1. There's the fire energy. You need to see that. Another Teal Dance Ogerpon coming down.
You know what? I think the Regidrago might have been the top deck for turn, actually, now that I think about it. Like, just the way, I definitely didn't see it in the hand before, so I was saying you had to dig for it with the restart and the Teal Dance. We just found it off the top. That's it. Okay. Oh, okay, no, clarification. The appeal, it was to that mix-up with the fan rotom. That's what it was. So it was just that mix-up with Nico getting on the fan rotom and the fan called said the thing. So it was just appeal to basically to reselect that, so that's all squared up now.
Okay, yep. Yeah. Many thanks to our table judges and all the staff. They'll be keeping a tight handle on what is going on. I'm sure they're doing a fantastic job. Shout out to them. Without those judges and staff, we wouldn't be here right now. You wouldn't be watching, and we wouldn't be talking about it. So shout out to them. They do a terrific job. Now, James is going to do an Earth Investor. They're going to get rid of a boss or 2 bosses. All are discarded now, might I say. Another Teal Dance active. And again, you know, this is a fantastic start for the Regidrago V deck.
Yeah, it really is. And also now, even though, those 2 bosses were discarded, as we talked about before, you're feeling pretty okay with that, knowing that at least you can get them back with that Legacy Star ability.
There we do see Grasping Draw.
Yep.
Okay.
Tops up the hand again.
Tops up the hand nicely. And then it's over to Nico now, who's going to start us off with that Jewel Seeker Freya. We love to see that.
Yeah. Yes, I'd love to see that. So going to search that deck now, and I imagine going to be grabbing an Area 0 Underdepths for sure. And I think much like in game 1, Nico is going to want to target down that one Regidrago V as quickly as he can.
Although it looks like going to go for the Ionos. That would, well, that's not what Ionos, not a boss's order. Is the Prime Catcher in hand?
Yeah, the Prime Catcher's in hand.
Prime Catcher's in hand
Goodness
already.
me.
Okay, so Feather Ball, Ultra Ball going to be in play here. Yeah. That's going to grab Dust Noir.
Oh, right, and it looks like Nico was indeed forced to keep that Fan Rotom in the end.
Yeah, because, well, now it's in the discard pile.
Yeah.
At the very least, Ultra Ball fodder.
Yes, so there it is. Rare Candy into the Dust Noir, and then go ahead and, Prime Catcher, bring up that Regidrago V, and then go for, you go to the Dust Noir, of course, because you can just use the ability to KO itself, and then bring that Terrapagos back active. In comes the Area 0 Underdepths. Curse Blast gets the damage on there, and then, this is a really cool synergy here, because you go for the Curse Blast, you force your opponent to take a prize, and then you Iono to make the amount that they draw less.
Yeah. But an insult to injury there, especially after James just had the Grasping Draw hand as well. That's now gone. We'll get a hand of 5. Double Curly Wall Boomflats have come down, so now that's online, might I say. And I guess all Nico wants to do here is try and get some more bench Pokemon. How about another Duskull? We know how powerful Curse Blast is. Yep. And there we see the Unified Beatdown for KO. Nico takes the first 2 points KO of this game.
And with that Regidrago V being KO'd, that Duskull is completely safe as a one-of, because there is no chance of James getting out a Regidrago V-Star this turn.
Yep. What a turn there for Nico. Goodness gracious me. Curly Walls online, Duskull's online, Unified Beatdown's online. James, what can you do? Got to try and take them all offline.
I mean, what can you do here? I mean, because later on in the game, maybe you can use a Radiant Charge to get KO, but there's only 2 prizes taken, so you need 3 energy attachments, I guess.
Well, it's
actually, yes.
Now we see this energy switch going to the Regidrago. I'll be very surprised if we see that now, though.
I think he's just setting it up for later. Oh, he's thinking about it, though. There is that Radiant Charge in the hand.
It is in the hand. Combustion Blast could get used. But it doesn't take a KO to a Curly Wall, though, right?
No, the Curly Wall prevents the KO for sure. But maybe that's why he's thinking, well, he's committed to the energy search now, so going to put that down. I guess you just put the Radiant Charizard down and research, right?
Yeah, you definitely don't want to discard it.
No, not at all.
I mean, remember, Area 0 Underdepths is still live for James, so James can have the 8 bench as well.
Yeah, sure can. So that's what it goes. That's the one benefit of it's one of those things that we talked about it yesterday as well, with making sure that you make use of your opponent's stadium as well. So you have the Area 0 Underdepths down. Yeah, there it is, 6 Pokemon wide on the bench, because you have that Teal Mask Ogerpon in place, so you can make use of your opponent's effect.
Love to see that. Okay, right. So another bench Regidrago V. That means they're going to be at the very least, hopefully next turn, Regidrago V Star for James. But what do you? I don't know what we do here.
Well, I mean, you still get the 2 Regidrago V down, because then at least you know that there's no way, unless there's some Fulton shenanigans, it's not like Nico's going to be able to take down both of the Regidrago Vs and win the game. So you put 2 down, maybe one get KO'd, and you can get 1 Regidrago V Star out.
We see another Nest Ball, but do we just end the turn with a grasping draw then?
I guess so, yeah.
Yeah.
It's still a single prizer, right? I think that's probably your best option right now. Just making further use of the areas that are under depth. Nest ball for a hoot for good measure.
Yeah.
Yeah,
we
like
go.
that.
We like that. This really is the mirror match going on here.
And you know that none of these bench listers are going to be discarded because there's no way that Nico's going to get rid of his own stadium. In fact, I don't think he even plays a card that would let him do that, apart from his own Pidgeot, I guess. But
oh yeah, true.
yeah, but that's not even coming into play anyway. So yeah, grasping draw comes in, 2 cards drawn. So now it's going to be on Nico to find more gusting cards to try and just keep this tempo up. But the advantage is definitely on Nico's side here.
Yep, Jewel Seeker's going to basically line up anything Nico wants to do. He'll be able to do for the most part. There's no Pidgeot around yet, but if you haven't got Pidgeot, Jewel Seeker's just fine.
I gotta say, in this situation, do you really even need it? I mean, there's actually some builds of Terrapagos that opt to not even play the Pidgeot and just go full 4/4 Noctowl line just to go really with it. And yeah, straight away, the Jewel Seeker searches for the Buddy Pop, and then the boss's orders. 2 more Pokemon go down onto the bench. Boss's orders are going to bring up the Regidrago with 2 energy, and when again you get the KO. And what do you do if you're James here?
See, this is the scary thing. We don't even need to use any Curse Blast. Actually, they get a 2-price KO here, so those Duskull can just sit there, Ben. You can't get rid of them all. There's boss is always going to go after 2 energy Regidrago V. Unified Beatdown does 220 when you've got 8 cards on your bench. So that's a nice, crisp, clean KO. James Cott's on the back seat here. Nico takes another 2 prize cards. Let's see what he can do. Legacy Stars online.
Yeah, yes, that's going to be the one thing that's going to bail James out here. I think it's really got to be Io and Prey. I think that's pretty much the only thing that James can do here.
Okay, so let's have a look. Ultra Ball. We're going to discard Dragapult EX and Regidrago V-Star.
Yes, so that gets the attacker in a discard pile, and that means you can then Ultra Ball for, I mean, I'm not sure what you even get at this point, but he is looking into the deck. Oh, Noctowl, of course. That will do very nicely because then you can go ahead and search for that Ino straight away. Yeah, just not even wasting any time there. We know that he's evolving into that Noctowl. Jewel Seeker's going to come in, going to grab the Ino and the Earthen Vessel. So that will search the extra energy you need. And I think now with the Legacy V-Star, I think it's guaranteed in a discard pile that there's 2 energy switches to actually make this happen.
Yes. The only problem is, what are Curly Walls online? We can't get through that Terrapagos in 1 hit, I believe, right?
Oh no, that's a good point actually. Maybe.
There's
Temple of Sinnoh, okay.
There goes Noctowl.
Yeah, but I mean, the discards there are not too tough, right? Yeah, it's 2 Noctowl and a Fan Rotom.
For both players, yeah.
Oh, but there's the Prime Catcher on the Hoodoo. Okay, this works, because then you can just get a double knockout with a Fan Dive.
So this is sort of like saying, I'm going to Iono you, and you haven't got any bailout options here, because you're only Pokemon.
Maple uma escola feita de histórias
We
reais.
think it's a Prime Catcher, but that completely changes his turn, because now this is how James makes the comeback here. You KO the Hoodoo and a Duskull, and now it's very, very hard for Nico to make the comeback and win.
So we do see Legacy Stars, any switch has been either on Matthew, probably do the 2 cards, unless James managed to into them. Here we go, Legacy Star, discard top 7 cards of your deck, take back any 2 cards from your discard pile, but yep, energy switch times 2 it is.
Yes, easy choice there. Entry number 1, entry number 2, and then in it comes with the Phantom Dive, KO the Hootoo, and one of the Duskulls, I guess. Probably, yeah, because you want to deny the chance for like a double rare candy. Oh no, actually, you're going to spread the damage again. Interesting. Okay.
I like the idea of trying to soften up those Curly Walls. If you can get them offline.
Yes, absolutely.
That's really good. Remember, 10% has been used. Okay. Freya.
Nest Ball.
Oh wait, Pheasantipity.
Flip the scripts. Is this the bailout that Nico needed?
Oh, here we go.
It all comes down to this.
And the Pheasantipity flip the script enough here and get Nico into the top 8 of this regional. Goodness gracious, we can script, then you draw 3 cards if one of your Pokemon was knocked out last turn. Of course, the Hoot was.
If Nico can find enough extra bench Pokemon and a boss's orders, you can bring up the Mew EX and KO it for the last 2 prizes. But does Nico see it? I see there's a Fortin and a Night Stretcher. You could Fortin and switch into a Hoot so you can still use Jewel Seeker.
Yep. That would work. That would be incredible. Thornton times 2. Let's get eyed up Thornton. Ooh.
I think he's thinking about it. He just wants to make sure that he's not, misinterpreting the situation, that he can put this all together. So yeah, there it is. Fortin switching to Duskull for the Hoot. That Duskull has been in play for a turn. Yep. So you can then go ahead and Night Stretcher. You get the Noctowl, and now.
Oh my. Azul.
and then, oh, he's going, wait, go for a research? You just Fortuned. You can't research.
I might not be playing it right now at the very least.
I guess not, but yeah, but if you can rare candy Dust Noir, then I get you there. You just need to replace some Pokemon. There's the areas that are under depths. Yeah, places the stadium there. Yeah, so, Pidgey down. Hold on a sec, because surely you go for the rare candy Dust Noir, right?
Okay, well, looks like that's
just going to attack.
What Nico wanted to do. I mean, to be fair, it's not like Nico can lose this turn at the very least.
No, that is true. So yeah, because with the way James set up the damage, yeah, there's no 4-prize turn happening, right? So maybe Nico's just playing it a little bit safe, thinking, hold on, I don't need to win straight away.
Yeah.
I can do this over a couple of turns. Yeah, this makes sense too.
Okay, so over to James here. Going to start off there with a Till Dance. Attach 1 grass energy, draw 1. Okay, remember that 10% has gone now, and there is no legacy star available. The 10% will not be coming down.
No, it won't.
I think James does play a jamming tower, so can opt to replace the stadium again. I don't think we've seen that so far.
Yeah, that would be the other. Like in the last game, we noticed that James did keep that just for that option, even though it's not really shutting off anything in Nico's deck. It's still a way to counter the areas that are under depths and to reduce the amount of damage that Unified Beatdown does. But yeah, here comes the Super Rod shuffling in. Just a bunch of energy here. Looks like a fire and 2 grass. Maybe might be thinking about attacking with that Radiant Charizard, because of course then you kind of force Nico to have like a bit more of a game plan around it. I don't. So what is it? There's 160 damage right now on this Regidrago V-Star. So 1 Cursed Blast can get the KO. There's a bit of a tricky interplay here. Yeah, you almost certainly want to go for this INO, because then you put Nico down to a low hand size again. There's still no Hoot on the field.
And Thornton has been used now.
Yeah, Thornton has been used now, indeed.
You have to imagine if it's all right, surely this INO has to stick, all right?
You think so.
You hope.
But then you need to KO this Terapagos, because otherwise you just attack again and then the game's over.
With the Curtly Walls online now.
Oh, yeah, so you're not even taking the KO, and there was no grass energy found either. Oh, sorry, rather, no fire energy, so you can't attack with a Radiant Charizard. Yeah, that's a jamming tower. I mean, you surely just get rid of the Noctowl here, right?
Yeah, I think it's got to be. Got to keep those Curly Walls online.
With that... Oh, I guess, hold on, with the 1 damage counter, Lost Impact actually does enough. That's why they're part of the fountain. Yeah, that's what it is. So yeah, you can copy the Lost Impact here, and you actually can KO the Terapagos.
Okay.
So that was actually very clever earlier with the Phantom Dive. Yeah, the 1 damage counter makes the difference, because now even with the Curly Wall, it's a knockout. 220 plus the 10, 230. Yeah.
And that is why James Cox is winning in with Regidrago. It looked a bit odd at the start. Okay, what has Nico actually got here? Ultra Ball INO.
I think he's debating whether he wants to INO first and then flip the script, or which way around he wants to do it. Nest Ball's Fin 1 card, I like that.
Shuffles the deck as well, because Professor's Research was put to the bottom.
I mean, because all you really need is a double turbo, right? If you get a double turbo, you just attack and win the game. Nico does not need a lot. Rare Candy Dust Noir would get him there too. Yep. He has outs. It's just about digging for them. Oh, there's the Blood Moon Ursa Luna as well, so he can even maybe if he can get the if you get the Dust Noir, you win anyway. But that would be, I think he's just playing that to thin the deck.
Yeah, thin the deck. Okay, here we go. Double Turbo Energy gets us there. So does Rare Candy Dust Noir.
Flip the script. For 3 cards, what does Nico draw? I see a Terapagos, I see a Pidgey, and I see an Ultra Ball that's not going to get there. Oh my goodness.
There's even a draw support apart from the INO. I don't think
so. I think it might be thin the deck.
Wait, what is that? What is that fancy looking card? I can't tell. It's
which one?
Oh, it was a Terapagos. My bad.
Yeah,
okay.
You play Ultra Ball here, you thin the deck as much as possible. I don't believe Nico's playing Dusclops, so that isn't an option. So yeah, you just grab whatever just so you don't draw back into it. You play the INO and you cross your fingers and pray.
INO to 2. Double Turbo Energy or
Rare
Candy Dust Noir. Has to be exactly those 2 cards.
Edge of the seat stuff for the win and end. It is coming down to the last draw. These 2 cards off this INO. A double turbo or Rare Candy Dust Noir rather wins the game for Nico. Anything else will not win the game, and then James will be advanced to top 8. Let's see, what did he draw? 1, 2.
Power Pad and something that wasn't a double turbo.
That was a Briar.
For free. Briar.
It's not useful right now, unfortunately.
James on 2 prize cards as well. Consulting the discard pile here. We haven't missed anything, right? Doesn't play a Mew, doesn't play Mew EX, and no other way to draw. Flip the script has been used.
I mean, the INO does help Nico a little bit. It means that it's not like he's guaranteed to lose straight away. That now with the Terapagos in the active being fully fresh, there's no Lost Impact KO at least. So yeah, it's going to have to be Pal Pad, shuffle in some draw supporters, I would guess.
And worth noting as well, I don't know if it's going to be super relevant here, but time looks like has been called. We'll get confirmation of what turn it is. I think there's a dice with a 1 on there.
There was a time extension, but we had it reported that that was added to the timer. So our timer is accurate, and yeah, time has been called currently.
Okay. So we'll try to get confirmation who is, if this is turn 0. I imagine it probably is. But yeah, Power Pad is going to shuffle in those 2 supporters. But you're right, without that prior 10 damage, that Terrapagos EX in the active is, well, fine.
Yeah, it won't be KO'd by Lost Impact. So
Boss's orders on Fez would get there, though.
Yes, Boss's order on Fez Dipsy, actually, or even on, on Fez, yeah, this way. So let's see, it's down to the top deck. What does James draw here?
Bom dia,
Bis. Fire Energy, it's an energy switch. Is it going to be Ultra Ball, and then you go for the restart?
I think it might be. There is no area 0, so won't be able to grab Fez and Dip to yourself.
Yeah, alternatively...
It is restart for 1.
For 1, okay.
Boss's orders?
Is it? What? Show us, James, show us!
James, you showman!
Wait, what was it? No, there's no way, right? He'd slam
if it was a boss, they'd be getting slammed down.
Yeah. Oh, it's a research.
I mean, it's not a bad card to
No,
get,
it's not. But I believe James has used his Prime Catcher this game, right? I'm fairly sure I saw it earlier, yeah. Yeah, absolutely had. Yeah, he had that big turn with it.
Não, ele dá classificatória sim. Além de premiação em dinheiro, regional é o menor nível que premia em dinheiro mesmo. Ele te dá classificatória também.
You know, a 3-card combination, you need to get all 3 of them. 2 doesn't get you there.
No, so yeah, Phantom Dive, another 40 onto the benched Bouffalont, and then maybe he's thinking about KOing it, maybe? No.
You don't want to actually flip the script, do you?
No, of course not. So yeah, 40 and then, or 10 and 5, and then yeah, be another 140 on the active. What does Nico draw?
Double turbo energy! The game. Oh, that was a hoot. I mean, that was a Noctowl, I should say.
But yeah, no way to get it down. I think that's it, and Nico scoops, and James Cox wins the match and has enough match points to advance into top 8.
Podem. Morreu na praia. Melhor de 3, melhor de 3.
Played that really well, my friend. Had to navigate out of that game 1 really well, and James is able to advance. But massive commiseration there to Nico. What a back and forth that was. Both players, I feel, played that matchup really, really well. I was really impressed with how effective that Curly Wall was, though, Freya. Not a card you see in all the Terrapagos decks, I'll be honest, but it seemed to put in a lot of value there.
I mean, it bought him the turns that he needed. I mean, granted, it didn't end up working out in the end, but without those Bouffalons, he wouldn't even have stood a chance. James would have won way earlier.
Yeah. So, wow, there we go. I think we have our replay ready. Let's take a look at the sort of key moments throughout that game. This is in game 1 where Nico was just off to the races, quite honestly, and James didn't really manage to get much in this game realistically. You know, tried his best and was able to sort of stem the bleeding a little bit, but Nico was just off to the races. Unified beatdown, the cursed blast, turn after turn. He even had to double attach after on the Temple of Sinnoh. I think we might be able to see that, and just but it didn't look good.
But it worked out well because it meant that with the 130 and then the lack of damage reduction because the Temple of Sinnoh shut off that effect too was actually just enough. And yeah, you can see the grimace on James's face there. And then following up, with Rare Candy, Dust Noir, and then ending off with the Night Stretcher for the Blood Moon Luna and retreating the KO by using that Blood Moon attack for 0 energy.
Yeah, tell you what's a great attack that is when you attack for 0. And this is where James, you know, had to try and get back. Think, well,
Ah, sim. Ah, você viu o cara com máscara a vida inteira, né? O cara nunca mostrou o rosto, nem deu, né? Nem deu nenhum traço de como era, assim. Aí a gente vê ele sem a máscara, é esquisito mesmo agora, né? É igual o rato borrachudo, né?
On both these players' faces as they were playing through, but both of them just not giving an inch, just making sure that they can go through all of their plays as well as they can. And James here in game 3, even with a slight awkward setup, was able to take that really key knockout on the Hoot there, spreading the damage perfectly with this follow-up attack then with the lost impact of the 1 damage counter means it can get through that curly wall.
And that's exactly why we saw that 1 damage get put there. It looked a bit odd at the time, and then we saw it come to fruition. And Nico did everything he could, but at the end of the day, those Ionos were going to stick eventually, and that's exactly what happened. James didn't take a KO on that last turn via the Phantom Dive, no flip the script, and that means James is able to secure himself most likely a slot in our top 8.
Yeah, a bit sad for my own cast prediction, I've got to say, Terrapagos and Dust Noir. I went a bit all in on that, but, you know, for the match that was a really, really phenomenal match.
It really was, and Reggie Drago V-Star seems to be the pick right now, really throwing high to the top of the tables and put in a convincing fashion. A deck that I feel was really popular at Worlds, you know, was it 4 in top 8, I believe, or something?
3 or 4, yeah, it was a lot.
3 or 4 in top 8 it was, and then, not to say it's fallen off massively, but it hasn't really seen that sort of, you know, massive metagame share. But now, I think looking around these top tables here in Lille, I saw a lot of them in the top table. You know, Kyrwin was playing it as well, who's, last time I looked, was undefeated. So, could it be Regidrago V's? I don't think any of us picked that, actually, did we?
No, I don't think so. But speaking of winner, Shay, I do believe we have an interview ready with a winner. Over to the lounge, let's take it away.
Well, nobody picked Regidrago, but somebody picked Dragapult, which is quite an important part of this Regidrago deck. James, that was a tight game, a thrilling game. How did it feel up there on the table?
Yeah, it was definitely very nerve-wracking.
Ih, morreu o áudio do cara.
Since he made the mistake and couldn't get the Pidgeot, it like gave me a chance, and obviously I've played the matchup a ton, so I know like you go to the draw engine, anything can happen, and yeah.
And you made some fun plays there, you know,
Querendo ou não, essa parada de o dono do canal ser tipo um personagem, vamos dizer assim, na aparência, né? Ou até mesmo, sei lá, quando ele tá como alguém por trás do canal, chama a atenção da galera. É mais fácil pra galera se associar à pessoa, tá ligado? O Heitor, o cara da máscara lá de rolo do Bleach, tá ligado? Tipo, é muito mais fácil, saca? Mas sei lá, meio que te prende também. Tanto que todo mundo que faz isso tá meio que largando mão, né? Vários que eram populares em fazer isso aí estão largando mão de fazer.
You brought Regidrago V-Star, and you know, you look at the last couple of regionals, Dortmund, Louisville, it wasn't the deck to beat, but it seems like it is this weekend. What's changed?
Yeah, it feels like actually the format has gone pretty good for it. I couldn't explain why. It just seems like a lot of the good matches are doing pretty well, it seems, and yeah, I mean, it generally just seems like it's the only deck I'm comfortable with in this format. Like, I really don't like all the other decks, like Raging Bull, even Zard, I don't really like them.
É o que eu falei, tem gente que é meio doidona, né? Tem gente que vai oferecer mesmo.
Yeah, I think that's why I played Drago, but yeah, it's pretty good, I think.
Feels like you might have made the right choice here, honestly, given your record today. And, you know, there's a lot to be said for being comfortable with a particular deck. So, do you think Regidrago, you know, is it poised to potentially take down the tournament this weekend? Are there any major hurdles to it that are still in the field?
Yeah, well, Raging Bolt is the main hurdle. I don't know if there's many left. I don't know if there's any left, so that'll be the main one. But yeah, I think Drago definitely should be winning. Either me or Kai win at least. I'm really hoping one of us wins.
Well, you've had a good weekend so far. Any shout-outs you want to be giving out before we finish up here?
Yeah, shout out to Zul for great streams, and yeah, Kywin and Brent for absolutely helping me like so much with like everything and testing and building a good deck, and yeah. That's it.
Yeah, your group's been pretty successful this weekend, I think is probably a polite way to put it. Well, thank you very much for your time, and casters, I send it back to you.
Thank you for that there, Ross. Love hearing from James. We chat quite a lot online. I tell you, when we talk about Pokemon, it's very clear to me that we operate on different levels, because the way he talks about the game is up here, and I'm just knocking down there. But yeah, you said the metagame might have fallen really well for that Regidrago, because we saw, you know, James said that the Raging Bolt is the biggest hurdle, and we saw, we talked about the sort of day 1 to day 2 conversion rates in our intro. We saw how quick that Raging Bolt was tumbling down the graph, literally like that.
Yeah.
So what are we thinking? Regidrago, could it be the time again?
I mean, I think so, right? And it does seem like a different continent every single time is like coming in and just, you know, coming in dominating on our regionals. So first we have, you know, the US players doing well, and then Japan, and now we're about to have an Aussie win here in Lille. What's going on?
I mean, we definitely could. You know, James mentioned the sort of testing group that I've got written down. Theo, you want to hear a stat testing group? You mentioned that sort of French area over here. How about this one? So you got James Cox, Natalie Miller, Henry Brand, Brent Tonnes, and I'm missing off some names as well. You know what I mean? You know, yeah. Currently James should be in the top cut there, and I feel Kyrwin, I'm sure, is locked up in there as well. And I tell you what, we mentioned it at the start. I think in the interview with Kyrwin yesterday, I was like, you know, an EU player didn't win Stockholm. That was 2 regionals ago. Our last regional was Dortmund. A Japanese player won it. Could an Australian now come out of nowhere and just I'll yoink that title, thank you very much, and take that back home. It could be on. So one thing I really like is talking about these sort of testing groups and how it can really increase your game. You have like so many different high-level players all thinking about the game, working on a list and all that. And one way you can sort of get your own testing group, Freo, I feel, is by getting involved in your local scene and community. Build up your friendships, build up your testing groups, and try and get to a big regional and do well. And I believe we have a quick video here to run us through that.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokemon League.
Yeah, absolutely. The local scene is the best way to get started. It was the same for me, and I'm sure it was the same for you, Shay. I remember all the way back when...
Galera tá contida ainda nesse vidinho, né?
Oh,
bom jogo. Teu arrombado. Me explode com esse Dusknoir de novo que sai ver onde eu vou te mandar.
It would have been really, really nice, and I think it's really great that now
tem que ser nesse nível aí, pô.
More people have the chance to get involved with their local communities and like build up each other's player skills, and then suddenly you have these areas like in Australia or here in Paris where you have these absolutely phenomenal groups of players.
Yeah, realistically. So try and scan that QR code now, and if you're a bit slow off the draw, don't manage to scan it, just get yourself on Google, type in Pokemon TCG event locator, find yourself your nearest league and get involved. I love going to my Friday night league. I go all the time. I'm known to play the sort of out there stuff, probably not the stuff we'll be seeing on stream. Like I said, Torterra, yes, was the last thing I played, but it just depends on how you enjoy the game, right? If you want to sort of increase your competitive knowledge and play skill, you can go for that and practice against meta decks. If you like to shake your binder like I do, see what drops out and see if you can build together a working deck, you can do that as well. And at the very least, there's worse places to be than in a room full of people that all love Pokemon, right? What's not to love about that?
Absolutely right. It's so wonderful always to have that chance, like I was just saying, to get together with people who share like-minded hobbies and interests, and get together to sharing that passion for something that you really love and are involved in.
Now, I want to share some passion myself here.
Oh yeah?
You know what? I love the community bracket. I love debates. I love putting my point across. And you know what? Above all else, I love winning. So I haven't had a chance to do this yet this weekend, and I'm intrigued. I want to put my stamp on this community bracket. Okay, so viewers, we're both going to get me and Frey about 30 seconds to pitch to you one of those bottom cards there. Tilmask, Ogerpon, Cornerstone Ogerpon, the Ogerpon showdown, as it were. Then a Twitch poll will open. So if you're watching on YouTube, try and scurry onto Twitch now on your phone, something like this, new tab. And then when the poll goes up, you can vote on what card you prefer or who put the best pitch forward. And then the winner will advance onto the semi-final. Then we'll have the final later on.
Okie dokie. So, but then you've got Tilmask Ogerpon. I've never gone back against the wall here, but should I count you in?
Oh, am I going first, am I?
Yeah,
okay,
so.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. It is at the top of the bracket, so
okay.
3, 2, 1, go!
Right, let's just be, I don't really need to say a lot right now. How much of the metagame is dominated by Tilmask Ogerpon? We just saw Regidrago on stream, so there we go. That got 4 top 8 slots at Worlds and got a top 8 or 9th, I believe, at NAIC. Raging Bolt, the most popular deck here in day 1. Tilmask Ogerpon. What won Louisville? Oh, yeah, it was a Tilmask Ogerpon deck with Raging Bolt. It's just a good card. It attaches energy.
And your dance is over. Sorry about that.
And it activates Briar as well. Hey, I snuck that one in, didn't I?
Yes, all right, so yeah, again, credit where it's due. I know my back's against the wall here, but I am going to put up a stony defense for Cornerstone Ogerpon. Yeah, so are you ready to count me in?
Oh, I'll count you down. 3, 2, 1, off you pop.
Okay, so Tilmask Ogerpon, great card, right? But what does it have? An ability. And what can't touch Cornerstone Ogerpon EX? Anything with an ability. It locks out so much of the format right now. Think about Lugia V-Star. You think about Charizard. You think about, we just mentioned the Cornerstone, the Tilmask Ogerpon EX. Yep. Abilities are crucial in this game in order if you want to have build a deck that's successful. And Cornerstone Ogerpon can't be touched by any of them. It is such a strong control option, just to really put a really annoying wall in your opponent's way. And you know what? I'm done.
Fair enough, you got that just in.
Didn't even want to let you cut me off.
Yeah, I was sitting there. I was like, I'm not going to count down. I'm just going to let you carry on. I'm going to try and interject, but Okay, fair enough. I mean, it's a good card.
Yeah, it's
cool. I'll be honest, it's a good card, but
hold on. Polls are open. I've just gotten word. So yeah, get your votes in. Remember, as we mentioned before, it is only on Twitch that you can vote. So you can watch on YouTube, that's fine. But if you want to vote for these community prediction brackets, you've got to get over to twitch.tv. So get your votes in on Twitch right now.
Yep, get your votes. And as I was saying, Cornerstone Oakham, it's a good card. Good card. Master, that's a great card. Come on. It's a tough one, but we saw some upsets. I think, what is it?
Calfangela beat Dragapult.
Yeah, no, okay, that's wild. So I know you guys are, you know, you're a little bit of a mutant.
First another curveball from your bone, maybe, you know.
Yeah, maybe. Stranger things have happened here. The poll is currently live, so get yourself on Twitch. Vote for your favorite Ogerpon, the Ogerpon Showdown.
The Ogerpon Showdown.
As it were, yeah, Half-Fire one. That's not getting involved, is it really?
It is. So it is interesting with the Cornerstone Ogerpon EX because it has seen some use in some control archetypes, but I don't think it's been used to the full extent that it could be. Yeah, maybe that's just because there are ways around it. Of course, you can. I'm kind of dismantling my own argument here.
Yeah.
But there is the cancelling clone thing. There are ways to play around it. Like you can just attack something without an ability, but there are a lot of decks that really can't do much because I mean abilities are very good things to have. Generally speaking, the Pokemon abilities are the ones that end up winning. Yep. So yeah, it wars a lot.
Yeah, and I remember when I was table walking yesterday, I was going around and saw higher tables and I saw a Cornerstone Ogerpon active and it was attacking. I think
legal, é como se tivesse todos os prediletos de todas as gente. Olha lá, alguns bate com seus.
I didn't think I'd see that. I watched it for a little bit.
So I think that was the card was designed that way on
Teu
purpose.
Hullet.
The attack, it goes through anything, so you can't just have two Cornerstone Ogerpon. Just a face off like that, just a stare down. Reminds me like the in the animated series, like the Metapod stare down.
Oh yeah,
you remember the Viridian Forest?
Legal essa.
That was a fun one.
I do, but I think our results are ready. Okay. Here we go. I'm intrigued to see. Come on, chat. Show
Café.
me money.
Fácil, legal.
91.9. Someone clip that, screenshot that to me now. Send it me. That has to be the biggest victory we have ever. 91. That couldn't even round up. It is the biggest victory of the season, confirmed ever. There we go, and this is what I said. I haven't had a chance to get involved with this community bracket. I was itching, I was ready. When I heard in the earphones it was time, I was like, yes, this is my time. I'll tell you what, if you could earn championship points for community bracket debating, I'd be #1 right now. That was the biggest landslide, you didn't even get 10%.
I got nothing yet, no, that was... Oh, dearie me! You absolutely destroyed me there, Shay.
Yeah, well, you know, I can't take full credit. I'll be honest. It was the card doing the heavy lifting. I could have just tried to march off, just for like Mask Ogerpon march off. I'm gonna have to put a little bit of point across there, but I mean, let's be honest now. Let's step back from that. Yeah, that was a hard one for you to try and get out of, right?
The only thing I can go for is that, you know, it itself, Cornerstone Ogerpon does wall Heal Mask Ogerpon, but you're not attacking with it, so it doesn't really matter, right?
Yeah, exactly. But hard to say that Cornerstone's it's not a bad card. I mean, it has its place in the meta game. I'm sure we'll see it more played. Do you remember when Raging Bolt decks first sort of taken off? You actually played it in there, right? It was meant to be a little bit of a way to disrupt, but just sort of fell off.
I'm not gonna lie. I think I need a bit of a break right now. If nothing else, just to go hang my head in shame a little bit. But you guys don't go anywhere because we're gonna be back very soon with our asymmetrical top cut. You're definitely not gonna want to miss that.
I'm Nico Alabas and I play the Pokemon trading card game competitively. When I started playing the game, there was not really anything like an international level. There was the World Championships once per year and the German Championships once per year. And then once the season, or like once the game got more serious, once we got cash prizing international regional championships back in 2016, I decided to take the game more seriously because I was already among the best players in Germany. So I thought, okay, why not try to be one of the best players in Europe or even in the world? And so I decided to take the game more seriously and travel all around the world to play Pokemon TCG. The key to playing at a high level consistently is to just stay interested in the game, just keep playing the game.
Caralho.
Damage on there, and then, this is a really
aqui é o último round do Suíço, agora é o top 16.
Just keep playing the game. Sometimes there might be
Acho que esse
cases where you have
campeonato foi maior ou tem premiação maior, porque geralmente é top 8 a premiação em dinheiro, estão fazendo top 16, acho que vão premiar o top 16.
A pleasant experience, even if the playing might not be like the primary reason. Definitely helps with staying consistently in the game. And then if you just stay at a consistent level, stay at a high level, and try to always play your best, you can be successful. Having a lot of friends in the game is one of the most important things, because you're not going to travel all around the world or even attend tournaments if you're just going to be by yourself. So at some point you will find people. You might find them locally, you might find them internationally, but you're going to find friends, and then you can experience the journey together. The one thing that makes the Pokemon community stand out compared to the other games is how welcoming the community is, because I mean, the game is designed for children, even though the majority of people are not kids anymore. But it also means that a lot of stuff is geared towards young people, to be welcoming, to be just an easy introduction to the game, so everyone can join and then at some point find people in the game, and once you get to know them, you will experience the same. So my biggest accomplishment was winning the 2020 Oceania International Championships in the 2019-2020 season. Ever since then, or even before that, I've been striving to win the World Championship at some point. I think every top player has the same goal, so that's what I'm always going to be aiming for. But that doesn't mean that I'm not taking every other tournament seriously, so it's always going to be my goal to do as well as I can at as many tournaments as possible every single season. I think at first it's gonna feel surreal, and you might not even experience all the feelings at some point, but then once you meet all of the people that are gonna be cheering for you in the finals, and you realize, okay, what has actually just happened, then it's just gonna be excitement and relief as well, because you finally accomplished that one thing that you've been aiming for.
Hey trainers, Chip Ritchie here. In this short video, I'm going to take you through the basics of how to play the Pokemon trading card game. The Pokemon trading card game is an exciting way to enjoy the world of Pokemon. You can play at home with friends and family, online against other trainers, or compete to earn championship points and try to be one of the very best. Players construct their own decks of exactly 60 cards to play with. Most trainers play in the standard format, which only allows for cards with the newest regulation marks to be used. You can only have up to 4 copies of a single card in your deck, with the exception of basic energy. There are 3 types of cards in this game: the Pokemon themselves, which you use to attack your opponent's Pokemon, trainer cards to help you support your deck's strategy, and energy cards to pay for your Pokemon's attack costs. There are 3 main types of Pokemon in this game: basic Pokemon, which can be put directly into play on your bench, Stage 1 Pokemon, which can be played on top of basic Pokemon to evolve them, and Stage 2 Pokemon, which evolve from Stage 1 Pokemon. Check the top left corner of your card to see what stage your Pokemon is, and also what Pokemon it evolves from. Pokemon have different attacks and abilities that they can use. Most attacks require a certain amount of energy cards in order to use them. We'll go more in depth on this later. Pokemon also have HP, which lets you know how much damage that Pokemon can take before it is knocked out. There are 4 types of trainer cards you can play: supporters, items, tools, and stadiums. It's very important to include plenty of trainer cards in your deck, as they will help you to more consistently execute your strategy. There are only 2 different classifications of energy card: basic energy and special energy. You need energy in order to use a Pokemon's attack. You can attach an energy card to one of your Pokemon once during each turn. Some Pokemon require specific types of energy in order to use their attacks. Each basic energy provides 1 energy of its type, or 1 colorless energy at a time. The main areas of the game board include the active spot, the bench, the deck, the discard pile, and your prize cards. You may only have 1 Pokemon in the active spot, and this Pokemon is the only one that is able to attack. You can have up to 5 Pokemon on your bench. To start the game, flip a coin or roll a dice to determine which player will get the first turn. Then, each player begins by drawing 7 cards. You must have a basic Pokemon in your hand in order to begin the game. Place your Pokemon face down in the active spot, then set out 6 prize cards to the side. Now you and your opponent can begin the game. In the Pokemon TCG, players take turns playing their cards. On your turn, the first thing you do is draw a card, and the final thing you do on your turn is announce an attack. The order in which you play cards between these 2 steps is up to you. During your turn, you may play trainer cards, attach energy, and place Pokemon on your bench. It's important to remember that the player going first is not allowed to play a support card or attack that first turn. Every time a player knocks out an opponent's Pokemon, that player adds a prize card to their hand. The first player to take all 6 prize cards wins the game. When a Pokemon is KO'd, it and all cards attached to it are sent to the discard pile. A Pokemon from the bench must immediately take its place in the active spot. If a player has no benched Pokemon to make their new active, that player loses the game regardless of how many prize cards have been taken. As mentioned earlier, players must start their turn by drawing a card. If a player has no cards remaining in their deck at the start of their turn, then that player loses the game. These are just the basics of what it takes to play the Pokemon TCG. Be sure to tune in to our Championship Series coverage, and to learn more, visit Pokemon.com/play.
This is the final international event of our 2024 season, and we're so excited to watch our competitors solidify their invites to Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii.
The stakes get higher and higher the closer we get to that coveted world champion title. This is your last opportunity.
There is a lot on the line for every single player out here. It has been a long season with a lot of Pokemon coming out on top.
Hello, Pokemon fans, and welcome to the kickoff of the 2024 season.
Mirage Gate, that is super fun. Oh, wow.
Andrew Estrada.
Riley Factura taking the first regional.
And Michael Zhang.
I'm really excited to see that team again. The previous time I was on stream, we kind of both underestimated a little bit. Giovanni Costa.
The double crit! Arjet, a smile on his face. Game number 5 goes to Arjet.
Here it is, Mirage Gate, gonna power up Giratina V-Star, and John Eng is the Portland Regional Champion.
Then he takes it, the Charlotte Miracle.
Torn Reklev is your 5-time international champion.
Shifu, close combat, it holds on!
Wolf becomes a repeat champion. 3-time Worlds qualified competitor. No one can do it like Doombug.
Other trainers should consider me a threat because I never back down. I never feel like I'm out of a game, and I'm always going to give it my best.
Do people not see the 3 regional championships I have?
I do not mess up very often, and I'm not going to start messing up.
Probably the best of the world right now, so they should be threatened.
I'm threatening in the way that any other competitor who is qualified for Worlds is threatening.
Somos la mejor región de Latinoamérica Sur.
I think if the other players at the World Championships don't consider me a threat, then they have not done their research.
All these events really just lead up to Worlds. We've had some phenomenal players win this season, and
players are better now than they've ever been.
You get a lot of people from different places in the world, and
it'll be the biggest World so far. It's going to be an incredibly difficult feat to try and win it all.
It's never a guarantee. Everyone is phenomenal. Everyone is doing great service to the game at the World Championships.
Only one person can win, so everyone's going to have a story.
I am absolutely winning Worlds this year. I am unstoppable right now.
I am definitely winning Worlds this year.
I will be winning the World Championship this year.
I'm winning the World Championships.
If not this year, then eventually.
Gonna give it my all, you know.
Who knows how far I'll go, but I've always said I wanted to get another Pikachu trophy, so.
I will pour my heart and soul into it once again, and we'll see how far it takes us.
I do think I have a chance.
I think I do have a good shot.
I want to have fun more than anything.
If I could battle anybody at the World Championships, it'd be Tord Reklev.
I would love to face off against Tord again.
If I hit Azul in the Worlds Finals, that would have been amazing.
Azul.
It's got to be Gabriel Agati.
Doombug.
Justin Tang.
Grant Chen.
I think the World Championship is literally the only thing I haven't won, so that's like the last thing I need to collect for my trophy case.
It would be life-changing.
Winning Worlds would mean the world to me.
There were a lot of people when I won Worlds the first time that sort of teased me about it being Seniors Worlds when Ray was taking his 3rd crown, and I've always kind of wanted to prove them wrong.
I think that if I were to win the World Championships again, it would mean that I am undisputably the best player of all time.
Being able to tell my 10-year-old self that, hey, your dreams actually did come true would be something magical.
Tem algum BR bom nisso aí? Tem. Não ganha direto, mas perto de outros TCGs, bastante BR já ganhou classificatória e ganhou mundial. Acho que o último BR que ganhou mundial foi na categoria de adolescente, se eu não me engano. Porque o Pokémon ele divide, né, os campeonatos em 3 categorias: criança, adolescente e adulto, né? Que é o Junior, Seniors e Masters.
I'm doing really, really well. I have this thing at regional championships where I'm always like, I'm going to wander around the venue. And all I'm doing is just like, so I'm going to watch the games and I'm going to dig through deck lists and I'm going to look through results. And yeah, all I do is just try and spam as much information as I can when I'm not on stream so that when I come back,
Vai fazer 10 anos o quê? Que o Brasil ganha alguma coisa no CS?
Absolutely, and we're about to jump into our bracket of the top 16 players. We actually have 9 players advancing to the top cut portion, which means it's exactly what you said earlier today. Number 1
Caralho.
to 7, they're all
Eu achei que era menos tempo.
And then number 8 and 9, which happens to be Nina Eisenbetter from Germany against James Cox, playing it out here for the last top 8 spot.
Yeah, and that's why those extra points are important. 7 of our 9 players are just in top 8 and sitting chilling for a bit, whereas Nina and James, well, they have to play 1 extra game to get through to top 8. And look, it is better than bubbling out, which is what used to happen, but it's not as good as just going straight through. And we got to give some love to Nina Eisenblatter here, right? She's just aged up into Masters. This is her first season in Masters. First regional, she gets 18th place in Dortmund, and she's back here. But let's start with James. World's top 4, world's top 8, Dortmund regional top 8, 2020 Players Cup top 8. I mean, that's pretty good.
Huge accomplishments across a variety of tournaments, from regionals to internationals. But over to Nina Eisenbetter. Don't have as many accomplishments in the Masters division, just having graduated up. But there's the Dortmund regional top 32 just a few weeks ago. And now she finds herself back in this top 9, top 16 situation. And there's one storyline that I loved seeing throughout the last 2 years, which was Piper from the US.
Yes.
She graduated to the Masters division and took down 2 of the North American regionals in her first season as well. And now we have Nina here, and she's on a very good path to just step into those shoes and potentially, as a very young player, take it down.
I'm not loving 2 energy switch and Pheasantipty prize for Nina, though. Those are not ideal prizes, but we are going to have a Regidrago mirror match here, if I remember these decks correctly.
That is absolutely correct. We haven't talked about the decks yet. Both these players, James Cox just coming off a win on stream here. We have seen his deck in full action. Is playing against Nina, who seems to be going first, if I saw that correctly. So won the coin flip there. Potentially wants to go first immediately, set up her board. We see an Ogopon Teal Mask hit the field. We see energy in hand, gets to discard 1 grass. But this is probably the most typical prize search coming for us, but the Earthen Vessel will potentially get a grass and a fire energy out. It's the same as before. You see how, even at this young age, how experienced and how versatile, how quick they are with this deck search, but getting all the pieces to the front, making sure that they have them ready, or more so check that they're in the deck because they have no sight of their own prizes. So making sure all cards required are in here, and then potentially going back into the deck to get out the 2 energies. Early on, what do we want to see in the mirror? You want to have your Ogopon ready. You want to set at least 1 Regidrago. Your opponent is not really in a position where they can take out a knockout on their first turn, so 1 Regidrago early on could be enough, but if you have a second one, even better.
Yeah, even better, of course. There is a thing that I believe it was Isaiah Bradner did at the World Championships, where you get your Kyurem copying that attack and you just Triforce twice, which does 220 to all of your opponent's Pokemon, and it won't get any Regidrago V-Star, but it will get any Regidrago V that haven't V-Starred. It will get any Teal Mask Ogopon, Pheasantipty, and, you know, things like Mew if that's on the bench, or whatever it might be. So that is an option. It's a risky one. You've got to discard all your energy when you attack with Kyurem, but if you can pull it off, that could be a route to victory. I just want to finish what I was saying about Nina at the beginning of the game. She was 18th in Dortmund. It was a top 32, but it was 18th, very close to top 16. That was her first regional in Masters. This is her second regional in Masters, and we've already got an asymmetrical top cup.
But I think I was speaking a little bit too soon there with the optimal play in your first turn. Yes, getting the Regidrago out. I spoke way too soon. There's only 1 Ogopon. Yes, the ability got you an extra card of the deck, but it was a research that you can't use yet. So there's no Regidrago, so you're basically 1 turn behind. And let me think about this. How many energy, grass energy, would you need on that Ogopon to start taking knockouts? You need loaded up opponent, like opposing Pokemon as well. So that's going to be really hard. It's better to set up an attacker than none, but that's not really you would go for in this match here?
I mean, it depends. I think the number is like 6 for a Fezandipity, 7 for a Regidrago V, I think 9 for a Regidrago V star. But I think we can really just settle it by saying a lot.
Yes.
Or if we want to be slightly less generous, too many.
Yeah, because your opponent won't play into that and give you extra energies on their Regidrago here. For example, you said 6, but yeah, you won't really get, or 7, you won't really get there unless your opponent would help you massively, but they have no reason to charge up their Regidrago this early on so heavily. So yeah, that's probably not what we're going to see here, and it's really sad for that, like going first but not having any Regidrago in play.
Yeah, the only saving grace is you do have energy switch, so the theory is you stash the energy on now, you energy switch them later. But remember, 2 of Nina's 4 energy switch are in the prizes, so it's not just that she's got energy in the wrong place, it's that she's got half of her energy switch in the prizes. Now we do see, we've had to discard a Regidrago V Star to go and get a Dragapult. And as a side note, while we got a second, there is an actual Dragapult deck in top 8. Not just Dragapult in Regidrago, an actual Dragapult. I feel like one of the casters, can't remember who it was, but one really clever, handsome caster did say that there was going to be Dragapult.
Ah, mas é, né, velho? Cara, brasileiro, acho que parece que até nos esportes ele tem meio que espírito de underdog, né, cara? Isso é meio triste. Cara, eu não parei pra reparar como é que ficou o top 16, eles falaram. Não, né? Eles só meteram o top 16 e foda-se, né? É, eles foram pra partida, é isso aí.
They have to play one extra game to get through to top 8. And look, it is better than bubbling out, which is what used to happen, but it's not as good as just going straight through. And we got to give some love to Nina Eisenblatter here, right? She's just aged up into Masters. This is her first season in Masters.
Cox playing it out here.
Aqui, infelizmente, ainda tem mais uma partida que tem que jogar pra chegar no top 8. Essa Nina aí, ela jogava adolescente, ela entrou no Masters esse ano. Menina é boa, eles falam. Pelo menos acho que tinha uns 3 campeonatos que ela joga e ela sempre pega a top. Menina joga bem pra caralho.
To start setting that up, picking that out, and then we have the Iono to draw into more cards.
Mirror match de Regidrago.
You probably want to go 2-2-2 on your prizes as well, and not being able to have a strong attack ready here right now might put you a little bit behind, and it's not easy to come back in these heavy hitters 2-2-2 prize races.
The only saving grace is that it's actually got 210 HP, so the usual attack that James will be trying to copy is that Dragapult, which would actually be, so if you attack with Teal'Mask Ogapon, James gets the Regidrago V-Star in the active, the Dragapult attack only does 200, so you would need something more to actually go and get that KO.
Oh, there's actually fire energy hitting that Ogapon as well for manual attachment here.
Acho que se eu fizer assim fica melhor.
For future turns just yet and goes heavy on
Aí,
there.
deixa eu só arrumar o layout.
120 plus 30 is 150.
Yep.
I mean, it can spread that damage for sure, and then maybe later a Triforce can pick that knockout.
Aí, ó.
But yeah, it's interesting that she chooses that route. We have the Cleffa in the active position, free retreat, so that won't be a problem to get your Ogapon in the active position and attack. And then that is some damage that will stick on that Ogapon for sure.
There's even an argument here to not attack, because you're probably not
jogar o
going to
Kerry num canto que não atrapalha
in this game unless you go for your 1-1 knockdown line, or maybe a Radiant Charizard way down the line. So there's even an argument here to just set up as well as you can, draw cards with Cleffa, except that you're giving up that one prize, which is going to be going at some point during the game anyway. But no, it does look like we are going to go for the attack with the Teal'Mask Ogapon. 150 damage. It's not amazing, but you know what it does do? Leaves Teal'Mask Ogapon on 60 HP remaining. How many damage counters do you drop with Dragapult?
60 exactly. Very good math there actually. So it does work out. The 150 plus 60 very well recognized there. Well, as a future setup, I was thinking about the Triforce. That would have been enough for sure. But this even better. You can potentially boss that Squawkabilly. And 200 and a 60 on the bench, 4 prizes of 1 turn, and that would be one way to get back into this prize race.
Yeah, I mean, this is not how Nina wants to play the deck, let's be perfectly clear. But she has at least set up an easy KO with the residual damage counters from the Dragapult, which is really the best she could have done at this point. Here comes an Ultra Ball for James, presumably, yeah, for a Regidrago V-Star, because we didn't have one of them established yet. So that's going to go down there quite nicely. and then we're going to have a quick decision as to where we are going.
I'm looking for some energy switches as well, but even though they started with like 2 Regidrago, 1 energy each, they will need some extra energy switches to set up these Pokemon. We have, Super Rod putting both, there was the Pheasantipity and another Regidrago V-Star, I believe, going back into the deck. Can be important for the late game, especially once KOs have been taken. And of course, you want to have access to your second Regidrago V-Star as well.
Oh, and here we see Mew restart, drawing 3 cards, emptying out the hand nicely there. We get a fresh 3 cards. What are we going to see? Energy, Teal Mask, Ogerpon, and I believe it was a Nest Ball. Yes, so those are the 3 cards we've got. You know what we don't have?
No energy switch.
No energy switch, unfortunately, and we don't have any grass energy either. Could it be time for the V-Star power? Is it too early? It's not too early, Barish.
It's never too early if you want to get your attacks going here. We actually see 7 cards being discarded from the top of your deck. I see an energy switch actually as one of them, so that could be huge. But we said, what was the energy situation in hand? Because
one fire, and you need 2 grass.
Correct, so that doesn't help necessarily either. We have the Professor's Research, but
I mean, that is rough. If you're using Regidrago V-Star, what you really want to be doing is picking the best 2 cards out of your discard pile and going, this is perfect. What you don't want to be doing is going, oh, it's not got what I want. Guess I'll get a Professor's Research and hope. That is not how we're supposed to play this.
And you see how James has picked up the pace here. It's going so fast through his deck, through his cards. Another Ultra Ball slammed down. 2 cards discarded, another Regidrago V-Star in play now, both active or both ready basically. They're just missing their energies, and it was the Ultra Ball and Professor's Research being picked up there, so you probably see a perfect hand played down and then a Research. Love to see 0 hand into 7 with that Professor's Research. We have now Fire and Grass. We need 1 more Grass energy and an energy switch. I don't see the Grass energy, so even an energy switch at this point wouldn't really help.
No, because you could only just switch the fire over, and it is 2 grass and 1 fire. Of course, we generally play more grass in the deck because it fuels Teal Mask Ogerpon, but sometimes you just hit the fire instead of the grass anyway. It's not ideal. Temple of Sinnoh comes down, but it's not really doing very much, and James is passing over to Nina, and actually... With 2, now this is asking a lot, I'm going to tell you. But if you put another energy onto that Teal Mask Ogerpon, it actually hits for 180. And that will KO Mew.
Yes, that's one way. We actually see a Regidrago here in play now as well with the Prime Catcher drawn off. And of course, we still have access to the V-Star power on Nina's side, which can give us more access to more cards, both from the top 7 deck cards and the discard pile. This is why you will see Regidrago V-Star players checking their discard pile so often.
Nina could win next turn. If Nina KOs Mew with your Teal Mask Ogerpon this turn, then next turn she can just gust up the Squawkabilly, use Dragapult's attack to KO the Teal Mask Ogerpon, and after a truly horrendous start, and her hand still isn't great, let's be honest, Nina could actually win next turn.
And there's the attack, and there's the first knockout in this round. Who would have thought that Ogerpon Teal Pass with a fire energy and 4 grass will take the first knockout in this mirror here? It's really interesting. Let's check the hand from James. Does he have any way to draw into any potential grass energy here? I don't really see it. So there's the Iono, and we have to draw more cards into deck. V-Star power already used not to its like fullest potential here, and it just puts James a little bit back, or let him fall back in this game. And Nina, despite a very slow start, is suddenly in the driver's seat.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I believe she had the Prime Catcher in hand before that Iono, which is a little upsetting. But we see an energy onto the Teal Mask Ogerpon, drawing an extra card. James now has Prime Catcher in hand, but you kind of want to KO the Teal Mask Ogerpon. But like I've said, the attack you want to use on Dragapult doesn't actually work here. Well, I mean, it works, but it doesn't KO the Teal Mask Ogerpon.
Yeah, you would have to find another attacker, actually.
You need the Giratina.
Yeah, and we see plenty of energy, but I don't see any energy switch. There's a second Teal Mask used for another card off the deck. Is that potentially the energy switch?
It's an energy. Again, there is 1 energy switch in hand.
Wait,
are we going to see an attack? Whoa. Right, Nina has only attacked with Teal Mask Ogerpon so far. It looks like James is going, you know what, I like that plan. I'm going to attack. And remember, it's 30 for each energy on both Teal Mask Ogerpon. So that will get a KO. Don't make me... Okay, fine. 270, it was plenty enough. So
that was an amazing. I mean, we said there's a Regidrago mirror, but actually it seems like it's an Ogerpon Tail Mask mirror based on these attacks we've seen so far. One problem, despite having two Regidrago V-Star in play here, there's no Ogerpon Tail Mask, so you would have to find two of them, then attach two grass energy, find two energy switch on top of that as well. It's a lot to ask for, but there's a research, and we still have the V-Star power, so there's quite a potential for this turn to work out.
What we really need here is energy for turn, Teal Mask Ogerpon, grass energy, energy switch, gusting. Oh no, you wouldn't even need to gust. Yes, you would take 4 prizes. No, you wouldn't. Yes, you would. No, I've decided, Barish, you would need gusting. I've had a good think. You definitely do.
Okay. The only problem is Prime Catcher, I think, was sent to the bottom of the deck.
It was.
Professor Research was already used. No access to boss, and you're not behind on prizes either. So it's actually 4-4 on prize at the moment. Counter Catcher, if that was played in the deck, is not an option either. So it's going to be hard to get that gusting effect, and I think that KO on Nina's Ogerpon was so huge. All the energy was off the board, and you don't have any Ogerpon Tail Mask left at the moment. It's really hard to get access to those, so the game is literally going back and forth through these Ogerpon Tail Mask attacks.
There is an option here where Nina could just go Teal Mask. You could do it with Teal Mask Ogerpon, but it's asking a lot. You need 2 Teal Mask Ogerpon, 3 grass energy, and an energy switch, and that would actually get the KO here. But again, we're asking a lot. I feel like we might see the V-Star power coming down this turn.
I think it's a Super Rod eyeing out that's been played, so that's going back into the deck. So you can't actually get it through the V-Star power, which is interesting. Maybe the sequencing, I mean, surely Nina is there for a reason. She will know why she's sequencing this way.
What's she doing right now?
Super Rod, 2 grass energy.
Yeah, but what's she doing? What's she literally doing?
Shuffling the deck to get the Prime Catcher back.
She's getting the Prime Catcher. Now it's randomized in the deck. It was definitely at the bottom. Now it could be anywhere in the deck. Now you can use that V-Star power. Now I think she needed those cards in the deck. I'm just saying that was a very nice bonus.
Absolutely, and you're right, because
Fazer café pra Maria enquanto eles resolvem essa mirror match aí. Vem já.
So you want to have it in deck, but it's just an attack to draw up to 7 cards from the clever.
Yeah, I kind of like this, honestly. This is absolutely fine by me. I don't see James taking 4 prizes this turn. Anina said, look, I've got my V-Star power ready to go. I've got a Hoot Hoot benched, which can go into a, into a knockdown next turn. Now, you would need, obviously, a Teal Mask Ogerpon, but you shuffle one of them back in. There is a possibility next turn where Nina could even potentially go Pheasant Dipty, although that might, I think, still be prized. But, she could have a big turn next turn. She needs one big combo to win. James isn't winning this turn. She's just going, I'm going to draw the 7 with Cleffa. Next turn, I've got more options. Let's do it next turn.
It makes me wonder if Triforce is an option here. I think it will be discarded. 110 would pick up the Cleffa and the Hoot Hoot for 2 prizes and set up any of the other remaining Pokemon up for an KO afterwards. You might want to shift 110 to one of the Regidrago V-Stars, potentially the one with the Fire Energy, because it's more likely to become active, and then it would be an easier pick out in the end of the battle. But yes, I think Nina said, hey, if I get the tools, I have my 4 prize turn set up. I have the Squawkabilly, I have the damaged Ogerpon Tail Mask, so I'm happy to give up 1 turn, potentially 2 prizes, but then if I get all my pieces, I'm ready to finish off this game.
Yeah, I think James might be going for the Trifrost this turn, or maybe not, going for the Regidrago with the energy. I like going for the Trifrost to get rid of the Hoot Hoot, because that could be a real issue for you next turn. James, instead, it looks like is actually going for the Giratina attack, doing 280, taking a 2-prize knockout, and Trifrost will still win the game next turn as it stands, or you could just do this again. And yeah, James has got plenty of options here. It really does look like James will win next turn. Yeah. I don't think that's the issue. The issue is whether Nina can win this turn. She needs an attacking Regidrago, and she needs gusting. That is it. That is the goal.
Yeah, now the Fire Energy is also gone, so you need access to 3 energies. So which, once again, we have both the Ogerpon Tail Mask now already, at least. That's a good start for sure. But we'll need access to a Fire Energy, 2 grass, and 2 energy switch as well. Again, it's one step more than we needed before on top of that gusting effect, which isn't necessarily easy to get all these pieces together, especially with that Pheasantipity price, if that was correct.
Yeah, the Pheasantipity not being available is a real pain. I assume it's still prized. It could have been taken, but I haven't seen it be taken. So if you don't have Pheasantipity, in theory, you should have a couple of draws off your Teal Mask Ogopon. You should have a couple of cards off of your Knocked Owl. You should have 3 cards off of, or 2 cards, sorry, off of your Regidrago V-Star. So we have options here. We are going to be getting a bunch of cards, and sometimes they're going to be cards we are specifically selecting, but it is quite a lot. And Nina did have, I wonder if there's any way we could have a quick look at Nina's prizes, see what's still in there, because that is becoming quite relevant.
Yeah, so I think both the Ogopon will hit the bench here, will give you access to those double ability uses to get 2 grass energy once you have them in hand. We have an Ultra Ball, which I really like to get that Noctowl, and which that actually allows you to pick up 2 pieces. That could be the Prime Catcher anywhere out of the deck, and you no longer rely on picking that up, right? And on top of that, we can also still use the V-Star ability, kept all the way to the end of the game when you actually need it. I'm not sure how many energy switch have hit the discard pile, but that could be an easy way to get 2 energy switches from your discard pile into your hand. Let's check the grass energy count. I see 1, 2, 3, 4 in your discard pile.
Okay, right, here's a look at her prizes. So 1 energy switch has been liberated. Pheasantipity has not been liberated. Oh, and her only Knocked Owl is prized.
Oh.
So she doesn't have access to Knocked Owl. She doesn't have access to Pheasantipity. There's no Hisuian Heavy Ball in her deck. She does have access to free energy switch, because I don't think she's actually used any, but even if she has, she can get them back with Regidrago. But not having access to Knocked Owl or Pheasantipity is huge, because that would be an extra 5 cards, 2 of which you pick out yourself.
Yeah, that's actually huge. I mean, she set up the Hoot Hoot there to potentially go into Knocked Owl. She played and failed that Ultra Ball because there was no target. We see 7 cards being discarded here. Ooh, 3 more grass energy. That's huge. I'm not sure. I think we saw 1 Super Rod earlier, and I would have to look if there's a second Super Rod available in the deck list. But discarding those 3 grass energies so late in the game, 2 more already. I think all of them are in the discard pile.
I counted at least 7, and I counted at least 6, and she plays 7 in the deck.
Yeah, that's 6 in the discard pile.
Yeah, so there's only 1 grass energy. We know it's not prized. We just saw the prizes. But honestly, at this stage, having your Knocked Owl prized, you're one of, and having your Pheasantipity prized, that Knocked Owl wasn't that relevant early in the game, but it has become very relevant. And here's the thing, Nina has played this game phenomenally. She's played it beautifully, but she's just not had what she needs. No Regidrago turn 1. Now, we do see a grass energy, so we are going to see an Earthen Vessel here, getting a grass energy and a fire energy. So we need 1 more energy, 2 energy switch, and a gusting. I don't think we've seen a supporter yet.
I don't think we've seen a supporter yet, at least not confirmed by production either. So yeah, there's the fire energy and 1 grass energy. I think these were the last 2 energies off the deck, if I was correct. So we'll have to find a way to get another grass energy off the discard pile.
Okay, no, there's 2 grass energy in hand now, plus the fire.
Okay.
So we got all 3 energy, we're drawing 2. That is a nest ball, that doesn't help at all. We've got a full bench. That is a switch, that doesn't help. We've got a free retreat Pokemon in the active. Both of those cards did not help. We've actually got Boss's Orders sitting there in hand, ready to go. If we had Knocked Owl, we could just search for 2 energy switch, and the game would be Nina's. We don't have Knocked Owl. Switch into the active. We're literally just thinning out the deck at this point. But, oh, this is heartbreaking. So Nina has to hit Prime Catcher now. Boss's Orders is no longer an option. Supporter has been played. That was really just energy switch.
Another energy switch.
Oh, no Prime Catcher.
Wait.
Ah.
No, she needs 4 prize turns.
Voltei, viu? Tá fazendo café lá. Então, cara, é que é foda. Tipo, é que eu não posso falar pelo cara, né? Cada um tem os seus objetivos. Mas é que naquele caso ali do Gnosh, com o Master Duel que ele tá fazendo conteúdo agora, não é que o Master Duel era a parada que ele queria fazer, tá ligado? Tipo, ele tava cogitando ir para outro lado do Yu-Gi-Oh! Sobrou que o Master Duel foi a melhor opção. Tipo, eu bati minha cara na parede também com o Yu-Gi-Oh! No meu canal. Quando eu migrei pra Master Duel também, eu fiz meu canal ser full Master Duel. Eu fiquei uns 3 meses, eu acho, do meu canal full conteúdo de Master Duel. Só que tem um grande problema com o conteúdo de Master Duel. Se você não for uma pessoa competitiva ou que fuma de fato o jogo, geralmente não vai rolar, tá ligado? Tipo, acaba chegando a ser muito exaustivo. E dá pra notar que, pelo menos do jeito que eu vejo, o caso dele já tá um tanto exaustivo, tá ligado? Tipo, ele deu uma renovada, mas é diferente, tá ligado? Porque querendo ou não, a dinâmica agora do que ele tá trazendo é um pouco diferente, sabe? Tanto que eu compadeço um pouco disso, porque essas séries novas dele eu também não tô assistindo quase nenhuma, tá ligado? O Tactics eu nem comecei a ver. O mod dele de Tactics eu nem comecei a ver. Eu terminei o World 2, né? World 2 eu terminei. O Alternative. Os Yugi eu acho que eu vi quase todos. Se eu não vi todos do Forbidden, isso que eu já tava de saco cheio também com Forbidden Memories. Se eu não vi, eu provavelmente vi todos.
An energy switch and the Earthen Vessel, they're all the pieces you would need. Get the energy back in your deck. Earthen Vessel gets them out.
E agora ele full voltou o canal mais ou menos mais pra Master Duel e tá na Statics, né? Então, tipo, os de Master Duel eu tô vendo por cima, tá ligado? Os de Master Duel eu vi já. Tô praticamente em dia com os de Master Duel dele. O do Tactics, só pra não falar que eu não vi aqui, eu vi um pedacinho do primeiro só. Eu vi um pedacinho do primeiro.
Trifrost will just take out... Trifrost will win the game, yes. Trifrost will take out the Cleffa and the Hoot 2. They will be James' final 2 prizes.
So we need a grass energy for game here, right?
I think we need a grass energy for game here, Barish. No.
Fire.
Yes, there we go. Trifrost onto the Cleffa and the Hoot 2. And that will be game 1 for James.
Ah, mas é normal, nem todo conteúdo do cara agrada a gente também, velho. Não é nem o cara ser bom ou ruim e tal, tá ligado? O cara muda a dinâmica e não fica tão legal mais, saca? O André que voltou a fazer stream mais estilo antigamente, tá ligado? Que ele abria pra jogar as paradas ali e tal. Mais de boinha. Tá jogando umas paradas mais classicudas, assim. Tanto que ontem ele tava jogando Legaia.
Have completely changed the outcome of the game, and James was able to take knockout after knockout, and eventually with that Triforce closing that game, we said how crucial that Triforce can be, especially towards the end of the game, because you have this high energy cost of, or have the effect of like having to discard all your energy.
James ganhou o primeiro? Levou.
James takes game 1. Nina on the ropes here, needs to win game 2 and game 3 to carry on into the top 8 of the Lille Regional Championships. Of course, she had a phenomenal finish a couple of weeks ago.
Cabelo bonito da menina até.
She will finish at least 9th place in Lille here, and I'm sorry, but I need someone to show me if we can find a better player who has done
pelucinha do Growlite ali de fundo. Você chegou a ver? Não deu tempo, né? Vou voltar rapidinho aqui. Nossa, a live tá longa e devia ter apertado só pra trás, né? Pra trás volta 5 segundos, fui burro. Bora até chegar onde tava. Ali. Achei.
Grass energy gives you more access as well, so it's a better setup. It's like you go first and you actually get to go first, if that makes sense. So putting down the prizes, let's have a look at what is priced for both of these players. Nina has 2 grass energy, 1 energy switch.
And the only Kyurem.
And the only carry, I'm correct. I couldn't quite catch the prize from James, but
dependendo de como fala, começa melhor que o cara. E Hermet é quem gera mais recurso, ainda mais de deck que bate muito rápido.
And it looks like we are just having a look at which cards are there. We see the Knocked Owl. She is about to find out that unfortunately that Kyurem is prized, which, like I say, there is an option here for just try and get 2 quick Trifrost to try and win the game. That is no longer an option. And in the late game, well, we saw it in the top of the... She did take from the top of the prizes last time, so maybe that will be an option. Certainly, Dragapult is your general attack here. And we saw in the end of that game, both players running very low on energy and very low on options in that regard. It's one of the reasons why Dragapult is so good. It doesn't make you discard all lost zone energy, whereas things like Kyurem and Giratina do.
Yeah, that's another reason why attacking with Ogre Pontil Mask is so inefficient, because it costs so much energy, and once it gets knocked out, they're all gone, and you kind of lose both a Pokemon that helps accelerate energies, and the energies are gone. And there was like, I think, 4 or 5 energy on Nina's Ogre Pontil Mask in the last game, and they were all just hitting the discard pile, and that's quite a lot of energies gone and not being used by the Regidrago. One interesting part is you might be thinking, hey, surely Nina knew that her Noctowl was prized, so why did she bench the Hoot? And sometimes benching a Pokemon and letting your opponent believe that you have the option can be so crucial, and threw them off or have them to go for other game plans that they didn't expect. And I think there was a Prime Catcher to get the Hoot.
Yep, Prime Catcher to bring the Hoot active. If you think you've got a way to KO this, I don't mind this too much. To be fair, Hoot does not have free retreat, so what you're saying to Nina is, you know, you need a switching option, and you need an energy, and you need an energy, and you need an energy switch. And Regidrago decks, they don't play many switching cards. Nina's playing 1 copy of Switch, 1 copy of Prime Catcher, that's it. So Jane's basically saying, I know this deck as well as you do, I don't want you to have the first attack. I am willing to give up my Prime Catcher to try and make sure you don't. And of course, remember, sometimes if you don't need other stuff desperately, you can get it back with your V-Star power.
Absolutely, and it might also be a case where he doesn't quite like his opening hand and might have to discard it with either Research or maybe a Squawkabilly. So you might say, before I discard my Prime Catcher, I might as well use it on a Hoot, even though that might not look like the most efficient, but you've perfectly explained how that just requires him 1 extra piece for her, more so in the next turn. Yeah, I'm really interested. There's a Nest Ball for the Regidrago. Ogre Pontil Mask in hand, Fire Energy attached, and a Professor's Research. There we go.
Yeah, so you're right, that Prime Catcher wasn't staying around anyway. Got a decent amount of use out of it. Not perfect, but it can always come back. We got Pheasantipity in hand, which can always be fun. We got another Regidrago. We got Earthen Vessel to go and grab a Grass Energy. We know we like this Grass Energy in this deck.
I guess because there's already 1 Fire Energy in play, there's no reason to grab the classic combo of Fire and Grass in your first turn. Fire already attached, get 2 Grass. You can attach 1 this turn, and you already have a second one to use that in the next turn for any of your targets. So that is great. Earthen Vessel, just such a stable card and gives you so much flexibility in almost any deck at the moment.
Yeah, it really does. We attach to Teal Mask, we get to draw an extra card.
And it looks like the turn is not quite over yet. There's an Ultra Ball being played. Pheasantipity and Fire Energy hitting the discard pile. Let's see if that is a Squawkabilly to extend your turn even further, or if you get a second, it's actually the Cleffer, so potentially retreating the Mew and attacking with the Cleffer to draw up to 7 cards, set yourself up perfectly for the next turn, especially with how low the hand card is at the moment. Love the hand shuffles from the players, which gives us, typically from the right angle, a perfect view of what they currently have in hand. Drawing up to 7 cards and giving over to Nina. Let's see what Nina can do out of this turn. I think I see the Prime Catcher to reverse the play.
We do have that Prime Catcher, so the real question here for Nina is, can she set up an attacking Regidrago? There's a V-Star. You need Fire Energy, Energy Switch. Those 2 cards will be perfect. Knocked Owl is actually on board right now, and I'm not saying this is the perfect time to use it, but I am saying basically from now until the end of the game, or when Hoot gets knocked out or evolves, it is an option. Oh, I love that. That artwork of Regidrago. That's a little Lugia hiding near the top of that card. The other deck that's doing very well this weekend. So, you know, loving the bling there on Nina's deck.
Absolutely. Getting a second Regidrago on the bench here to make sure that in following turns, I still have the option to evolve. Depending on when you use your V-Star ability, having just a V-Star in play is great. And I think we'll see, okay, Temple of Sinnoh, not really coming into effect here because there's no special energies. But this is another like part of thinning out your deck. I don't want this back in my deck. I might as well play it. Not that it really matters, but it's out there.
Yeah, this card's not doing anything for me. I want rid of it. We bring up a Teal'c Gogapon into the active. We play a Professor's Research for a new hand of 7 cards. Bunch of supporters, 1 grass energy, no fire energy that I saw initially.
Nope, no fire energy either. So, but we have the Ultra Ball, we have the Noctowl ready, and that could get us out an Earthen Vessel for 2 energies. Is that correct?
It is correct. She does play 3 copies of Earthen Vessel, so that is absolutely an option. And then it would get any other trainer she wanted as well. Would potentially get the energy switch. So there is the Noctowl. I'm assuming Earthen Vessel energy switch, unless she has energy switch in hand already.
I don't think I saw that active in hand, so yeah, that's the perfect combination. She would have to discard one of her hand cards to activate that Earthen Vessel. It's actually an Ultra Ball she's eyeing. Grass energy. No, I don't see an energy switch. What could a second Ultra Ball, or what could an Ultra Ball get here? I guess you could discard your hand even further and then get a Mew potentially.
Could.
To restart for free, but I think Earthen Vessel into energy switch, and that's what we're seeing here right now.
That makes a lot more sense. They're the 2 cards I'm expecting to see here, because they're the 2 cards that allow Nina to get an attack off. Now, I'm telling you right now, Barish, this is a situation where I actually would love to try Frost, because KOing a Teal'c Gogapon is sneaky super annoying. Because you basically have to use Giratina's attack, which I don't love doing. I would much rather try Frost here. The Mew is almost KO'd. The Teal'c Gogapon is almost KO'd. The Cleffa is KO'd. And then both the Regidrago have to evolve, or you can literally win next turn with enough energy, bits, and pieces. But of course, Kyurem is prized. That is not an option. It will not be happening. There's the energy switch. There's the V-Star power. So we're going to discard the top 7 cards of our deck and get any 2 cards from our discard pile back into our hand.
My question right now is which Dragon Pokemon have hit the discard pile so far? And I don't think I see any. I mean, there's a Regidrago V, but that's not really helpful.
No, and that is
there was the Giratina, of course, but that is heavy on prizes with price cost with like 2 energy that you would have to discard.
Lost Zone even.
Yep.
Eu tinha ouvido falar de umas mudanças lá, mas nada drástico. Só para limitar a questão de valores lá, tem que estar cadastrado no banco, porque eles estão tentando evitar golpe, os caralho. O que eu saiba foi só isso. Mudou alguma coisa?
Yeah, unfortunately, no other options available, but you still do get the first 2 prize KO, and that is huge in the mirror match.
Absolutely. Going ahead here, taking the first 2 prizes, saying, hey, James, if you don't start taking prizes, I have the first 2 already in hand here, and I will keep trying to go for the second one. I mean, there might have been a reason why she was eyeing at the Ultra Ball earlier from that Noctowl, because it would have allowed to get you a Dragon Pokemon that you can then discard with your Earthen Vessel. However, you would then be missing the energy switch and not be able to attack in the first place. So
well, it would have forced you to get the energy switch off the V-Star power, and you don't really want to go in, because then let's say you discard 3 of them out of the top 7 cards. Well, then all of a sudden you're really, you get 2 of them back, but then you can't get any other card in your discard, and you don't want to have to get a particular card like that.
Let's see what we get out of this V-Star power. We were just talking about it, and James was like, hey, I have my own V-Star power to use as well. 7 cards hitting the discard pile as super rot. So I guess he didn't quite like what has hit the discard pile at this point. I see 2 Ogerpon. You might want to get some of them back into play, and I see quite a lot of energy there as well. So double super rod. Oh my god.
Yeah, that's this is generally not what you're hoping for when you use that V-Star power. You get your Regidrago, use your Legacy Star. You are hoping for, I'm going to get a second, use the Prime Catcher, I'm going to get a 5th energy switch. It is not generally what you're looking for here, but look, if that's what you need to do, that's what you need to do. So, the good news is we do have the Ogerpon, the Pheasant Dipty, the basic grass energy. These are cards you are going to need.
Yeah, there's some of the tools, and I think this is the story of the game so far from James at least. He has won the first game, absolutely correct, but both his V-Star powers came down to taking cards that you wouldn't usually want to use there. So even here, the Super Rod, the double Super Rod is typically not a classic V-Star combination you would get out of your discard pile. And Nina's like, oh, let me have a look what is actually in your discard pile. What was that Super Rod about? And yeah, you see the remaining energy and the remaining Pokemon. Yeah, through the combination of Super Rod and the Nest Ball, you get at least one of your Ogerpon Tiamas back into play. And of course, looking at the board state from James at the moment, he only has one Fire Energy attached, so he would need two Ogerpon, or at least I think the Fire Energy was already there at the beginning of the turn. He didn't attach for turn yet. So yes, he would need one Ogerpon, one Energy Switch, and one extra Grass Energy in hand.
Yeah, and he does have an energy switch in hand, I believe. So we get an Ultra Ball coming down here. That is going to go and grab a Giratina, which of course is going to hit the discard. And right now that is the attacker that you want, because it's not just taking 2 prizes and keeping up with the prize race. Nina just lost 2 energy for using her own attack. But if you can get rid of the fire as well, then that forces Nina to completely reset. Fire, 2 grass, another Teal Mass, 2 energy switch, really saying you've got to have the maximum possible combo. So, oh, Radiant Charizard apparently was in the... No, it's in the...
It's in the discard pile.
Yeah, it was in the discard, so you really want to get that back as well, because that is a great way to take those last couple of prizes off a Teal Mask Ogerpon or something like that.
Yeah, we haven't really talked about the Radiant Charizard too much here. Its ability basically allows you to attack up to, like, down to 1 fire energy if your opponent has taken 4 or more prize cuts already. So that can be huge towards the end of the game when your opponent has taken 2 knockouts, 4 prizes, and you can attach a single fire energy and get 250 damage with Combustion Blast. That is huge finisher, as you've just mentioned.
Yeah, it really does help nicely with those last couple of prizes. Here comes the Regidrago into the active with the requisite energy. And of course, with Giratina having hit the discard pile, we know what's happening here. 280 damage, lost zone 2 energy attached to your Pokemon, and Regidrago goes down. Good news for Nina, she has a Regidrago V. That's the only thing she couldn't get this turn, but she needs a V-Star. Fire Energy, Grass Energy, second Teal Mask Ogerpon, second Grass Energy, 2 energy switch. Possible.
Absolutely
awkward.
possible. Awkward for sure. I see 3 or 2 more Grass Energy in hand. 1 is already attached. Of course, you can't attach Grass Energy for turn because you then won't have an option to get the Fire Energy, because the only way you can get extra energies is through the Ogerpon. Ogerpon only accepts Grass Energies as a tribute, I might want to say here. But yeah, so the Cologne won't really make an impact here either, taking away the ability, but that doesn't come into effect. So the question is, discarding 2 more Grass Energies and an energy switch apparently in hand here as well, if you want to use that research. Looks like, yeah, Prime Catcher as well. That's not really a card, but it is being used. So let's see what has been targeted here and what you actually switch into yourself, because, well, it's going to be difficult to go back into your Regidrago if you don't have another pivoting tool like a switch, for example.
It depends if you think you're getting an attack off. If you don't think you're getting an attack off, you can put the knockdown active and just be like, you know what? I saw you use your Prime Catcher. I saw you not take it back with your V-Star power. And I know you only play 1 or 2 bosses orders too here. So I'm liking my chances. And essentially, Nina might be going for a reset turn here. Having to use 2 energy switch every turn to set up an attacker is not sustainable. Okay, and now that we've had a Grass Energy attached to it, oh no, that was an energy switch. Okay.
Energy switch from the Ogerpon to the Regidrago here. So 1 part's already done. We still need a second Ogerpon. There's a Super Rod that isn't really helpful, and
that is. You got Super Rod, and you got Jamming Tower, Radiant Charizard, and Squawkabilly. Not a hand of cards that are going to do much for you at this point in the game, Barish. So yeah, I do think this might end up being a bit of a reset turn here. We do get the Super Rod being played, but with the V-Star power having already been used and the Grass Energy attached, it does feel like, well, no Fire Energy ready to go, I mean. It does feel like maybe, look, next turn you at least only need 1 energy switch.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. And I feel like Lost Impact actually has such a huge impact in this game because both players had to use it, had to discard, or even lost zone 2 energies here. So they were both in an awkward situation where their Regidrago V-Star is only left with 1 energy. Interestingly enough, James has chosen to keep the Grass Energy and discard the Fire.
He has indeed. Fire Energy is in the lost zone from that Giratina's attack. And I think what you're saying to me is the impact of Giratina's attack was not lost on you. Nailed it. So we do see an Ultra Ball coming down here, getting rid of Pheasantipity, actually, and Teal Mask Ogapon to go and... What are we going to be? Is it? Okay, to go and grab a Hoot Hoot. That gives an option for Knockdown next turn. And we're kind of in that awkward situation where both players have used quite a lot of resources, taken 1 KO each, and now they're sitting around being like, well, I don't have what I need right now.
Yeah, it's really difficult. And also, whoever takes the next knockout, especially, I mean, Nina's currently very vulnerable here with the single lone Regidrago V on the bench. If that goes down, she has no option to evolve anytime soon, and that would throw her really back in this game. So James, however, would have to pull off a miracle here. I don't think, I mean, it's a statement here at the moment with the extra Hoot Hoot. Yeah, just passing over back to Nina.
Yeah, with Hoot Hoot having just been benched, Pheasantipity in the discard pile, and James has played both his super odds, so that Pheasantipty's done. Like, I'm pretty sure that Pheasantipity is not coming back anytime soon, by which I mean for the rest of this game. So it left James with limited draw options, so could not mount an attack. And now we're back to Nina, and the question is, what can you do? And again, you see Teal Mask Ogapon in the active, because that's a really annoying Pokemon to KO. Forces you to use the Giratina attack, and look, you don't mind using Giratina's attack to KO a Regidrago V-Star.
Did you see that turn? It was a single Ultra Ball, grabbed the Pheasantipity, empty hand, nothing else to do, and it's just back and forth here at this point. Draw a card as the Regidrago can't use, and back, and it's going back and forth quite literally. Okay, you get 2 energies now.
While you were talking there, Nina and James had 2 turns each. And now Nina's into another turn. And that wasn't a comment on you, sir. Yeah. You were not talking for very long. They were incredibly quick turns.
This gives you 1 extra card off your deck through that Ogapon. It is a boss's order, but checking the discard pile again. I mean, probably see the Fire Energy attached and going straight back. What is James looking for before he actually goes back into action? There's an Iono, but do you want to give your opponent 4 cards when they're currently down to a single card?
It's awkward. The problem with Iono is if you hold off for too long, your opponent draws out of it and you have regrets. And I've done that more than once. I'm not playing it, you've drawn nothing, and then they draw a Professor's Research.
There's an Ultra Ball,
speaking of which, she has drawn a Professor's Research, I believe.
I think so too, yeah. And with the Ultra Ball, you would get the Regidrago V-Star, but you still have a Noctowl kind of locked in the active position. At this point, both have not only used a lot of resources, but also both their V-Star power, so that won't be an option here. I see a switch, an energy switch and a switch in hand, so that could come in handy, but...
There's the switch.
Yeah, now my question is, why was the Fire Energy discarded earlier on? But I guess you can always retreat into Cleffa and draw up to 7 cards, and you set yourself up there. That's exactly what we're seeing.
Yeah, James doesn't really want to KO the Knockdown right now, because it doesn't help his prize map with no other single prize on Nina's board, and it would activate Pheasantipity to give Nina 3 extra cards. So that is not what you want to do. Here we go. Now, you can now manually attach to the Knockdown, and then retreat, because I believe it has a 1 retreat cost. Yes, it does.
Yep.
So you can energy switch, energy onto Knockdown, and then you can actually get an attack roll in here. Problem is, you don't want to KO. Now, the good news is there's at least a Hoot Hoot down, so your prize map can then go through like a Knockdown. But ideally here, if you KO the Cleffa, it's 3 damage counters and Dragapult's attack, that'll do fine. You don't really want to use an actual attack here, and that's what James is betting on. James is saying, you know what, Nina, I don't think you're going to KO this Cleffa because it doesn't really help you very much.
Yeah, oh, and there's another Professor's Research, an energy switch in hand, and we might actually, I think your play was perfectly fine, attached to the active retreat, but then do you want to take a knockout? At least, the only bear in mind here, James doesn't have a Pheasantipity. It is in the discard pile, not on the bench. Nina earlier was saying, hey, I'm happy to discard my whole hand for a great Ultra Ball and get that Pheasantipity ready. So if you were to take a knockout, I would have extra drawing power there. We see a manual attachment to Regidrago, so a little bit of a slower turn here, and see a boss's order actually. It was a boss's order all along.
Oh, it was
so what are we bossing up is the question here. Then we can always... Okay, we can...
Okay, so that means we're not KOing here. If you're going to KO, you go after the one that's got energy attached. So that is just an... Okay, yeah, you know what? Your turn again. Nina doesn't have the Regidrago V-Star. She still hasn't got the V-Star. I don't believe she's got any access to it right now. So we KO the... We get rid of the Kyurem, with an Earthen Vessel. We got 30 minutes left, remember, on this top 16, this asymmetrical top cup. We have a much longer, we got 17 minutes, so we're not worried about
actually.
time. Pardon?
75 even though.
5 minutes.
Yep.
We are not worried about time here. We've got plenty of time to finish out of game 3. We are going to have an actual result here. The question is, we've reached a real stalemate in this game. Who's going to break it?
Yeah, exactly. We see the Earthen Vessel for the infamous grass-fire combination. Fire probably hitting one of the Raging Dragos. But before all of that, you always want to attach your grass to Ogerpon first to get an extra card off the deck, which might enable even more options. So let's see the top deck here off that Ogerpon. It is
Radiant Charizard, which, yeah, it's way too expensive right now. It'd be a great option for taking out, say, the Knockdown, but not at this point in the game. Speaking of Knockdown, James plays Knockdown, goes to search out any 2 cards. He's only got 6 cards left in his deck, you know.
Yeah, it's very thin. We talked about the stalemate or currently like standing out each other. And I mean, you don't have to, especially with these.
Literally, sorry, he's only literally got 2 trainers in his deck. The only other option was Nespal. Carry on.
Yeah, sorry, I was going to say, like, with how fast these decks are running through their resources, it's not uncommon that you suddenly only have 5 cards left in your deck and still 4 prizes to take.
Right, so there's a fire energy. Double energy switch. Oh, it's happening now, Barish. We're getting an attack. It is going to happen.
Do we have a gust, though, as well? Something to pull another active Pokemon, because you might not want to take the knockout on the Noctowl, but I think that's the only option we have.
The only good news here is if you do set the KO on the knockdown, there we go. It is a boss's orders onto the Regidrago, which is absolutely huge, because now we can KO all of the energy. We KO the only Regidrago. There will be no V-Star next turn. That is the only really good attacker to which Nina had access. She's lost her Regidrago. She's lost her energy. And this is a very bad position for Nina to come back from here. And she's having a look through James's discard. But I feel like we've just seen the pivotal moment in the game here, Barish.
Absolutely, that might be one of the places we'll see in the replays if this might be the last game here, but absolutely crucial. Nina was maybe waiting just a little bit too long here, and James is very comfortable in the stalemate position. With the Noctowl ready, you can just search out any 2 trainers, and like if the boss wasn't in deck, then it was in hand, and this late in game, if you have 2 more trainers, you can exactly get the puzzle of double energy switch. And now, even with the Fazendipity, it's really hard to come back. You have no Drago V-Star, and I don't think the Ogerpon Tearmask will get anywhere close to enough energy to take a knockout here.
No, you need, unfortunately, 9 combined energy. There's 2 on Regidrago. You would need 7. That is not happening. And the thing is, James has set up his board perfectly here. James just needs a grass energy. Literally a grass energy. If it's a single prizer in the active, he will need to get some gusting going on. But if it's a single prizer in the active, he can even just use Dragapulse attack to, preserve the energy. And I just don't think Nina, essentially, if she puts the Tearmask Ogerpon active, she will lose. If she doesn't, then James just keeps rolling along.
I think the switch was never actually used. James is very happy to just put another Regidrago Vista. We'll pull a card, and I think...
Vamos não joga o deck de X.
We do. That's the wrong Pokemon, though. Are we attaching to the active here? Could we double
isso eu consigo fazer.
There's another fire energy. We can maybe buy another turn.
Isso eu também consigo fazer.
The only option here is to make sure that James is running out of deck cards. So, yeah, there's 1 attachment and pass over. Yeah, I think
of like what James is doing here. James is saying, look, I don't care. I will set up very slowly my next Regidrago V-Star because I know how out of options you are. So energy switch with the boss's orders, which we know is in hand, will win the game here. Or switch and an energy. There's an energy. And I think James is going to pass again here and go, okay, you tried gusting up Regidrago. That didn't work. Now what?
Yeah, I think I just want to see if the last card is a grass energy, so it's only a matter of next turn. If there's a pass and there's another grass energy for turn back-to-back here for James to win. I think what has been one of the first times we feature a player back-to-back on stream here, not only in the last Swiss run, but also in Top Cut here. And I think it's only a matter of time until Nina has to see no options left, no other gust option left, I believe, in deck.
Nossa, que OP horrível.
And that's going to be James's big turn here.
Yeah, there's an energy switch onto the Knockdown.
Ainda dá pra consertar.
We have to go. We could.
Caralho, Regime Bolt. Talvez é pra ganhar.
Either the bench Pokemon. There is the fist bump, and James Cox will be heading into the top 8 of the
Boa,
Leo Regional
James
Championship.
ganhou.
Back-to-back wins on stream. Neither of them were easy, but James has managed to pull them off, heading into the top 8 proper. Commiserations to Nina, who has exactly halved her result. We had an 18th place finish in Dortmund, a 9th place finish in Lille. I look forward to seeing her come 4.5 in good
A pote que seria perfeito. Boa. Perdi um de cada, mas tá tudo certo.
Top 16 more, so gets you another 160 points on the board, and that's huge into the long season.
Yeah, that is going to be good. What else?
Ele não bate na mesa, né?
Let's have a gander at what happened in that game.
Bate não.
So we go back to game 1 here, and of course we had the Nina attacking with Tiamat Gogapom, but then her own Tiamat Gogapom went down to Tiamat Gogapom. But we see a
Just go.
KO with James here, KOing Red Drago with Red Drago. Bit of a theme there for James. But then we get here to the end of the game, and we see we've got
Iono, beleza.
we've got Kyurem actually taking the big win in game 1.
Yeah, it was in both cases sniping down damages. The first one was a Triforce.
Not bad at all.
The boss and grass energy to clean out the game. I mean, we saw the Rage Drago. It was a stalemate.
Não tinha básico.
Just waiting one more turn to set up perfectly, but it was just too
Too
late.
dance.
The Gust, the boss, KOing the Rage Drago V before it could have.
Não tá na tela mesmo não, viu, gente? Tô jogando em offzinho aqui enquanto o campeonato passa. Pior que eu acho que não tem praticamente ninguém aí.
Suboptimally, I think might be the way to put it. And unfortunately for Nina, James was
carrinho.
able to navigate around
Eu acho.
a little bit better.
Será que dá a pena dar carrinho?
Não,
né? Recuperou os Raging Bolt que perdeu. Energia de planta no turno mesmo e passou. Olha, eu consigo lotar essa mesa aqui legal, hein? Arvin. Arvin eu vou dar pra Hiperaroma e vou dar pra Skate ou Challenge Band. Caralho. Prizei todas as Defiance Band. Tem 2 Defiance prizadas. Esse é amigo meu.
But I am saying that that was one strategy she could have chosen to employ. Like I said, I think it was Isaiah Bradner we saw do this at Worlds, you know, just doing that twice in a mirror match to win the game. She never had that option. It was never available to her. And that's a little bit of a problem, you know. Both
Retreat.
games, she was a little let down by her prizes. And let's be honest, this is what Red Drago does. 1 Giratina, 1 Kyurem, 1 Noctowl, 1 Hootooth, 1 Radiant Charizard, 1 Pheasantipity, 1 Mew. If you keep playing all of those one-offs, sooner or later,
they will be priced.
Yeah, you are going to have to navigate some prizes. So, yes, Nina did have some unfortunate prizes, but Red Drago is a deck that can lead its way there.
Yeah.
O Tuak eu vou pra praça, né? Não, a praça tá na mão, pô. Cara, seria legal ir pra item aqui, mas eu tô até que de boa. Eu vou pra praça direto.
And it's slowly but steady. She's improving and getting more and more results. 160 CP on the board. I think that brings her to 400.
Eu não preciso do besorrinho nessa jogada, né? Essa matchup não pede besorro. A matchup dá pra jogar sem besorro, pô. Dá pra ir pro esculacho, mas aqui não tem que esculachar. Eu vou pra energia. Só pra ter garantia de gameplay numa volta. Eu preciso matar só 3 mesmo, então é muito mais fácil pra mim ganhar. Vai que ele ter começado de Illuminion foi horrível. Esse start de Illuminion é amaldiçoado, cara. Vai lá. Subiu o Gerpon. Tá com 3 cartas na mão. Se ele não tiver apoiador, ele perdeu, mano. Porque matar ele não vai.
games on stream for the entire rest of the event.
That would be an option for sure as well.
Eu acho que ele não tem. Falei? Cara, ele deu muito ruim. Nossa, ele deu muito ruim. Que coitado. Nossa, mas tomou uma surra. Coitado. Pracinha passou o trator nele.
I mean, having a player from the Oceania region winning our regional would continue the stream. We'll have to see how that figures out as we go through. Right now, however, well, we have a lovely caster on the team, Amy. She's not casting.
Ah, você tá brincando? Faltou ainda. Vou jogar Mayumi. Jogar Mayumi então. Faltou ligar uma energia. Ah, é verdade, não. Eu liguei só 2 energias. Esse aqui tá na ult.
Honestly, I had so much fun because I just picked a deck that I knew I was going to have fun with.
Yeah, so I heard you were Cloth Gaming, weren't you, yesterday?
I was clothing around, and I was clothing around today too, and the card I did much better. So having a fantastic day today.
Much better? How better? Like
went 5-3, so I'm really, really close.
Eu não sei o que escolheu.
I started on a really hot run, so I wish I could have gone further, but honestly, I'm just happy that Cloth got results today.
Yeah, I mean, Cloth has done very, very well. We were talking on the stream about how.
Tá, se eu fosse primeiro eu tinha brincado, ainda bem que eu fui segundo. Nossa, eu tinha brincado lindo se eu fosse primeiro. Ah, nem lindo, mas eu ia só dar uma pof e rezar. É Charunt mesmo? Deck de envenenar. Esse deck aqui, dependendo do que ele coloca atrás, eu ganho rápido. Vamos ver. Que sério esse Pervara. Sneasel. Caralho, os Sneasel normal. Ok, passou. É, um começo bem tranquilo até. Foda do Rabisca é que é efeito de ataque, né, velho? Se não fosse efeito de ataque, seria do caralho. Skatinho é sempre bom, né, cara? Skatinho nunca é demais. Another Puffin. Pra um macaco e o Tatsugiri ou rola bosta? Rola bosta. Meu primeiro turno, não tem muito o que fazer. Cara, é que esse Aplin pode morrer, né? Eu acho que eu vou jogar atrás no intuito desse aqui morrer. Se ele mata ele, eu fico sem energia. Vai lá. Eu já fiz o meu requisito da dele. Agora é só jogar. O que faz esse Revive? Ah, que da hora. Ele troca. Tá bom, que sério. Eu já esperava levar uma Xera em algum ponto. Dá pra jogar ainda, hein? Joga ainda, hein? Não ia falar nada não, mas joga ainda. Esse Monkeydorex faz o quê? Ah, tranquilo.
Look at this bracket, shall we?
Let's get the bracket up. I'm going to need some help from all you lovely people at home because
caralho, é o deck dos 3 leais mesmo. Só isso? Se for só isso, eu vou ainda pra cima pra arregaçar. Ah, beleza. Minha energia Dark no Kidog. Pingente no Kidog pra proteger ele. Deu o efeito que poisona nós. Troca, poisonou. Efeito dele também. Caraca. Ele toma de planta? Não. Isso será complicado. Cara, ele tá com 290, velho. Eu não consigo arrancar isso em um turno só. Não consigo regaçar. Dá pra eu dar um bom dano. Tatsu. Absa. Jax. Não, Jax não, ainda não. Bom é que eu acho que se eu matar ele nem tem volta mais. Se eu for pra cima e levar esse cara, ele não tem volta. Pra Cita. Ah, curou ele, né? Interesting too. Nossa, ele tá ferrado, ele não vai conseguir dar os triggers dele. Caralho, a praça atrapalha o deck dele, verdade. Ele não consegue dar esse gatilho do Poison, porque vai ficar curando enquanto tiver energia, né? Interessante.
Do not underestimate the spider.
Ross, I have to say, if I ever get in trouble, I want you defending myself. You will be the first person I will call out. You will have to make my case. That was amazing, but I think bugs don't stand a chance against fire Pokemon.
Fun fact, I actually did do a degree in law and I was a professional law teacher for 13 years.
Toma. Aqui mesmo que eu morrer, eu não tô me preocupando. Ele só tem uma na mão, né? Ele não tem draw power. Ele não vai trocar provavelmente. Eu acho. Se ele for recuar ali, ele vai recuar só pra poder fazer o meme. E seguir o baile. Com duas na mão fica complicado.
Get your votes in. While they're voting, Barrett, I have a question for you.
Sure, go ahead.
How many pet tarantulas do you think I have in my house to the nearest 10?
To the nearest 10?
To the nearest 10.
Imaginei, só bateu. Jogada simples.
I have around 40 pet tarantulas in my house, plus about 20 snakes, if anybody's interested. We have a reptile room in my house, and some people, when they visit my house, don't want to go in the room with the 20 snakes and 40 spiders.
Isso seria legal.
And frankly, I can understand that. So I am
Vamos começar o nosso loop do deck, né? Cara, o Munkidori não toma. Ele tá usando todos os que não tomam. O único que toma é o Ivile, correto?
Make sure to get your votes in. Don't let yourself be distracted by this amazing defense, because I think the case is very clear. Might be a worse defendant here, but Charizard is the winner in my eyes, and I think in your hearts as well.
I mean, everyone loves Charizard.
Batidão.
Do you know the smallest Pokemon? The physically smallest Pokemon.
It's gotta be Nightmarch user. What's the little spider called?
Joltik.
Joltik? Is it Joltik?
It is Joltik. It's the smallest Pokemon, and it evolves into Galvantula. Let's have a look at the results and see if Galvantula has done it again. It's done it again! 58% over Charizard. It is all about Galvantula this weekend. I'm going to find somewhere I can pick up a special illustration rare Galvantula. This is wonderful. I'm so excited, Barrett. I can't even talk anymore. Let's just go to a break.
Well. Eu devia ter buscado porque o Munkidori vai segurar. Ele não vai ser estúpido, ele vai botar o Munkidori na frente. Não que é um problema ele botar o Munkidori na frente, mas eu fui burro. Isso foi bom. Não, ele botou outro Peturant. Pra mim isso é bom. Quanto mais X eu matar, melhor pra mim. Nossa, como é burro, por que ele colocou nesse? Ah, tá, ele tinha como colocar... Ah, ele quer preparar um Munkidori pra jogar. Cara, esse Monkidor é meio zoadinho, tá ligado? Tipo, ele é da hora, mas eu não sei não se vale muito a pena. Vai recuar ou fechar um? Carregou eles de energia, mas eu não vejo muito ganho não. Ah lá. Não pode ficar com condição negativa por causa da praça. Cara, eu mato você muito fácil na volta. Esse duelo aqui tá no papo, hein? Tá bem tranquilinho de jogar. Nossa, já veio? Nem vou precisar gastar. Ele vai ter que tirar uma Iona ali, velho. Mas tá bem lascado agora. Só isso que eu quero garantir. Não tem problema, vou pegar uma prize só. Não ligo. Ah. Arven.
The nail biters are now coming. We are very soon kicking off with top 8 action here at the Lille Regional Championships for the Pokemon trading card game for the 2025 season.
Pegou outro monte.
I am joined by the inimitable Shay Burton. Shay, how are you doing?
Wow,
Panela.
What was that word again? Inimitable, like no one can copy you.
Okay, well I'll take that, yeah, that's what we like to see. But yeah, I'm feeling very excited, right? We're getting towards the nail, as you said, nail biting time now. Top 8 coming soon, top 4. And then we'll have
Pode bater já? Pode.
Has been shaping out here. How our top 8 actually is panning
No
out.
problem at all.
Kyle and Kababe on the top, the sort of Australian showdown.
Showdown, absolutely.
We've got Alberto Conti, fantastic friend of mine, versus Eve, who's also a friend of mine. Joshua Vanelva showed a very popular content creator versus.
Realmente chega um ponto do jogo que você nem tá ligando mais o que tá acontecendo, você só vai montando a mesa que você foda.
Every single time I see in these top 8 brackets that, yeah, it's always the mix, right? It's always, yeah, some new players coming in, but players like Joshua who's been playing for such a long time, still making good results. And speaking of
Joshua,
there he is!
Shall receive. We got Joshua Vanelva shoulder on the right.
Zapdos TCG.
Yeah. Versus Clement there on the left. Let's go, Clement. Let's see. Currently hasn't had any big finishes yet, but you know what? Having a top 8 as your first one, and that's the bare minimum. It could be a top 4, could be a final, could be champion, but on the right, Joshua will be able to try and stop that from happening. 2024 World Top 32, EUIC Top 32,
Oh, you're dead, bro.
Top 16, and Dortmund Regional Top 30.
O problema aqui é que ele vai pôr o Monkidori na frente. Isso tudo bem.
Joshua's been playing for a very long time indeed, and that experience paying off in spades. And very much a contrasting showdown, right, of the veteran experience versus the up-and-coming, perhaps the underdog here in Clermont, but going to be wanting to put his name out there as a future contender for multiple championships. As you can see, the prizes are coming out, and the one Dragon Ball prize in Pidgeot for Clermont, and we do see the prizes for Josh aren't too bad.
Você é doido? Ah, tá. Nossa, se eu soubesse eu tinha jogado a Defiance. Não acho muito inteligente o que ele fez, não. O Mato se matou. Se ele coloca o Monkidor, ele ainda segura um turno ainda. Ou qualquer um dos dois, né, no caso. Acho que ele não tinha visto a vantagem, ele quis acabar logo dela. Tá bom. Esquisito.
Really fun. So Joshua has a couple mini games he wants to do. He needs to get some Archeops in his hand and then into the discard pile as soon as possible. Why is that? Because Lugia V-Star, Summoning Star, V-Star Power lets you grab any 2 colorless non-rule box Pokemon from your discard pile and pop them straight onto your bench.
Eu sei, vai chupado.
Ability Fumble Turbo lets you attach 2 special energies from your deck to any one of your Pokemon once per turn. However, if you have 2 of them in play, thanks to Summoning Star, you have 4
Então
special
Buster pra abrir
energies from
aqui.
your deck. You can attach whenever you like. Letting Josh
Lugia aí? Nossa, o cara abriu de Luminion, velho. Meus pesos. Oh, mas essa Open de Luminion é mais frequente do que aparenta, né? Que bicho desgraçado. Ele usa um só no deck e abre tanto assim. Dá raiva, cara. Bicho maldito, mano. Ah, bufalante. Cara, acho que com a grana que eu tenho eu consigo fazer 2 ratos, né? Desse deck aqui. Tá faltando só os ratão. Dá pra trocar por 2 ratos. Tá, falta um rato agora. Pronto. Olha lá, só falta um rato que eu não tenho. Aí dá pra jogar de rato também isso aqui, velho. Verdade, deixa eu ver. Tirei ele? Não, não tirei não. Achei que eu tinha tirado Cinderace nos Buster daqui. Tirei não. Tirei só os Raboot. Olha lá, isso é eles.
Yeah, it almost reminds me, as we do see an Ultra being played, they're discarding a
Quanto fiz as dele? Foi rapidinho.
Right?
Raging Bolt bricou feio e esse cara do 3 Leais se fudeu bonito também. Tem nada, coitado.
The stage 1 Draclock is actually kind of useful. Has that recon directive ability, lets you look at the top 2 cards of your deck once per turn, put 1 in your hand and 1 into the bottom. So there is
é Dragapult. Lugia versus Dragapult. Top 8.
As we do see an Ino being played here as well. So both players shuffling their hand to the bottom of the deck.
Dragapultzinho.
Yeah, this is one of the reasons why Ino is such a great card. It is, of course, very well known for the fact that it does disrupt your opponent's hand. Of course, the more prize cards that they've taken, the less cards that they draw off of it. But then also in the early game, it can destroy your cards, right? Both players shuffle their hands, put them to the bottom of the deck, and then draw for each prize card they have. So in the early game, it's a draw 6 for you too.
Worth noting, Clement did prize 2 Fire Energy. Does play 3, so 1 is available in the hand now, and can use that Sparkling Crystal to get around that. They're both in the hand though, so if Ino comes out of nowhere here, both the Fire Energy outs will be at the bottom of the decks. Interesting thing to keep an eye on, because the Phantom Dive does have an awkward attack cost of 1 fire, 1 sidekick. That Sparkling Crystal is very useful though. A Spec Tool card, when it's attached to a Terra Pokemon, you can reduce, well, you can minus off any energy cost from the attack.
To that exact point, Sparkling Crystal was what really pushed Dragon Ball over the edge, because this isn't a card
Rotomzinho, 3 cards.
Twilight Masquerade, it was very hyped going into the Twilight Masquerade format, didn't do as much, but then that Sparkling Crystal came out, and then
Rotomzinho caro, difícil de achar essa desgraça.
With one energy attachment and that Sparkling Crystal, so it meant you could get going a lot more quickly.
As Clement did end the
Ultra
turn,
Ball,
instant charge from
lá
Rogue,
atrás do
draw
Lugia
3
V-Star.
cards. Now is over to Joshua. Does have a Lugia V-Star in hand, did attach a gift energy, and here we are going to see an Ultra Ball. Going to discard Blastors and Jet Energy to grab himself an Archeops. Now,
there's number 1.
There's number 1. Got to get in the discard pile first. We know that there is a Lugia V-Star in hand currently. So there is no Archeops in discard pile yet, but if there's a nice Ultra Ball here, could get rid of 2 Archeops, and all of a sudden, Joshua will be off to the races. Remember, the winner of this round will find themselves in top 4 here at the Lille Regional Championship. Start to get some massive amount of championship points and cash prizing as well. Worth noting, this Ultra Ball will shuffle the deck, so the cards that were at the bottom of that Iono are now liberated.
Yeah, very important to note that. It's, of course, it's one of those strange things where because Iono does put things in a specific order in a way, right? You want to, make sure that you can shuffle the deck to sort of reshuffle the deck and let the cards at the bottom go to the top. Oh, we just spotted something, Shay.
Here we go. Big research here. Do we see Archeops on the way to discard it? No!
Oh, a little bit
so
short.
Close.
We see the Ultra Ball, but no way to get another Pokemon and no Archeops. So yeah, just stuck with one single Archeops gaming here if he decides to go for it.
We could do that. That would start to apply pressure, but I don't know.
Ensino.
We have seen. We did see it all the way back round 3 at this stream. Constant Climber did summoning star for 1. It looks like that's what Joshua is going to do. I think you kind of have to here. You're still applying pressure. Dragapult, it doesn't apply that much pressure.
It doesn't feel great because it is not hard for...
Oh, no, it is hard.
Okay.
Passou.
Yeah, I was going to say, the problem against Dragapult specifically is that it is not a deck that has a hard time finding a way to kill you. You have the Pidgeot engine. You can search your boss's orders pretty easily later on. So Joshua recognizing, you know what, it's a bit too much of a risk. I'm not under a massive amount of pressure right now. Obviously, there are 2 Dreepy down, but at this point, I think I'm happy just sitting back and passing.
Yeah, you could just say, you know what, I'll have my optimal start. Your stage 2 deck, though, maybe you won't as well. So Joshua opted not to summoning star for 1 Archeops. Remember, summoning star is a V-star power. You can only use that once per game. So if you was to try and pop it for 1 Archeops, that's all she wrote for game 1. So as we do see a Hisuian heavy ball being played. Didn't looks like
no basics hit. Yeah.
Escape. Oh, no, that's not exclusive. Rescue board attached to the active that reduces the retreat cost by 1 on the Halucha.
Arvin.
Now, Arvin in stage 2 decks normally means you can get whatever you want because you can obviously search you for a tool card and an item.
Ah, é. Fiz pouco, mas dá pra tomar uma xícara cada um, tranquilo. Ó, você toma as 2 ele uma. 2 ventinhos, a internet cai. Caiu aí, bicho? Aqui só tá chovendo só. Vai ficar chovendo fininho o dia inteiro. Inclusive, você tinha falado da mudança do Pix. A única coisa que eu vi que vai mudar é que agora vai ter, pra ter transferência alta lá, tem que estar cadastrado o celular e não sei o que. Tá ligado? Porque tava tendo muito golpe, né? Pelo menos foi essa a única mudança que eu vi, não sei se tem mais. Deixa o celular na mão de velho, filho, na mão de gente burra, pra tomar golpe. Pra tomar golpe do urubu do Pix é fácil mesmo. Os urubu do Pix come a folha mesmo. Deixa eu liberar aqui que você vê melhor. Sim, é permitido só 200 por vez, limitado a 1000 por dia. Nos não cadastrado, né? Nos não cadastrado. O meu caso é tudo cadastrado, então não tem problema. E eu faço tudo sempre do mesmo celular, então não tem treta. Eu não fico fazendo de outros lugares. Tá ligado? Não, então, tô falando das mudanças, mas eu acho que não muda tanto assim, não. Eu também não faço tanta transferência de valor alto, eu tô fazendo mais porque agora eu tô com o CNPJ ativo porque meu pai passou a firma dele pro meu nome. Aí a parte de gerenciamento financeiro tá tudo no meu nome, né? Então é eu que faço os pagamentos, eu que faço os negócios de escritório, né? Pago escritórios, caralho. Aí tem vez que é valor alto, né? Mas aí já é CNPJ, é outra história. Não é pessoa física. Aí é outra história. Agora o Leão vai atrás de tu, infelizmente, né? Todo ano agora tem que fazer o... Tem que fazer um impostinho pro Leão, fazer o quê? Todo ano.
Oh, but maybe you have to. Yeah. Oh, that does not feel good though. If you're Joshua, can't think of much of a worse set of energies to discard, especially in this matchup.
Yeah, you're right. The Mist Energy, while it's attached to a Pokemon, prevents all effects of attacks to the Pokemon it's attached to, and since Phantom Dive placing damage counters...
não sei da minha irmã. Se duvidar, meu pai nem vai buscar. Não, não tô falando que a minha irmã usa, eu tô falando que é da minha irmã, não é deles, entendeu? Sei lá, se der, deixa aí, senão leva também. Eu sei que eu não vou levar pra lá, se vocês iam buscar, eles levam. Então, né, eu não vou levar. Como é que eu vou levar esse colchão de volta? Exatamente. Se quiser deixar aí, vender pra mim, tá bom também. Ó, tem 2 Luminion no deck do cara, por isso que brincou. Não, tudo bem, Lugia precisa buscar apoiador, mas 2 Luminion é exagero, pô.
Oh wait, is that an old? What is that card there?
Oh, hold on.
I don't think after that research, I saw a way to get another Archeops in a discard pile. So I think, what is it gonna be? Great ball.
Oh, there's no discard cards.
Discard card again.
Well, no, last time it was no Pokemon. No Archeops. This time it was no discard cards.
True, sorry,
missing a different thing each time. Oh, that's so rough for Joshua.
Cara, eu acho muito bizarro que o Lugia usa Great Ball, velho. Nenhum deck do meta usa Great Ball e os caras usam, não sei porquê. Mano, Great Ball é muito ruim, velho. Só não é pior que Pokéball. Tá, se você não tem grana pra comprar os itens de busca assim, bom do jogo, tudo bem. Você mete 4 Great Ball lá como quebra galho, mas no meta usando Great Ball, acho bizarro. Quebra galho eu entendo, agora no meta eu acho estranho.
Wow. As we did see the Great Ball grabbing Iron Hands EX there, and there should be another Great Ball being played.
Segunda Great que ele vai dar, inclusive.
No, still no Archeops, no way to discard things. Yeah, this is really rough. I mean, maybe now you do have to go with a single Archeops gaming, but it doesn't feel great. If you do that, you're not even getting a KO on this Dragapult.
If we did get the second Archeops there, we could have actually special rolled to KO that Dragapult, but nope. So we're going to see Summoning Star for 1. Archeops is in play. Primal Turbo is live. 2 special energy from the deck can get attached. It's probably have to go to the active now. Just so you can put some damage into play, surely.
Yeah, but again,
bota energia no Lugia.
I guess the legacy energy is kind of nice. You can put that on the active, so that way the Phantom Dive damage will turn.
Ah, não, não é o Lugia não que tá na frente, é o Cincino. Agora que eu vi, o Lugia tá atrás ali com quase tá com 200 tomado na orelha. Tomou 200 de dano na orelha do Dragapult.
So you definitely want to be careful about using that at the right time. But actually, no, just going to go for the double gift energy instead.
Okay, so that'd be what, 7, 14, 21. 21. Okay, so you could actually... This special roll does set up for potential amp you very much for 3 prizes. Am I...
Rapaz, 210 ali no Dragapult agora.
Oh yes,
because you need to have a double turbo in the mix somewhere. And wait, would that mean that it would be short?
Yeah, it would be short with a double turbo energy.
Yeah, 190 goes to 290. Yeah, oh, that's super rough again. Just Joshua just missing
the
beats here, really not. And Claymont just announced his Phantom Dive.
Não vai morrer os dois, não?
Don't need to do a lot there. So yeah, Phantom Dive into the active and then 6 damage.
Ou o Lugia aguenta? Lugia aguenta? Caralho, ah é, o V-Star do Lugia é 280, né? Eu achava que era 260. 280 o V-Star dele. Aí ele segura mesmo.
And especially also given that the current cards in hand are really nothing that Joshua wants. So just really, really rough draws from Joshua's side. And this is what puts some people off the Lugia deck. It is very, very strong when it gets going, but it is sometimes vulnerable to these clunky hands where you can't really work.
Acho que ele vai perder, não.
Or you draw your energy, so you can't prime.
Essa primeira tá horrível por causa do Lugia ali.
Complex moving pieces. We do see there, you did just mention the Iron Hands. He's thinking about benching it. There's the Legacy energy in hand too. So maybe you could Primal Turbo, you know, attach Legacy from the hand and then Primal Turbo, the double Turbo, and something else. Maybe you get 2 prizes off of, I don't know, a Dreepy or a Pidgey or something.
Well, I mean...
Okay, colocou Iron Hands.
Clement did exactly nothing last turn. All he did was attack, right? I mean,
yeah,
okay,
true.
So you haven't got too much going on, clearly. So I could try and start to race you. Here we see Jet Energy going to fling the Iron Hands into the active. Let's have a look. What are we...
Wait, okay, so if you Iron this is fine, because then the Legacy goes back into the deck and then you can Primal Turbo it. So that's okay.
Isso era boa.
Yeah, so now we can do Ino. It's going to get both players' hands back to the button. The thing is, you know that Clement didn't do much last turn, but if you need to play that Ino, you have to do it.
Wait, oh, hold on a second. No, wait, it is going to work out. It's... No, it's not, right? This is... I got the math wrong earlier, but this is 210, right?
Right.
So, yeah, Primal Turbo, this is going to be... It's going to be 10 short. Is there something we're missing here? I don't think so, right? You know, 210 plus 100 for Ampy very much. It's 310. That's not enough.
Yeah, well, let's see what happens. Maybe we could be trying to set up the 2-shot then, maybe.
But surely you just do that with Lugia instead, right? I mean...
Doesn't want to leave it in the active, perhaps, so it doesn't just easily get KO'd. Could put a missed energy onto Lugia at that point.
Ele errou o dano. Ô, louco, nessa altura do campeonato você errar calcular o dano é foda, hein? Ele errou o dano, mano. Ele esqueceu que as duas turbo ia dar 40 menos, pô? Aí é foda. Não que ele tinha muito jogo ali, na minha opinião, tá ligado? Ele já tava meio fudido. Não que ele tinha muito game ali, né? Tá bem lascadinho. Ah, esse é o cara do zap dos TCG? Ah, eu vi a camisa e falei, ué, eu reconheço esse cara, é o dono do canalzinho lá. Ele joga de Lugia nessa temporada mesmo, agora eu lembrei dele. Ele tá no top 8, boa. Ah, joga muito, fi. E aí, Perreto, bom dia. Joga pra caralho, amigo.
The fact there was only one Archeops is what exacerbated that, because if there's two, you didn't need to attach double turbo. You could have done primal turbo for non-damage reducing energies. 120 would have been enough. Not so much.
Unfortunately not, and that would have been really interesting. That would have been a 3-prize turn there.
Yeah, it would have been. And, that would have been a chance then for Joshua to come back, I think. But then, actually, no, it would have been really good because the Iron Hand is very hard to be one shot. So then you open up a chance to do like another ampy very much on something else. Yeah.
And if you're Clement there, you must be thinking, my hand was actually pretty dire. You know when they just announced Phantom Dive and that was it? I had a look at their hand, it was like double counter catcher, Dust War and a basic energy or something. So they weren't doing a lot. So if I'm Clement,
tu já viu o jogo TCG Card Shop Simulator? O Abisso me deu de presente. O Abisso me deu de presente ele, mó engraçado. Tu gerencia uma loja, faz os rolês, tá ligado? É criativa a ideia de dos caras que fez.
Joshua was telling us yesterday, hasn't changed this list at all since the World Championships where he did really well.
É interessante a ideia. É um jogo extremamente específico, mas é legalzinho.
For Joshua as well could be annoying. That's usually a very helpful setup card in the early turns if you can get the combos right. So let's see how this comes into play in this game as Joshua does go.
Tá, a open básica dos dois decks, né? Um drip de um lado, um Lugia do outro. Energia dupla no Lugia. Jogou torre de interferência. É isso aí. Sem ferramentas enquanto tiver esse campo aí. Desliga as ferramentas. Ah, o Arvin não fica inútil, ele só ficou inútil na busca da ferramenta, o resto joga. Muito bem feito e viciante pra quem gosta de TCG então. Ah não, então, mas eu acho que a premissa básica pra você curtir ele é gostar de TCG, porque o jogo é todo voltado pra isso, né, pô. Tipo, você pode até gostar se você gosta de jogo de gerenciamento, tá ligado? Que ele é basicamente um jogo de gerenciamento também. Mas eu acho que se você não gosta de jogo de carta, ele é bem passa, assim, tá ligado? Porque ele não é tipo um Harvest Moon, sabe? É só literalmente mexer com a loja. Mexe com a loja, abre buster, tira a carta, compra caixa, organiza campeonato, tá ligado? E assim vai, tipo, você é literalmente um simulador de dono de loja de TCG. Então ele é muito mais específico, né? Eu não indicaria pra alguém que não gosta de jogo de carta, tá ligado? Mas se o cara já gosta, acha legal, pô, aí já é da hora. Só não gosto muito dele ser primeira pessoa. Tá ligado? Sei lá, se ele fosse tipo um The Sims da vida, eu acho que seria melhor. Sabe? Mas eu só não gosto. Mas eu entendo, fazer ele primeira pessoa é muito mais fácil, ainda mais sendo um indie, né? É muito mais fácil fazer uma terceira pessoa. Primeira, desculpa. Em primeira pessoa. Eu não sou muito fã não, mas o jogo foi legal. Tanto que na Steam ele tá até bem avaliadinho.
Yes, there is definitely an argument for that. It depends on how aggressive you think Clement's turn can be. There is the saving grace that Phantom Dive won't KO a Lugia, so yeah, maybe you just go for it. Yeah,
especially when you have the backup of the jamming tower as well, right?
Yeah, I think with the jamming tower especially, you have the protection there, makes total sense. Just get that one Archeops guaranteed in a discard pile, and then with any like I know next turn will find you the rest of what you need.
Although Oh, rare candy Pidgeot coming slamming down.
Oh boy.
Quick search letting you grab any card you like from your deck. That is the Pidgeot's ability. There we go, Nest Ball going to be played as well. So that means, and we know that Sparkling Crystal's currently in hand as well. So realistically, can Clement piece together the pieces to get an attack? I'm not actually 100% sure if we can, if we do see Rotom V being taken. Let's have a look.
Rotomzinho.
Here we see Quick Search. I know Sparkling Crystal's in hand. There's no energy in hand, though, I don't think. There's no rare candy and there's no Dragapult. So I don't think Quick Search can just be a bailout option here.
No, I think instead it's a setup option. You know that it's going to be a bit slow, so yeah, just Quick Search with his Buddy Puffin, get some more Pokemon out, and then just maybe end the turn on an instant charge. I think that's probably fine.
Yeah, no, I think that's what we're going to have to be lining up.
Pretende trazer alguma gameplay no YouTube dele jogando em live? Ah, cara, sinceramente, esses tempos aí, eu tô mais no foda-se, tá ligado? Eu só abro live quando eu tô com tempo livre, assim, moscando. Ou quando eu gravo projeto às vezes e aí eu prefiro fazer em live, que agora eu tô gravando até em off. Eu desanimei um pouco de jogar as coisas em live, tá ligado? Tipo, se não for Digimon ou se não for coisa clássica, ninguém vem ver, tá ligado? Tipo, não tô falando que as pessoas são obrigadas a vir ver, mas geralmente a live sempre acaba eu, a Bisso, o Gosso ou a galera da Twitch conversando entre nós, que é assunto que não tem nada a ver com o jogo. E tipo, o jogo perde a graça, sabe? É, se for fazer isso, eu prefiro abrir sozinho e jogar eu umas 1, 2 horas sozinho, tá ligado? Então a live fica live morta, pô. Aí eu nem faço. Se for pra fazer pra ser live morta, eu prefiro não fazer, tá ligado? Isso aconteceu com muito jogo, inclusive. Então deu uma desanimada de trazer jogo assim, diferente, tá ligado? Em live eu já dei uma desanimada. Porque, tipo assim, se for abrir pra conversar aqui, aleatório, eu não ligo, tá ligado? Se ficar 1 ou 2, que se foda. Tô abrindo só pra conversar, tá ligado? Aí eu não tô nem aí. TCG Card Simulator que você me deu, Abisso. Carinha ali no YouTube tá perguntando se eu pretendo fazer live jogando ele, mostrando. Eu falei, ah, não. Ele não.
But in this instance, so we do know the Jacques is prized. If it wasn't, maybe Joshua could have gone for the Luminion for the Jacques to kind of guarantee the setup.
Here
but
we
I think here, great ball.
Big great ball. How great is this great ball? Archeops is there. Come on, Joshua. Let's go.
Archeops off the top 7. So
Você não jogou? Pô, caralho, você me deu o jogo. Pô, a gente tinha jogado.
You just find Lugia V-Star and Summoning Star and you are rolling.
Exactly that, as Archeops was taken. There's no V-Star in hand though, right? So let's go find that off the research, but you'd hope you can, right?
Yeah, it shouldn't be too much of an ask, but
great balls, capturing our own, ultra ball.
Then again, having said that, I've played enough Lugia games to know sometimes that's not how it works out.
Guaranteed.
Yeah, so let's see how it goes here. Yeah.
There we go.
Iron hands.
Aquela coisa, muitas vezes eu tentei trazer jogo diferente com a ideia de, pô, a galera que for mais cabeça aberta vai vir e vai conhecer um jogo novo, tá ligado? Um jogo mais underground, um jogo bem nichado, mas que é maneiro. Infelizmente, no meu canal, que eu percebi, não é assim que funciona. Aí eu dropei da ideia. Eu falei, ah, larga a mão. Aí eu dropei da ideia. Parei de fazer. Meu canal se resumia a ser uma fita cassete de nostalgia. Aí eu falei, ah, larga a mão. Quero mais ser isso não, tô de boa. Pra isso ter os vídeos gravados, é só o cara abrir lá e ver de novo. Se ele quiser ficar fazendo ou fazer isso ao vivo, prefiro fazer outra coisa da vida. É mais proveitoso.
And not only that, but with that pre-setup of the Cinccino, even if one of the Archeops gets KO'd, you can just Primal Turbo once, attach from hand, and you're still carrying a Dragapult. This is a almost perfect, in fact, maybe it is actually outright perfect, turn 2 from Joshua. Wow.
Still left the jamming tower as well, and if we do see the amp you very much. Yep, there we go. I was about to say that GP should we get sent to the discard pile. Remember, amp you very much. If you carry something with this attack, you take 1 extra prize card. That's why Joshua has taken 2 over to Clement here.
Yeah, so Clement is back, is absolutely against the wall here. Not out of the game by any means, but Joshua has gotten pretty much as strong of a start against Clement's deck as he could ask for. So yeah, that Pheasantipity is going to go down straight away. Flip the script. Maybe Clement can try and flip the script to find his way back into this game.
Yep. that script is going to have to be flipped right now. We know Clement's hand wasn't the greatest.
Flip the
I had a chance to see how the instant charge
Essa não
treated him.
esquentar o tempo. Pior que é real isso, seu público é complicadíssimo. Não, mano, eu tentei de tudo, tá ligado? Tipo, porque pensar, se eles reclamam, eu fico falando isso porque em 2, 3 lives aconteceu isso. Não, irmão. É mais de 6 anos fazendo live e vendo isso quase toda santa live. Abre live de Digimon, nem que eu coloco meia hora, brota gente pra caralho. Jogo da minha vida, jogo da minha infância. Nada contra, tá? Não tô falando que isso é ruim. Mas, cara, só dá isso. Eu abro uma live de qualquer outro jogo que, indiferente da qualidade dele ser bom, ruim, medíocre, excepcional. Silêncio. Deserto do Saara, tá ligado? Ah, esquece então. Esquece, tá ligado? Não vou ficar nadando contra a maré, não. Uma hora a gente cansa, né? É o famoso, uma hora a gente cansa, né? Uma hora a gente cansa. Já tô com 32 anos nas costas, né? Ah, cansei. Tanto que ano que vem eu tô parando total mesmo de produção de conteúdo, né? Vamos dizer assim. Eu vou tá parando total, tá ligado? Talvez, se ainda valer a pena, eu continue fazendo projetos. Mas eu acho muito difícil. Porque até pra um projeto não tá valendo tanto a pena, assim. Até com projetos, assim, não tá valendo tanto a pena. Mas é um quebra-galho, ajuda. Ajudou eu por 2 anos aí, querendo ou não. Paguei conta, né? Me sustentei, me mantive o mínimo por causa desses projetos. Graças a God, me ajudou. Agora estou numa situação melhorzinha que eu não preciso ficar refém deles, graças a Deus. Então é a melhor ponto pra eu me despedir, tá ligado? Pra eu me libertar. Melhor ponto que eu posso ter. Ah, entendi. Você viu o Gaulei jogando. Ah, achei que você tinha visto que lançou, achou maneira assim, e aí você tipo comprou. Só que você me deu, só que tipo assim, você consegue acessar minha biblioteca também, tá ligado? Então sem problemas. Sim. É aquela coisa, né? Tipo, pô. Querendo ou não, que não eu falei, é mais de 12 anos de canal, velho. Tá ligado? 13 anos de canal. Vai pra 14, né? Quando acabar esse ano, basicamente pode dizer 14, né? Vai pra 14 praticamente de canal. É tempo pra caralho, mano. Você ficar, tipo, sentir-se estacionado 14 anos em algo na tua vida é ridículo, tá ligado? É horrível. Tá, não tô falando que os 14 anos eu fiquei estacionado. Eu tive minhas subidas e descidas. Mas desde um tempão eu sinto que eu tô estacionado, tá ligado? E diferente das mudanças que eu faço, então larga a mão. Larga a mão. Não adianta mais, eu não tô mais na vibe de demandar energia, tá ligado? Pra isso. Concentrar essa energia em outras coisas que é melhor. Só esses tempos aí, basicamente esses 2, 3 últimos meses, eu já dei uma diminuída de live, tirei da minha cabeça esse bagulho de, cara, toda semana eu tenho que inventar um bagacinho novo. Qual é o próximo mod de Digimon aí que tá de cara pra sair, porque eu tenho que fazer uma graninha esse mês, tenho que ver se esses nostalfeg maldito abrem a carteira um pouquinho pra ajudar eu a pagar a conta de luz, tá ligado? Mano, só de tirar essa mentalidade da cabeça, eu relaxei demais, velho, tipo, puta merda, tá ligado? Tipo, sabe? Meu Deus do céu, muito melhor. Tá doido.
Oh, hold on. Holucha? Holucha with the flying entry will put 1 damage counter on 2 of your opponent's bench Pokemon. So here's what I'm thinking. Holucha will put 1 extra damage on Iron Hands and 1 wherever. Doesn't matter. Then, Raging Alakazam has a painful spoons ability that lets you move 2 damage counters from one of your opponent's Pokemon to another. So you'd move it from the Iron Hands to the Cinccino. That would now have 70 damage on it. TM Devolution removed the Cinccino, so it gets de-evolved. Whoops, Mincino only has... Wait, Miss Energy stops that though. No, it's effective attacks.
Sim,
sim.
Right? Wait, oh yeah, it will. It would. Wait, yes, it would. Oh no, did he realize? Oh no, the jamming tower's in play.
Oh yeah, and the jamming tower.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's so many things wrong with that.
Yeah.
Would have been a fun turn though.
It would have been.
It looked like that was getting hard up there for a second.
Wait, hold on. Does Clermont play an enhanced hammer? That would have to be it.
I mean, they can also replace the stadium or lost vacuum it away, actually.
Yeah. Oh, lost vacuum away, but then the mist energy is still there, though, right? Because then
mist energy is still there, though.
Yeah, is there an enhanced hammer in the list?
All right, let's just see. Temple of Sinnoh!
Yes!
Of course! Temple of Sinnoh. Okay, so there was a
Quem não tá jogando de Temple of Sinnoh nesse meta aí é maluco, né? Separa Terapagos, para Lugia. 2 deck forte do meta. Você jogou isso aí, você dá uma desligada no deck, pô. Se eu não jogar de Templo de Sinnoh é maluquice. Até eu tô jogando. E olha que aqui na minha cidade nem tem esses decks, cara. Tá, tem um Lugia, mas o cara não joga campeonato. Então, provavelmente não peitarei ele num campeonato.
Galaxy brain play here from Clermont, finding the one way to get back in this. And yeah, I mean, it doesn't really matter too much. The Lugia V-Star gets the evolve too, but yeah, with the Temple of Sinnoh down, the Minchino gets KO'd. That's what a phenomenal play from Clermont there.
That's nice. Forgot about the Temple of Sinnoh. So many ways needed to get around that. Temple of Sinnoh comes up clutch. Now, does still mean Roboss's order.
Ué, ele não descartou a Devolution, não? Ele deu Devolution, tem que tirar, pô. Tudo bem que é não toma um warning, né? Ele só esqueceu ali, mas deveria tirar aquela Devolution, ele usou.
Clermont has found the best solution here to the configuration. Blood Moon Saloon. That's not gonna do the trick.
Not quite yet.
Será que o mano diminuiu o valor dos Digimon? Não! É que tipo assim, Digimon lá na loja Abisso que eu jogo, você foi, ele sempre foi o TCG mais underground de lá. Foi sempre que tem menos player, porque além dele ser caro, tem meio que uma bolha, tá ligado? Que é meio difícil de furar lá da galera, entendeu? Então é difícil entrar gente nova, mano. Teve campeonato ontem de Digimon lá, jogou 7 pessoas. Até foi mais que a média, tá? A média que dá é de 6 pra baixo, geralmente os campeonatos de Digimon lá. Então jogou uma galera legal até. Só que o problema é esse, não entra gente nova. É uma bolha, tá ligado? Tão forte, consolidada, que não tem espaço pra entrar gente nova, entendeu? Então, tipo, eu mesmo, eu tenho deck aqui, mas eu não jogo lá, tá ligado? Parei total, tipo, eu não jogo lá. Mas eu tenho o deck ali, eu poderia até montar um mais novo. Mas não tenho vontade, eu preferi investir num que eu tava com mais vontade de jogar. Aí o Pokémon me grudou mais o interesse. Além de ser mais acessível nos valores e ter mais produto, né? Tem também outras variantes aí. Eu gostei dele, tá ligado? Ele é gostoso de jogar também, tipo. E tem mais gente jogando, né? E tem mais gente jogando. Então, por isso que eu comecei a investir de novo em Pokémon. Essa semana chegou minhas cartas, fechei 5 decks já, velho. Tô com 5 decks montados. Então tenho deck pra caralho. Se o cara vier lá, mano, legal o jogo, mas eu não tenho deck. Quer um emprestado? Eu empresto, mano. Eu sou desse, tá ligado? Se o cara quiser ali experimentar algum deck, ver qual que é a da parada, ele pega ali e brinca, tá ligado? Tem treta não. Mal forte mesmo da loja daqui da cidade é Magic. Magic aqui os caras jogam Modern, que é o, né, normalmente um dos mais populares. Modern e Pauper, né, que é básico. Às vezes tem as classificatórias, as CCQs, né, que nem esse... Ontem foi CCQ, né, que é as classificatórias para campeonato grande. E tem os formatos fechados, né? Que é tipo draft, limitado, né? Que fala, limited. Eles fazem também, eles variam. Tem semana que é modern e tem semana que é limited. Tá ligado? E o Pauper é toda semana. Pauper toda semana. E aí Commander não tem campeonato, que Commander não é um formato oficial de campeonato, né? Por mais que a Wizards vai lá e faz cagada com banlist. Mas, toda semana eles tentam reunir a galera pra jogar Commander na sexta de noite. Tem a cestinha do Commander Days lá. E é isso. Aí, uma vez por mês tem campeonato de Pokémon. 2 vezes no mês de Digimon, quando dá. No mínimo uma vez, mas eles tentam 2 vezes no mês de Digimon. Pokémon uma vez no mês. Yu-Gi-Oh! Também uma vez no mês. E Magic toda semana. Então o forte da loja ali é Magic. Já foi Yu-Gi-Oh! Uma época. Yu-Gi-Oh! Era semanal uma época. A época que tava forte, Yu-Gi-Oh! Era semanal. Ele tomou o lugar do Magic. Aí deu merda lá, morreu o Yu-Gi-Oh! Aí agora Yu-Gi-Oh! É underdog na loja. Mas já foi forte. Teve muita gente jogando na época. Magic é um hobby caro. Cara, o Pauper é o mais barato. Só que o Pauper do Magic é mais caro que qualquer TCG. É irônico. É mais caro que Yu-Gi-Oh! Ah, mas Yu-Gi-Oh! Tem deck de 2 barão. Irmão, se você quiser jogar na local, na tua loja local de Yu-Gi-Oh! Com deck de 150 conto, tu consegue, tá? Você não precisa jogar com deck de R$1.000. O Magic, você não consegue montar um Pauper com 150 conto. Jogável não. Você não monta um Pauper, o cara vai falar que, ai, dá torto pra caralho. Você não consegue jogar. Essa é a real, quem joga sabe. Essa é a real. Quem joga sabe. Não dá pra montar. Em valores financeiros, o Magic é o mais caro. Talvez ele se equipare a Digimon. Só que aí que tá, Digimon não tem formatos paralelos. Digimon é só o formato standard e acabou. Não tem formatos mais baratos, entendeu? Digimon é aquilo ou é aquilo. O Magic ainda tenta. Ah, você tem Pauper, você tem Modern, você tem Limited, você tem o T2, né, que é o standard dele, né? Você tem o standard dele. Então, um zilhão de formatos aí que a galera foi criando pra tentar tornar o jogo mais viável.
Joshua's kind of playing right into Clement's hands. Now that I think about it. Yeah, I hope that Clement doesn't see it. I think my maths is correct there, right? Yeah, no, absolutely is. Yeah, so yeah, Tempest Dive.
Não é só que você não, Maria. Eu também fico no silêncio, no anonimato. A galera do canal é meio morta mesmo. Ou ficou meio morta, né? Antes falava bastante, agora a galera ficou meio morta. Eu senti isso também, por isso que eu desanimei um pouco mais de live também.
We need to see Painful Spoons move 20 damage from Iron Hands to active Lugia V Star. Here we go. There's the activation. Yeah. There we go. So just going to take that 2 there. I'll make it easy for us. Oh, no.
Oh, just one. You only need one.
Oh, only needs 1.
Yeah, and then Phantom Dive, and that's
Phantom
it.
Dive, 200 damage into the active. 6 damage counters on the bench.
O bom é que esse negócio que eu coloquei na minha cabeça, ano que vem é o ponto final de fazer conteúdo do canal, eu só vou abrir literalmente live por hobby, tá ligado? Porque aí vai ser só live, né? Provavelmente eu não vou gravar mais nada. Eu vou abrir lives por hobby, puramente por hobby, tá ligado? Ah, tô com vontade de jogar uma coisinha aqui, quero bater um papo com a galera, falar umas merda. Caralho, tipo, só isso. E eu não sentir peso na consciência, tá ligado? Eu não ficar receoso com essa decisão, pô, já foi do caralho. Já, tipo, falei, caralho, realmente, é isso mesmo.
It had no, it didn't, backup options, but now we're seeing the strength of that Pidgeot because being able to piece together that wombo combo turn, being able to get around the stadium, use the Pidgeot to de-evolve. What a turn that was.
Yeah, well, let's go back through the whole game. Let's take a look back at that whole series because there's a lot to go over here, Shay.
Yeah, here we go. This was game 1,
Tu
right?
que sabe, quer fazer? Eu topo. Se quiser, eu topo, hein? Por mim, tranquilo. Ou se você quiser vir pra cá, a gente varia. Você que sabe o que você acha melhor. Tu acha melhor, hoje a gente vai pra aí, ou você vem pra cá. É tu que vê o que você acha melhor.
Yeah, and that 10 just proves you. We've seen it how many times in this
Pimpolho.
match we've seen 10 damage, 20 damage just being the biggest thing. Here we see in game 2, Joshua had a much better start, right? Was able to get both Archeops in play. I think it was turn 2 as well. Ampu very much as early as turn 2. And that, with the jamming tower as well, let's not forget that, by the way. Yeah. And that's all Joshua really needed to do. Played it really well, at least in his early turns. There we do see the Ampu very much. And Clement was immediately on the back foot. You know, anytime I haven't started to consider attacking with a Pidgeot of all things, but there I think was the masterful turn there, getting rid of the Mincino and spreading damage onto the Iron Hands, which proved to be super impactful.
Yeah, and then Joshua was able to get the big response there, KO, with the Chinchino. At this point we thought, oh, surely Joshua has the game locked up, Clement has nothing left, but Clement was saying, oh, no, casters, I've got a plan in mind, and it involves TM Devolution, it involves Temple of Sinnoh, and it involves Pidgeot.
Nossa!
Taking the comeback right here.
Ô, mas é tudo isso pra viajar?
Had to overcome so many hurdles to be able to do that, all with the Forestall Stone.
Tudo isso aí?
But TM Devolution was all she wrote. This prior damage here onto the Iron Hands proved so impactful because that led Clement to take a monstrous 4 prize turn, and
Ah, é finzão de Minas então, é quase divisa. Ah, eu achei que era Minas, mas no centro. É quase divisa então. É, aí demora, hein? Minas é grande, cara. Cruzar Minas inteira. Cruzar Minas inteira é foda, velho. Sei disso porque quando eu trabalhei com meu pai pra gente ir pra Espírito Santo, era na divisa com Minas, basicamente, a cidade. Não era muito pra dentro do Espírito Santo. Mas tinha que cruzar Minas inteiro. Era mais ou menos isso aí mesmo, 10, 12 horas de carro. 10, 12 horas cruzando Minas Gerais inteira, basicamente. Foda. Estado grande é desgraça. Amém, né? A Maria, ela tá só desse jeito porque ela gosta muito do metáforo. Porque quando ela tá moscando, ela começa a jogar 3, 4 jogos junto. Eu fico puto. É por isso que você não termina nada. Você joga 3, 4 junto. É por isso que você não termina porra nenhuma. Aí vai olhar o PS4, tem 10 jogos instalados. Aí eu olho, Maria, porque tem 10 jogos instalados e você só joga 2? Ah, mas eu vou jogar quando? Faz um mês que você não abre, velho. Quando? Faz um mês que você não abre o jogo, pô. Nossa, eu fico pistola, velho. Por isso que não termina. Eu queria pegar a marmita. Então, esse que é o problema. E hoje pra mistura tá foda. Por isso que é mais fácil. O arroz é até bom você fazer sim, sabe por quê? Porque vem pouco na marmita. Ah, tem feito aí, então beleza. É porque vem pouco na marmita. Os caras é filha da puta. Eles colocam só a superfície de arroz, velho. Dá uma raiva do caralho aquele lugar. O João tá aí come todo mundo, entendeu? Aí já é. Você escolhe uma, porque eles fazem 3 misturas, né? Eu escolhi uma, você escolhe uma, eu escolhe uma, já é.
And I keep going with it, and it's working.
So you said you felt lucky during this game. How do you approach the Lugia matchup?
Coloquei.
How do you feel going into the Lugia matchup with the tools you have in your deck?
It depends on Lugia. Some of them have different techs. Joshua had really strong techs against me with multiple Minchino. So if he starts accelerating energy on them, I need to kill them. But if not, most of the Lugia matchup, I just wait for them to attack with Lugia and I kill the...
Cara, eles estão com uns pau no áudio aí nessa stream. Do nada morre o áudio deles. É, tá falando o cara do nada tu muta, tá ligado? E não é do meu PC não, é da stream. Não é do meu PC. É da stream mesmo.
And he's gonna only need to win 2 more to get himself there in the final and win. And quite honestly, with that absolute masterclass display, I wouldn't be surprised to see that happen.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. Now, we do know like 3 of the top 8 games already. I believe Kaiwan and James are still playing. They're 1-1 currently, so I'm sure that match is an absolute nail-biter. As soon as we know the results of that match, of course, we will let you know. But yeah, in the meantime, I think we're about ready for our next round of the community prediction brackets.
Yeah, I'm excited. You know, I've only managed to play this once. And I got a dub. Come on, I'm all about the W's, me. So I'm excited to see how this one pans out. I think this one probably isn't going to be 91-8 though, is it?
Oh, I didn't know, bro. Probably not with the 2 cartridges. Let's get the community bracket up here. So just to remind you guys of where we are currently. So we are only 2 more away from finishing this. Somehow Galvantula has made its way into the finals. I guess in the chat, loving a bit of Galvantula action there. Very well defended by Ross, to be fair. But then we have something I'm very happy about. I'm going to be having the Terrapagos EX, and you are getting Teal Mask Ogapon. It seems like I'm. Looking forward to this one.
Yeah, I'll take. It's going to be this is going to be a really star-studded one. It ain't going to be 91-9. I can tell you that for free. So, Deck, you played as well, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So a little bit of bias on my part, but maybe that'll help give a little bit more gusto to my defense of Terrapagos, I think.
Yeah. So in case you guys don't know what's going on here, we're about to get 30 seconds each to pitch those cards to you. I'll be pitching Teal Mask Ogapon. Freya will be. We'll be pitching Terrapagos EX, sorry.
Não.
And then you guys get to vote on Twitch.
Maria, você deixou ela entrar?
Is better or what your favorite card is, and the winner will go face Galvantula of all things in the final.
Yeah, not a final for the community prediction.
Não, mas ela chorou pra entrar. Não é pra você estar aqui dentro. Depois você vai pra fora. Isso mesmo. Ela sabe.
Yep, that sounds good to me. So,
Não é pra ficar aqui dentro, não.
I'm feeling confident. I want to win. See, I'm more like I said. I want to win. Like I said, if you could earn championship points from the community bracket, I think I'd be #1 right now.
I think so. I mean, I think Ross's with Galvantulas are definitely putting in like the rogue deck fight. Yeah.
Fecha a porta. Fecha a porta da cozinha que ela fica aqui, não tem problema nenhum.
Yeah, same. I actually pulled the special illustration rare of it. Like Ross was mentioning he wanted to get one. I got one in ETB, but yeah, definitely keeping that gorgeous card.
Yeah, it is a gorgeous card. But let's stop talking about Galvantula. The floor is going to be yours, Freya.
Okay.
30 seconds starts in 3, 2, 1. Go on then.
Terrapagos EX is one of the best EX Pokemon printed so far in the Scarlet Violet era. It does so much damage for so little. So Unified Beatdown going ahead and doing 30 damage for each of your bench Pokemon. And you have Area 0 Underdepths to combine with it so that you can expand your bench even further. You have the support from Noctowl with that Jewel Seeker ability that you can just go fully wide, and with the Jewel Seeker you can search for 2 trainers if you have a Terra Pokemon in play. With the Area 0 Underdepths you can play this also checkmate style deck where you go with the Noctowls, you have the Dusknoirs to put in the extra damage so that you can get those one-shots where you
stop.
That was short?
No. What do you mean that was short? I'm getting told in my ear on your countdown.
I believe you. I just didn't feel like 30 seconds. I felt like I was just getting going. Oh, goodness me.
Talking about that short. Look at that.
It felt short. I don't think it was short.
Fair enough. Okay. You did just say that short. I was like, whoa. Hold on a second. What are you trying to accuse Alberts of around here? Okay, that was good though. It's a good card.
Yeah, it's a very good card. I feel like my defense could have been a bit better though. I felt like I was just getting into it a little bit, got a little bit too wound up in my own stuff. But anyway, now it's your turn. So, Teal Mask Ogerpon, are you ready, Shay?
Yes.
3, 2, 1, go.
Well, I'm going to start off my argument with the question to you, Freya. How many Terrapagos are in top 8 here?
None.
Okay, yeah, there's none. Okay, good start. So, Teal Mask Ogerpon, there's 3 in top 8. Well, there was 3 in top 8. 25% of the world's metagame was Teal Mask Ogerpon decks. And what ended up winning the World Championships? A Teal Mask Ogerpon counter deck in Iron Thorns. Attaching energy in Pokemon, very good. Drawing cards in Pokemon, very good. Being a basic Pokemon, very good. Teal Mask Ogerpon is all 3 of those things, and can
your dance is over again.
Okay, all 3 of those things. Come on, all 3 of those things. So yeah, I mean, it's tough. I had to start off a little bit of a low blow there, didn't I?
Hey, look. I think you've been hanging out with Ross a bit too much. That was a very Ross-style low blow, I gotta say.
It was. Shout out to Ross. So yeah, you heard our pitches. You know what our favorite. Well, you know what the cards are. So when the poll is live, make sure to get involved there on Twitch and vote. So if you're currently watching on YouTube, I need you to open up a new tab, whip your phone out, any one of them, get yourself on Twitch. You can vote in the community bracket and vote for the correct card. Teal Mask Ogerpon to win, or your favorite, whichever one you prefer. I mean, they're both really good. There's not like a sort of obvious winner here, I think.
No, I don't think so. I mean, although to be honest, like I think although it was a bit of a low blow, I think it kind of secures it a little bit for you because, I mean, it's not wrong, right? Teal Mask Ogerpon is kind of in, not just in one deck, but in 2 different decks. It is the key support Pokemon, and it's really, really good. So, again, I'm kind of dismantling my own argument a little bit here, but I'm too much of a fair player. I know when I'm back against the wall, as much as I love Terrapagos.
Just had a confirmation. I'm going to change something a little bit here.
Oh, okay.
James 121 against Kywin.
Okay.
So James, without Reggie Drago, that's a Teal Mask Ogerpon deck, by the way. in top 4.
Then that does mean that our top 4 then will be Roan Nielsen against Clément Courbois, and then there we go, James Cox against Alberto Conti. What a top 4.
That is a top 4 right there. Goodness gracious. Wow.
Although, since Alberto beat Ethan, that does mean no Amy Cam this time.
Unfortunately. Shout out to Ethan. Terrific one so far.
Ah, falei. Ela entende que ela encheu o saco, tá ligado? Ela sabe disso aí, ó. Quer nem saber. Vai pra fora. Ela já olhou pra mim meio linguiçona e foi. Ela viu que eu não pus ela pra dentro, chorou, e não coloquei, né? Quer nem saber.
Versus Terrapagos. Yeah, the thing about Terrapagos, I think, there are some cards.
Não, avisar do meu pai. Obrigadão, Perreto. Bom domingo pra você também. Vai. Toda vez que chover desse jeito, tá larga. Tá entrando pelo vão. É um vão de calha, eu acho. Não, mas tá realmente entrando muita água.
Hold on a second, Freya. I'm going to free under the bus a little bit more here. And you do realise the two biggest beatdowns so far this weekend,
Sim.
you've been on the receiving end of.
Should I just walk off the cast of this?
No, I need you here. Come on. I need you here. You stay there. But I think, as I said, Terrapicot's fantastic card. It's going to have its place in the metagame. I just not.
Tem mais carta além dessas da pasta, João? Não, né?
Because we saw like the power level. You know, the attack's really strong. Basic Pokemon attack.
Então beleza.
We've seen these sort of.
Então tranquilo.
Bench increase in style attacks always do really well. Mega Rayquaza, Eternatus VMAX. These are always good effects. So it will have its place in the metagame. I just think maybe it isn't even going to be Dusknoir. It could be something other, perhaps, right? It's so flexible.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, and when Ross has talked about it as well, he has made this exact point. It is a bit similar to Gardevoir in the sense that it's kind of a deck whose time hasn't come. It's not that it's not one of the best decks, but the right build or the right way to go about it hasn't been found yet. And it has had some success already. It has won a major just in South America and then came second again. So there is that going for it, but yeah, maybe there's just something else that it needs to
25. Tá 33 na liga.
In North America and in Europe. But Joe, what we do have, what's that?
Só porque é Shine.
So let's take a look at those.
Have a look at them. Come on then. Let's have a look.
Oh, the bracket rather.
The bracket,
É o que o Diego tem lá. É todos esses Shine vêm na Destinos, né? Tipo Aldeia. Eles vêm tudo lá.
Versus Alberto Conti. Alberto has a multitude of top finishes as well.
Very strong player.
Versus Clement Courbois at the bottom, we just saw on our top 8 feature match. Versus Roan Nielsen. Let me just try and work out what decks everyone's playing. So we have James Cox playing Regidrago V-Star and Alberto Conti. Regidrago V-Star.
So another Regidrago Mirror. So then
another Regidrago V-Star.
So then, oh yeah.
Cara, a de Natal é produto fechado. Caralho. 1, 2, 3 Regidrago, 2 Lugia, 1 Dragapult, 1 Regibolt e 1 Snorlax. Eu falei que tinha. Eu falei que tinha. O comum. Falei que tinha. O Dusknoir é o que explode mais, né? Todos eles explodem um pouquinho, mas ele é o que explode mais.
Will be a Regidrago Mirror against Snorlax versus Dragapult. That's an interesting one. I haven't really given the Dragapult Snorlax matchup.
É que o Noir ele é raro foil. Tipo, ele não é difícil de vir, mas ele não é igual aos comuns. É, tanto que o Duskull é comum, o Dusclops é incomum e ele é raro. Cada um é uma raridade. Fui colocar o fedido pra dormir. Então, senão fica que nem eu jogando 4 ao mesmo tempo. Ah não, mas tipo, se é joguinho de mata-tempo, eu até entendo jogar vários. É tipo a Maria joga uns 20 gacha, mas ela não é afundada nos 20 gacha. Ela tem gacha que ela só faz a daily, tá ligado? Ela faz os daily e vaza. Porque não dá pra ser afundada em 20 gacha, não tem tempo, velho, que te sustenta. Aí, só que ela tem os gacha principal, que ela demanda mais tempo, que ela joga mais tempo, ela se preocupa mais. Granblue ela farma, tá ligado? Granblue ela farma. O Withering Waves agora ela tá afundando um pouquinho mais, que ela começou a jogar de novo. Então, o farm vai juntar dele. Então, mas você joga mais também, entendeu? Você demanda mais tempo. Então, é os 3 main dela, basicamente. O resto é tudo dele. Mas, tipo, esse tipo de jogo eu entendo. Agora, a pessoa que vai pegar 4 RPG ou 4 jogos de história pra jogar simultâneo não dá, cara. É que nem TCG. TCG eu foco e demando o meu tempo em um. Que nem, tô com Pokémon, né? Tô demandando tempo Pokémon. O Yugi parou. O máximo que eu faço é ver por fora como é que tá o Yu-Gi-Oh!, como é que tá o meta dele, o que tá lançando novo. Mas eu não tô jogando, entendeu? Senão não dá, cara. Muito TCG assim vai pesando. Ou você joga que nem a bunda, tá ligado? Você joga sem aprender nada. Porque fica muita informação pra absorver. Ah não, mas Master Duel, né? Volta só quando tem evento. Aí eu nem... Aí eu nem conto, é sazonal, entendeu? Mas não fica tudo dia indo na ranked tentando pegar rank máximo, tá ligado? Os decks tem bastante, dá pra fazer fácil. Esse Pocket aí, ele virou o Dual Links do Pokémon. Resetaram a força dos decks, fizeram ficar mais devagarinho. Pra galera que fala que Pokémon atual é muito rápido. Ah, mas é. Ai, Pokémon atual perdeu a graça, tá muito rápido. Quero Pokémon que eu coloco o meu baguinho merda na mesa e ele fica 10 turnos lá cozinhando. Barulho de WhatsApp é aí ou aqui, bicho? Eu abri pra mandar mensagem pra um cara aqui. É aqui. Relaxa. Tudo sortido. Ele vem algumas da nova, ele não vem da coroa estelar. Essa daí que tá lá no Diego não vem nela. Ele vem Buster da Máscara. Ele vem Booster da Fenda. Da Tef, né? Fenda Paradoxal. E ele vem Buster da... Não, então, a Máscaras é a penúltima, porque ele não vem Buster de coleção especial, ele vem Buster só da normal. A Fábulas, ela é uma coleção especial, então ela não vem nessas caixas assim. Ela só vem nas coisas dela mesmo. É especial também. Sim. É porque, tipo assim... Os Busters de Pokémon é igual Yu-Gi-Oh! Existem as coleções principais e tem as coleções de reprint barra tema. E nem Yu-Gi-Oh! Quando vem a caixa que lança um monte de deck e tem a caixa que eles pegam 3 decks só e lançam lá. Então tem isso. Aí eles colocam que é da temporada, que nem Scarlet Violet começou na Escarlate Violeta, SV1. Aí veio o SV2, Evoluções em Paldeia. Aí veio o SV3, que é uma outra lá, que eu esqueci o nome. Aí, se eu não me engano, depois da SV3 veio a Destinos de Paldeia, que é SV3,5, que ela é especial. Por que ela é especial? Ela não tem nada novo, basicamente. Ela tem os reprints das coisas boas que veio nas 3 primeiras de Scarlet Violet, mais os Shines. Aí a galera compra pra tirar os Shine, tá ligado? Por isso que você tinha o Smolive Shine, umas coisas Shine, que você pegou uns Buster desses. Sai nela, entendeu? Sai nela. Ela é uma coleção voltada pra isso. Reprints bons do Scarlet Violet e os Shines do Scarlet Violet. Só pra isso. Caro, hein? Caro Mimikyu Shine, hein? Puta merda. Ele fica inteiro preto. Ele é cinza, né? Ele fica inteiro preto, quer ver? Ó? Vou pegar ele aqui. Não sei, mas ele é caro. Não. Esse aí, eu acho que não é tudo isso, não. Vamos ver aqui rapidinho. Opa, esse é o GX. Ah lá, ele tem o V antigo. Ele tem esse Full Art, que vem na coleção especial. Ele tem esse, 110. Ele vem na Páfia lá. Destino de Paldeia. É, pode ser que tenha uma coisa ou outra lá, mas é difícil isso aí. É o da PAF. Olha lá, tanto que a coleção da PAF, você pôr por preço, ó. Olha lá, é onde veio o Zard preto. É o Shine, entendeu? 620 o Zard preto. Caro. 620 ele. É que além de ser o Shine, ele é o Full Art dele, né? Aí tem o Mil-X, que é azulzinho, 270. A Gardevoir Shine dançando, 210. A Kisera Full Art alternativa, 170. Charmeleon Shine base, 150. Pikachu Shine, 140. Charmander Shine 110, Mimikyu Shine 110, PJ Shine 105, Entei Shine 90, o Arven Full Art Alternativa 90, Pidgeotto Shine 80, os dourados, né, que fala. Xinglu X Full Art 76, Snorlax Shine 73, Raichu Shine 70. Os Shine normalmente vale bastante dos principais, vamos dizer assim. Dos que joga. Você tirou um Shine, você pagou o Buster, garantido. Eles valem algo. Até os mais bostinha. Olha lá. E tudo. Aí tem os Full Art dos apoiador, alternativo, né? Tem Shine de um monte deles. Olha lá, a Gardevoir sem ser alternativa, Shine também. Vem os Zard normal. Reprintar os Zard normal aqui. Aqui vale 25 dessa coleção. Primeiro é 600. Se vendem nesse preço. Olha lá. O Smolive que eu peguei que ser 15 aqui para 16. Bastante Shine nessa coleção. É uma coleção de Shine, basicamente. Por isso que eu falei, aquela é uma edição especial, entendeu? Por causa disso. Aí ela, se eu não me engano, é a Scarlet Violet. Paldean 10. É Fates, na verdade. Paldean Fates. Deixa eu ver o wiki. Ah lá. Ela é 3.5.
The 110 base damage of Magical Symphony was the perfect number to get a one-hit knockout on Shaman EX. A two-prize Pokémon.
Da Paradox Rift antes. Ah, não, ela veio depois, a Fates. Eu achei que ela era a primeira. A 151 veio primeiro. Verdade. É. Scarlet Violet. Evoluções em Paldea. Chamas Obsidianas. Que é o que o Diego tem o blister lá. É padrão. Aí a primeira especial que veio foi a 151. Que é uma coleção que eles reprintaram não. Fizeram versões novas de todos os Pokémons de canto. E várias versões alternativas deles. De Full Art e tal. Então é só do 151. Tanto que aqui que tem o 1000 novo que joga, que é caro e tal. Dessa coleção. Não tem mais no mercado isso aqui que vendeu muito, velho. Você não acha mais no mercado essa merda. Cara, e por ser edição especial não tem box. Ou ela só tem Fat Pack de 18 Buster, ou ela só tem ETB de 20. Ah, não tem de 36. Ela é coleção especial. Coleção especial não tem box de 36 Buster. Aí depois veio a Paradox Rift. Que aí começou os Pokémon Ancestral, Pokémon Futurista. Aí depois veio... Logo depois já veio uma especial, que é a Destino de Paldea. Então a Destino de Paldea é a 4.5. Que é a que faz lá a expansão em Pokémon Shine. Basicamente, focaram no Shine. Aí vem a Temporal Forces, é a TF, isso mesmo. Esse Buster vem na caixa de Natal lá. Aí tem Twilight Masquerade, que é a Máscara do Crepúsculo. Aí depois teve a outra especial, que é a Fábula Nebulosa. Que ela também não tem caixa 36, ela é só Fat Pack ou só ETB. Aí a Coroa Estelar agora. E mês que vem sai a Fagulhas Incessantes. Isso. Surging Sparks. Mês que vem. Aí a Surging Sparks é coleção normal. Vai sair caixa tudo. Da temporada do Scarlet Violet. Não. Estão lançando muita coisa ainda. Scarlet Violet é o jogo novo. É o atual que tem, né? Então vai lançar muita coisa ainda dela. Eles só mudam de temporada quando sai o próximo jogo. Aí eles fazem. Isso aí vai demorar ainda.
That last video made me feel very excited, but of course, I don't need anything to get me excited. We have reached the top 4 of the Lille Regional Championships. My name's Ross Gilbert, and I'm joined by the lovely Barish Akos. How you doing, Barish?
I'm a bit emotional because this is our last game for the weekend. 1,380 players made it to Lille in France this weekend. Played it all the way down. 4 players remaining, and we have the honor to cast over one of this top 4 set here.
Yeah, if we have a quick look at the bracket coming up, we've got James Cox and Alberto Conti, who I believe are they going to be playing a Regidrago mirror match?
I think that's what I looked into. Yes, absolutely.
And we've then got Clement Courbois, who is going to be playing Dragapult against Roan Nielsen with that Snorlax. So a lot of dragons remaining in the tournament today, and Roan and Snorlax hoping to block their path to victory. See what I did there?
I saw what you did there, absolutely. And the big question of this top 4 set is...
Caralho, esse cara já apareceu 3 vezes na live já. Joga bem.
2 victories, obviously, in his last 2 sets here in the last Swiss round, in the top 16 round. He then won his top 8 round off stream and is now back on stage to rock his Regidrago V-Star once again. Look at the accomplishments of Alberto though. Top 4 in Stuttgart regionals, top 8 in Lille regionals. He has been on this big stage before, has been performing. EUIC and Liverpool both a top 32 there as well. So top 4 currently on par with his finish in Stuttgart.
Yeah, hoping to go one step further here as we have a look at James Cox. World's top 4, world's top 8, Dortmund regional top 8. That was, of course, quite recent, and in a Players' Cup top 8 as well. So we are looking at a phenomenal player here with a real history of high-level success. Last time we were on the desk, we were looking at a Regidrago mirror.
Essa do 151 mesmo, por mais que não jogue a maioria, eu gostaria de pegar só pelos bichos, seus bichos clássicos, acho maneiro. Uma coleção só deles, mas não tem no mercado, mas... A ETB dele tá 400 contos, se eu não me engano. Deixa eu ver, acho que é isso.
Now, it will be one of the decks they have tested. Both players are going to be familiar with a mirror match, and at this stage of the tournament, everyone knows what everyone's playing.
Olha lá, Buster dele. O Buster só, tá? Buster dele tá 20 conto. Mano, tô lá no cu. Você vê como é que hypou, tá ligado, o produto.
We have been championing Nina, going from a top, like she was top 32, now top 16 here back to back.
O Fat Pack dele, que é o que vem 18 Buster, tá 400 conto. Eu achei que a ETB tava 400, não. O Fat Pack tá 400, a ETB tá 500. Nem valorizou o produto, né? Que o produto de nostalgia não faz, né? Pior que realmente não tem nada de meta muito grande ali no meio. O máximo que tem é o 1000, velho. Carta ali que joga meta, tanto que você pegar valores das cartas que saem ali sem ser as full art, que é bonita, carta que joga mesmo é o 1000 só. Nenhuma outra joga que eu me lembro. Tá, o Snorlax. O Snorlax dali que é o que joga no deck de... Não, o Snorlax Stall é do Pokémon GO. É da temporada do GO ainda. Não é essa, não. É o Snorlax do GO que é o Stall, não é esse, não. Confundi. Se não, até eu ia falar o Snorlax também, mas não é o Snorlax dali. É o Snorlax da temporada do GO que joga. Ah, não. A coleção aí é muito além. Cara, uma box padrão é 250, 260. A deles tá o dobro do preço, cara. A deles tá o dobro do preço, bicho. E nem é uma box, é uma ETB. É uma ETB, tá ligado? A ETB deles tá 500.
The deal is simple. You want to get free energy on a Regidrago V-Star, you then can copy any attack of any dragon Pokemon in your discard pile. How do you get the free energy on there? We use Tealmass Gogapon, we attach extra energy to that during our turn, 1 per Ogapon per turn, and then we use
Carlos que deu dó, pegou uma ETB, tirou porra nenhuma.
Over to Regidrago. In terms of the attack,
Deu dó.
generally we're talking Dragapult.
Cobri minha box, chegou pra caralho, até perto dos outros, Terapagos, Bulbasauro alternativo. Oh, da hora, né, maneiro. Não paguei a box, que raramente as boxes de Pokémon se pagam, porque as cartas é barata mesmo, né? Até as cartas caras é raro pagar. Mas paguei um valor bom, pô. Paguei uns 80% dela no valor que eu vendi as coisas. O Carlos, o que eu vendi pra ele, eu passei 130 conto em carta pra ele, que foi metade da box. Aí o Bulbasauro, sozinho, ele valia 80. Valia mais, mas eu passei 80. Aí já recuperei 210. Falei, pô, paguei 260 na caixa. Perdi 50 reais, basicamente. Tá bom. Pelo menos ainda. Que eu digo perdi porque são um monte de carta, então guardei, né, as coisas. As comunzeiras eu passei tudo pra frente, passei baratinho. Tanto que eu não tenho mais nada dela, eu vendi tudo. Falei, beleza, mas eu recuperei boa parte da grana. Agora imagina você paga. A ETB do Gabriel tava 250? Não lembro. Paga 250 numa ETB. Aí tudo bem, né? Sai... Vem os sleeve, vem os dadinhos, vale alguma coisa. Mas aí nos 20 Buster, vem só 3 Ultra. As 3 Ultra é 2 Lapras e uma aleatória lá, mais barata que o Lapras. Mano, ele tirou nada. Ele não tirou nada. Não, é o normal ainda, não é nem o forte. Ele tirou o normal ainda, que eu me lembro. Ele tirou 2 normal. Pior que esse Lapras aí, nem na liga ele tá valendo alguma coisa. Na liga acho que tá 12, deixa eu ver. É que eu bati do Full Art seu ainda, né? Olha lá, ó. O Full Art tá 15. O normal tá 6 reais. Fih, não pagou nada da caixa. É, então. Puta merda, foi um prejuízo do caralho em valores. Como um prejuzaço na ETB dele. Aí falou, ainda bem que veio os sleeves, os dadinhos de agrado, que senão eu ficava mais triste. Pelo menos é um agradinho ali. Perk box, mesmo quando eu não pago, eu tiro coisa que eu quero, tá ligado? Então normalmente eu não fico muito puto. Essa box eu não tá ligando muito, falei que eu tire coisa legal, porque eu não queria montar nenhum deck dessa coleção. Então, que tirar, sair, pagar, tá bom. Aí eu vi que são umas coisas boas, falei, pô, pagou. Falei, pagou bem. É que eu não passo o valor da liga, né? Se eu passasse no valor da liga, as coisas eu pagava a box. Tranquilo, porque as coisas na liga estavam muito mais caras. Terapagos estava 100 reais no lançamento. Eu peguei a box no lançamento. O Bulbasaur tava 100 reais, tá ligado? Então, tipo, eu pagava o valor da box em cima. Eu falei, ah, mas é pro Carlos, pô. Vou passar pelo valor da MIP, que é mais barato. Ah, eu passei pela MIP, né? Se eu passasse pelo valor da liga, a caixa se pagava na faixa mesmo. Tá acabando a bateria? É que você levantou, por isso perguntei.
What helps you out here is your energy switch. However, at some point you need your Ogre Pawns to help accelerate those energies, and having them on so early on helps you to then
aí o amiguinho aqui.
Foi
ele, ó. Vendi ele. Bonitinho. Os dois, Squirt é legal também. O do Charmander eu acho legal também. Pena que eles não colocaram ele nesse, eles separaram eles, tá ligado? Tipo, pra quem quer os 3 é muito ruim. Porque tem que caçar um numa coleção. É, olha lá. Esse aqui veio o promo na Scarlet Violet. Da hora ele também, mas ele não vem na mesma coleção. 90. Aí as promos da coleção. Ele é o 6º mais caro da coleçãozinha de promo.
And another thing I would love to see over the course of this matchup is how much of an impact Noctowl can actually have. Because looking at those lists, James already featured on stream has been running that Noctowl combination with the Ogerpon Tiermas that with Jewel Seek allows you to pull out any 2 trainer cards. On the other hand, Alberto doesn't even run that. So it's going to be interesting to see if that makes a huge impact, especially in the mirror.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Looking at the list, there are a lot of similarities. You're one of Cleffa, you're one of Radiant Charizard, you're one of Squawkabilly, for instance. But you're absolutely right. There's a 1-1 knockdown line in James' list, which is not present in Alberto's.
Yeah, the other significant difference I see is a one-off Penny from Alberto, and maybe picking up a damaged Pokemon here could come in favor to prevent any build-up knockout. Of course, keep in mind we have 2 Regidrago on the bench now. That's exactly what we wanted, and a couple of energies on board as well. I see Professor's Recharge, which can help us to further build up this board in the next turn, but I went back to Alberto.
Yeah, James didn't go first. He wasn't able to launch an attack there, but he did about as well as you could possibly have done. You got your 2 Regidrago, free energy on the board, 2 Teal Mask Ogerpon. That is basically a perfect start there, and we see an Iono coming down from Alberto.
Yep.
And both players are going to get a new hand of 6 cards. For Alberto here, it's nice and simple. 2 Grass Energy, 2 Energy Switch, and once again, we see a Teal Mask Ogerpon left in the active because it's not the best target, and it forces a Giratina attack where you lost zone 2 of your energy. It is an awkward Pokemon. That 210 is really annoying.
Yeah, and I see the grass energies have been missed here. Before the Iono, there was actually an energy switch in hand, which is now at the bottom of the deck. That's why it was so huge for James to already get 2 grass energy on the board, so you only need to look out for those energy switches. Yeah, this is, I mean, you gotta, to stay in the game, you have to use the V-Star power, discard 7 more cards and get access to 2 from your discard pile.
Yeah, we've got a couple of energy going down there. We've got a Regidrago and a Teal Mask Ogerpon. Didn't hit any of your dragon attackers, which you'd sometimes want to do. And it looks like we're grabbing a Regidrago and an Earthen Vessel here.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see that both the other Regidrago V have been hit the discard pile, so it was crucial to recover one of them. Otherwise, you're stuck with only one attacker for the mid-game, basically, and don't have it ready to evolve anytime soon. So getting that back from the discard pile, probably hitting the bench, so if in any following turns his own or the first Regidrago V-Star goes down, he has the option to evolve again. But V-Star ability has been used. And, I mean, at the moment, it's still struggling to get off the first attack. So it will be even harder to get off a second attack if you can't build up that second Regidrago.
And I do think you need to bench a Regidrago here because James absolutely could get a KO on his turn. And when you run out of Regidrago in this matchup, you know, Regidrago's your only real attacker. Here is an energy switch, though. So now we got the free energy on to
Ah lá, ela vem promo já. É porque não tem mal no mercado, né? Mas ela já vinha direto. Os sleeve.
I was going to say, which dragons do we have? I see Dragapult.
We do have Giratina as well. It's hidden. You can see it right at the bottom next to Dragapult there. I do believe.
Ah lá, ele já vinha, tá vendo? Não precisa nem tirar, já vem. Trouxeram ele separado, ó. Tá vendo? Não é na box, ele vem na ETB mesmo já. Não. Pra comprar? Isso aí é antigo, né? Chamas ou
However, if James gets a KO, you lose all those free energy anyway. Here's what I want to know. How familiar are these players with the list? Because if you did this against Alberto and he plays a Penny, that was a largely wasted attack. James doesn't play Penny, so cannot punish this. Does Alberto know that?
Yeah, and I think especially with these 6 damage counters going the opposing board, really interesting to see 5 hit the Squawkabilly, 1 hit the Ogerpon, and that's
Olha lá,
exactly the
ETB.
numbers you need, because
Só tem a caixa vazia. A ETB dele. Ah, tá no valor dos caras que passa mais caro. A ETB dele no mercado, 370. Ah, só ele vale 90 conto, 100 reais. Só ele. E ele já é garantido que vem. Aí você vai ter 20 Buster, os Sleeve, 6 dadinho. Ok. Pela promo ser uma carta cara, é legal. Achei que não tinha mais tanta no mercado, não, até tem. É porque como ele vale 100, a caixa já cai para uns 270. Aí o resto soma ali, soma aqui, pacotinho de sleeve. Não, é porque, tipo assim, não tem o valor exato de quanto vale os sleeve, né? Você pode até calcular pelo mercado quanto que os caras pegam pra vender separado. E tem, olha lá. Shield da coleção obsidiana, separado. Os 65. Os caras vendem a 45. Eles pegam, nem abre. Tá, e coloca lá do lado. Coloca do lado que se foda, tá ligado? Então, 45. E aí tem os dadinhos da coleção também, olha lá, obsidiana. O kit de dado vermelho mais os 6, eles vendem a 25. Então, o kit do que vem adicional é 70 em valores. Mais o Charmander, 170. Ou seja, fica R$200 na box, em Buster. R$200 em Buster, sai R$10 cada Buster. É isso. Então você tem 170 em produto, R$200 em Buster. Aí você vê se você consegue pagar os R$200. Basicamente é isso.
Sometimes you can get really punished for using that V-Star power. That didn't happen. So James is grabbing an energy switch and an INO. I like this.
É porque ele é legal porque a promo que vem dele, que é esse Charmanderzinho, já é cara, entendeu? E é garantida, né? Não é Buster. Porque normalmente as promos que vem agora é meio badarosca. Eu acabei de falar, você não viu os preços eu falando? Tá vendo, eu tô falando. Vale o dobro de uma box normal ou de uma ETB normal, mas tem. É, o preço que você paga no ETB dele, você pega duas das outras. Quer ver, ó, a ETB da coroa, quanto que tá na net? O estelar. Blister, Fatpack. Olha lá. A ETB da coroa tá 255. A net. A ETB deles tá 255. É, lógico. Ah, dependendo do frete não fica tão caro não. Deixa eu ver aqui, por exemplo. Esse daqui é da onde, essa loja? Curitiba, não. São Paulo, beleza. Comprar. Vamos fazer uma simulação.
Your deck gets very small very quickly here. You end up with, few cards left
Ah, não, tudo bem.
Which means that finding things like that Pheasantipity become a lot easier.
Luta.
And if you play it
Olha lá, o pack e o Sedex é 30 conto. Fica 290, basicamente. É o preço que o Diego tá passando aqui mesmo. Aí não vale tanta pena, mas é o mesmo preço. Mas eu imaginei, porque não tem como mandar por registrado isso aí. Tem que ser por pack mesmo. Então não tem o que fazer. O Fat Pack, que é o pacote de 18, 140. A caixa de Buster 265, foi o que eu paguei com o Gabriel mesmo. Olha lá, aí ó, o kit de dados separados dessa coleção que vem na ETB, eles estão vendendo a 20, tá mais baratinho. E os sleeve, eles estão vendendo a 30. Então fica 50 conto. Os dados e os sleeves separados. Aí você vai na ETB, ela tá 255. Vai, vamos chutar 55. R$200. R$200 os 20 Buster mesmo. A R$10 também. Mesma coisa, entendeu? Por isso que os caras estão cobrando 370 na ETB do Charmander, só pelo Charmander. O Charmander vale R$100 sozinho, entendeu? O Charmander vale sozinho, sem pila.
I was talking about free energies. You can't play the energies down, then play a potential supporter. But I mean, oh, Pheasantipity is also on the hand, and the knockout was just taken.
So that's going to be another free card drawn. Have we seen the prime catcher yet from?
É que a promo que vem nessa merda aqui é um Noctowl mó barato também. É um Noctowl promocional lá que é baratinho. Esse Noctowl aqui. Um forte. Ele é bonito, mas ele é barato. É porque tá... É esse aqui, ó. É o que joga. Ô, louco. Tá valendo bem pra uma promo. Tudo isso, PTBR, 65. Só porque é promo. Não, você não tira ele. Oi, então a ETB da coisa tá valendo a pena até sim. Porque, tudo bem que os caras não vão querer pagar esse preço nele. Mas, pô, você tem ele que vale 65. Você tem os dadinhos mais o sleeve que vale 50. 115. A ETB custa 255, 140 pra pagar em bust. A dessa tá até valendo a pena a ETB, que eu achei que o Noctowl não tá valendo muito. Pela promo também, ser uma promo até cara, vale a pena, se for pensar. Olha o Larvitar forte que veio ali. Na verdade é um alternativo, né? Quando tem cenário assim, é sempre alternativo. Vamos ver na MIP quanto que tá esse Noctowl aí.
Let's see if we get a better view at what is the second card.
It is boss's orders. You were correct as he gets this version.
But no drawing support.
No, which is not ideal. No switch.
Não tem aqui.
I would have loved to see lowering the hand count.
Os caras não vendem ele. Ah, não tem estoque mesmo lá. Não tem estoque, não tem nem a média de preço dele. Caralho, ninguém colocou a venda aqui na MIP. Não tem ele em estoque. Ah, é por isso que ele deve estar caro, então. Mas sabe por quê? Porque o povo tá querendo fechar os decks pimpados. Tem que Noctowl, né? Aí os caras tem que correr tudo atrás dos caras que tem, velho. Faz até sentido, porque é uma carta que joga no meta, né? Até faz um certo sentido. Por isso que não tem. Essas cartas que jogam no meta é assim mesmo, os caras limpam elas do mercado. Se for ver por valores assim, a ETB da coroa até vale a pena. Porque vem uma full art que joga. Noctowl joga, é um Noctowl bom. E é uma arte bonitinha até, não é feia não. Uma arte bonita, não é feia não. E o sleeve também eu acho bonito, o sleeve da Terra Pagos, bonitinho, azulzinho. Pena que pra jogar os sleeve que vem na ETB é ruim. O cara me vendeu um usado da ETB, 15 conto. Mas tá tudo esfarelando nos cantos. Não dá pra usar em campeonato, dá pra usar só pra brincar. Tanto que esse aqui do Pikachuzinho aqui que eu tenho do rato é de ETB. É sleeve que vem em ETB. O que o cara me mandou do Darkrai também é de ETB. Eu tenho aqui alguns sobrando, também é de ETB. Não, você pode até eslivar um deck ou guardar as cartas na tua pasta e eslivado, né? Que protege mais. Mas se você for planejar usar eles pra jogar muito tempo pra ir pra campeonato, nem pega. Porque eles zoam muito fácil. Eles zoam muito fácil. Por isso que eles são baratinhos, né? Os caras vendem a 30. Mais barato que sleeve mesmo, tipo, que a gente compra, porque é esquisito, né? Sleeve oficial baratinho, porque eles são meio podrinhos mesmo.
Was that prime catcher, and you've got to believe Regidrago's going down here.
You couldn't have set this up any more tension there. It was literally card by card. The last.
Uma coisa eu sei, um Regidrago vai perder. É Mirror Match Regidrago, né? Um Regidrago vai perder. Uma coisa eu sei. Esquisito, o Regidrago não tava clicando em nenhum campeonato, né? Nesse campeonato clicou pra caralho. Regidrago não tá aparecendo em muito campeonato. Nesse virou. Doideira.
And that's why also the extra energy was so important, because now you can discard any two grass energy you like, and you have more energies left so for future attack if Alberto chooses to continue this game without any.
E Regidrago é muito iolo, é 880. Às vezes ele funciona bem pra caralho, às vezes ele só brica, foda-se. É meio inconsistente nessa parte. Ele não busca muito, né? Ele dá muito draw, mas ele não busca muito. Então se você der azar no draw e no descarte, você tá fudido. É, basicamente. É, se ele priza também os bichos que ele copia o ataque pra matar, fudeu também. Se ele priza esses bichos aí, é foda. Você não pode usar mais que um. Alguns você usa até dois, mas o certo é usar um só pra não brincar mesmo.
I really like the idea of taking out all of my opponent's energy and their only real attacking threat.
I would have loved to see that as well, but I'm sure James he's in semifinals for a reason, so he will have a plan to checkmate out this game. I don't think.
Bom, quem ganhar daí eu pego um Snorlax ou pego um Dragapult na final. Que a chave de baixo é um Dragapult e um Snorlax.
One already has one energy, so I mean I only need one energy manual attachment and an energy switch to attack next turn basically, so it's not too much to ask for, and then I'm one attack away from winning, because if you have a Regidrago,
achei que fosse uma Briar na mão dele.
It takes out any Pokemon here on the field at the moment.
Oh, it absolutely does. He has got Giratina in the discard, hasn't he?
That's a good question. Maybe we missed that part, that Giratina is not in the discard and he couldn't even have used the attack. That might even be the missing puzzle piece that we have not considered here.
I think he does. I think he might have even hit it off the V-Star power earlier in the game, you know. We'll hopefully get confirmation of that. If James has another look through his discard pile, we'll have a little bit of a gander. Either way, James is in a commanding position in this game. Essentially for Alberto, it's take out your opponent's active Regidrago and just hope they don't have it. Because James down to 2 prizes remaining. If he gets Grass Energy, Fire Energy, Energy Switch next turn, he will win the game. He will KO his opponent's Regidrago, and that will be the end of the game. Or he can even just, you know, gust something like a Squawkabilly and get an easy KO.
Cara, vender deck pronto é mais fácil você achar os meta, os caras passando. Esses for fun. É que o Cinderace não é nem que ele é muito for fun, mas ele... Cara, ele faz o que o Zard faz mais devagar, tá ligado? Ele é meio que um rogue. Você até acha, mas às vezes dependendo da lista do cara. Às vezes o cara montou uma lista super torta e só tá passando, entendeu? Tem que procurar, mas isso aí acha mais na MIP. A MIP às vezes tem, deixa eu ver se tem alguém vendendo. E o que vai? Procurar por decks.
And leaving a single prize attacker in the active, but there's the boss's orders, and James is going to be able to move on as to, you know, a 1-0 record here. We're not moving on to the final yet.
Vamos ver. Cinderace.
Game up very nicely indeed.
Ah lá, não tem. Só tem um deck antigo do Cinderace V ainda. Não é nem do novo. Não tem aqui. Ah, não precisa ser deck só. Pesquisa em qualquer coisa de produtos. É. Não tem nada de Cinderace. Aí, por exemplo, você vê aqui, bota um Raging Bolt. Provavelmente vai ter. Não! Nossa! Ah, tem. Tem as cartas, né? Ah lá, deck, tem. Raging Bolt, 200 conto. Ah não, mas aqui é a carta, eu achei que era deck. É realmente só a carta separada. É. É só as cartas mesmo. Raging Bolt só tem a carta. Esquisito, ele não filtrou por deck. Ah, agora ele filtrou. É. Só que ele mostra só a carta mesmo assim. Realmente. Deck fechado é mais difícil. Deck fechado é mais fácil em grupo. Mas eu acho que ninguém tem, que eu saiba assim, vendo nos grupos, que eu só tenho contato do grupo daqui de Pinhal e da Bardos. Na Bardos tem muita gente jogando, então às vezes os caras passam uns deckinhos. Eu vi, ninguém tem. Você quer montar ele? Não é... Cara, deixa eu ver a lista do Montalvão aqui, o que ele colocou. Montalvão montou ele.
Throughout 14 games this weekend, he hasn't lost a single one. This might be the actual first loss, but the deciding loss that would
Não, só compra, foi o que eu falei. Ele vai vir, você só precisa pegar o combo de Dusclops lá, os carai. Já era. Tá montado, basicamente, o Zard. Mas só com o que já vem, já dá pra você jogar. Ah lá, deck Cinderace X é muito forte. Faz até o seguinte, pra você ter variação se você quiser. Espera lançar o Zard, porque tudo que vem na base do Zard, o Cinderace usa parecido, tá ligado? Tipo, ele é muito parecido na deck build. Aí você monta os dois, basicamente. Você vai comprar até as coisas do Zard e pega as coisas do Cinderace que tá faltando. Vai ser o quê? Ah lá. Chega. O que ele usa? Ele usa os 4 do Scorbunny, um Raboot, 3 Cinderace, 2 Speed e 2 Pidgeot, que já vem na box do Zard. Pesandipit tem que pegar separado, infelizmente. Aí tá caro, staple do meta. Rotom V, tem que arranjar um. Clefa, é baratinho arranjar uma. Luminion V, infelizmente vai essa merda. Manaphy tem que arranjar um. O Radiante não vem na box do Zard. Tem que pegar um separado. Esse cara não vem. Ele é caro, mas é bom ter. Aí você tem 4 Arven, vem na coisa. Boss Orders, vem na coisa. Kissera, vem na coisa. Pliny é fácil ter, tem na pasta. Turo, qualquer coisa eu tenho um sobrando. 4 Hurricane, vem também. 4 Poffin vem. Featherball é fácil achar. 2 Ninho, 2 Ultra, Super Rod, Palpad, tem que pegar, mas é fácil. Pegador, vem eu acho lá nos arts, se eu não tô enganado. A pedra de busca do Rotom, até que dá pra achar fácil. Cristalzinho, legal ter. Faixa, vem. Reservatório de magma tem que pegar separado, mas é fácil arranjar. Aí, 4 de fogo, 2 dark, 2 dupla. Essa aqui é um saco achar. Que você usa dupla pra quê? Pidgeot? Ah, pra ele também, né? O primeiro ataque dele usa 2 incolor, né? Chega mais rápido no ataque dele, verdade. Tem que pegar e usar ela mesmo. Ela e uma de lutador. É isso, ó. Tudo simples. A maioria vai vir nas coisas do Zard. Você só precisa achar ele mesmo. Rotom. Essa clefinha aqui é opcional, não precisa usar. Esse cara é bom, infelizmente tem que usar um. Manaphy também é legal pra proteger mesmo, tem que usar um. O Zard, Radiante é legal se arranjar, mas pode jogar sem. Porque ele é mais pra acabar o jogo, né? Ele não é necessário pra construir mesa. Ele é quando tá pra acabar o jogo, você joga ele, explode o cara. Essas coisas aqui tem tudo. Esse cara eu arranjo fácil, eu tenho um. Falta 3 dela, mas é fácil de achar. Um Palpad. Esse aqui eu acho que vem. Esse aqui acha fácil. Esse aqui até que tá barato, caiu o preço. Aqui é meio chatinho de achar, mas é barato. Energias, beleza. Só essa aqui que é chata. É pouca coisa. Pouca coisa pra fechar. Tendo a base do Zard, você fecha em cima com pouca coisa até. Esse cara aqui é barato, esse cara aqui é uns 20 conto. Não precisa usar esse cara, que ele é muito caro. Esse cara aqui é uns 8 real, 10 real. Ele também é uns 8, 10. Não é obrigatório usar. Barato, 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 barato. Uns 5 conto, uns 10 conto. Vale nada. 5 conto cada uma. Não, é da dupla, né? 5 conto cada dupla. Além da base do Zard, vão uns 60 conto. 15, 35, 45, 55. Aqui é barato. 65, 70, 80. Quase 100 reais de gasto a mais em cima da base do Zard. Você monta o Cinderace. Também. 120 da caixa do Zard, mais uns 80 real de gasto em cima da base do Cinderace. Sem ser as cartas exorbitantemente caras, né? Que é o Pesandipit e o Radiante. Você monta o Cinderace também.
What do we need at the moment? We need another Ogerpon, another grass energy, and another energy switch. I see a nest ball that gives you access to Ogerpon, but do we have enough to get the? I mean, there's an energy switch in deck. We have used 2 of them. There should be 2 left. Let's see. I mean, that would be a miracle, right? You're thinking that's such a bad start, but we have seen how the attack of Ogerpon suddenly took knockouts. In this case, getting a 5th energy on there and taking the Regidrago.
Logo eu falei, tanto que a deck build dele é muito similar do Zard. Então, se você compra a caixa do Zard, você junta as coisinhas do Cinderace e monta em cima dele também. Os dois decks têm a deck build parecida.
I don't think it was reasonable to expect free energy switch and an attachment for turn onto the Radiant Charizard.
Pegar o celular, pedir a marmita lá.
Even if this happens,
Você quer a mistura que nós pede sempre, Maria, mesmo? Pera aí.
then you're forcing yourself to get 2 of them back, and whatever else is discarded is lost for good. Right now, it's a moot point. We don't have a grass energy.
Yeah, let's see if we can fin out the hand to use restart.
And for one, we can.
Yeah, and I think there's another Ogre Pawn in hand as well, which allows you to fin your hand even further. Squawkabilly, you don't really want to play that beyond your first turn. And do you want to search? I mean, I guess you can search out anything else that you can put on the bench, like the Regidrago. So Regidrago and Ogre Pathimus filling up the bench and then allowing you to basically draw one more card. I'm not quite sure if there's any one card combo that could allow him to attack you.
So what you need is exactly this. You draw one card, it's a grass energy. You attach the grass energy to Teal Mask Ogre. You draw one card, it's an energy switch, then you can attack with Charizard.
All right, chat, get ready. I mean, yeah, okay, let's see. One, restart for one. We can also get an Earthen Vessel.
It's a Giratina.
Okay, never mind.
Now, there's several things going wrong here, Barish. One is single Regidrago, that's your main attacker. You do kind of have to respect the Charizard here. But yeah, so James is just going to use Regidrago's, Dragapult's attack, KO the Charizard.
Did he just top deck a boss?
I don't think you even want the boss here.
No, to KO the single Regidrago, maybe.
I don't even want to get rid of the Regidrago here.
You want the energies off the board?
Yeah, I want to get rid of all 4 of those energy. I want to KO the Charizard. I can drop 6 damage counters anywhere I like here. So no, I want to KO the Charizard. Now, I'm not saying it's the only option. There are other options, but yeah, we're going to see a Professor's research. If I see 4 energy on that Charizard, if I KO the Regidrago, my opponent gets 250 damage without attaching any more energy. I do not want them to have that.
True, but that would also be their only attacker, and it can't revenge KO here. 250 is not enough to take out that Regidrago Vista. But yes, you rather want to get those 4 energies off the board. Absolutely agree. And you also open up your hand for more turns. I mean, having used the boss, you would have had the Professor's Research for the following turn. But Professor's Research was the choice from James.
Yeah, I like this. We get rid of the Charizard. We get to drop 6 damage counters. And we can do that thing we always do, where we put like 1 on the Ogerpon, 1 on the Fezandipti, 1 on the Ogerpon, bring them all down into range, maybe even 2 on the Regidrago, just in case it doesn't V-star the following turn, and just bring everything down into nice, comfortable range of your regular attacks.
Yeah, at the same time, however, you activate Fezandipti. Right, so now they have quite some drawing power. They haven't used their V-Star power yet, so it's not completely out of the range that they would now evolve, use V-Star power, use Fezandipiti, get all the tools they need. There's also Iono in hand, so let's see how this turn plays out. It's not completely out of the blue that we would see an attack from Regidrago V-Star here.
But the thing that I'm really checking here, Barish, 2 energy switch have gone just for that Charizard.
True.
Which never even launched an attack. Alberto is behind on resources here. So, yes, you can do it, but you need both your remaining energy switch, which I'm just going out on a limb and saying I don't think is that likely. It could happen, and when you've got stuff like Fezandipti, it helps, but it is asking a lot. Here comes another Regidrago.
And the Iono. I mean, yeah, you make a good point, but even if you pull it off this turn, you will have used all your energy switches, and only with the V-Star power you could recycle some of them, and it's going to be so much harder to follow up with any future attacks. And the only other downside is that Radiant Charizard is a 1-prizer, so it doesn't quite fit into this 2-2-2 prize trade, but I mean, James will know why he picked up that KO specifically. Let's see if there's a chance to actually set this game up. I think Iono got him a grass and a fire energy. They are required anyway for this setup, so maybe it goes even further beyond that.
And I've just had confirmation that Clement has gone and won 2-0 in the other top 4 game. We have Dragapult in the final. It won in Dortmund. It couldn't get better than 24th in Louisville, but it's back in the final in Lille, and it will be facing either Alberto Conti or James Cox. We've got a Dragony final coming up, but first we need to decide which of these Regidrago V-Star are going to be in the final. Right now, James very much in the driver's seat. Is Alberto going to be able to get an attack off this turn? We still need Fire Energy, 2 Energy Switch, and a Regidrago V-Star. All those cards needed for an attack this turn.
Let's see, Fire Energy. I don't see an Ultra Ball. Supporter with Iono is already used, which limits your drawing power here as well. I think that Facility was used as well. So it's really difficult to get the remaining pieces here. Not impossible, but at this point, quite hard to come back into this game. And I'm like, one way or the other, I think this basically seals the deal and makes Dragapult our champion, because either the deck itself or one of these Regidrago V-Stars will win with Dragapult in the list. So well called out there. Going back into this game, let's see if Alberto finds an opening, finds any chance, maybe stalls. And then, I mean, because Radiant Charizard was knocked out, only giving 1 prize cards, James still needs to take 3 knockouts.
James does, but here's what James did beautifully last turn. He gave Alberto no good stalling Pokemon. Everything is in range of a Dragapult attack, or is a Regidrago. So there's nothing Alberto wants to put active here. This means James is going to take 2 prizes, essentially the first 2 prize KO, and get 6 more damage counters down on the board. So basically guaranteeing he will only need a single Giratina attack the entire game, because that Regidrago V on the bench will be put up to at least 8 damage counters, and that means that it will be in Dragapult range. So this is fantastic if you're James. You are putting Alberto in a super awkward position, and yeah, you only, and again, you didn't get a Pokemon KO'd, so you can set up your bench. So Alberto can't do that thing where he KOs the only Regidrago. No, because there's 1 on the bench ready to go. I love having a turn with Regidrago where I don't have to recover. I can just keep setting up.
Yep, and we're already preparing the dice because there's going to be a KO on the active, 50 going to 1 Regidrago and 10 to the other Regidrago. 2 Regidrago on the board, only 1 with an energy, and James at this point 3 prizes up. 3 prizes up, 2 more knockouts, and he will seal this game. Not, I mean, really difficult for Alberto in this position here. He kept both his Regidrago. There was no pivoting here. We didn't see any of these double Trifrost shenanigans to close out the game either. There was just a simple KO and preparing future KOs. Everything is now in Dragapult KO range. You see 80 damage on the bench Regidrago. If that evolves, down to 200 HP. Both the Ogerpon, 10 damage, and the Facility, 10 damage as well. All 200 HP remaining.
Right now, the biggest issue is, can Alberto launch an attack? You need Grass Energy, Energy Switch, and V-Star, or 2 Energy Switch and the V-Star. That is the combination you need to launch an attack if you're Alberto Conti this turn. You're down 1 game, you're behind in this, you know that Dragapult is waiting for you in the final. The question becomes, can you get a comeback here, win this game and the next one, and make it through to our final?
I think I had a quick sneak at the hand. I saw 2 Ionos. They could probably help him draw out of the situation here. I didn't see any research, I believe. Earth and Wester gives you more energies. Super Rod cycled some of these back. I mean, Regidrago, Vista is not, but there was only the Charizard knocked out early on. There's also no real attacker in the discard pile for Alberto, right? There's no dragon.
He doesn't have Giratina, and you need Giratina. That's the other thing that's important here.
Yep.
This has to be a Giratina attack. There is absolutely no way Alberto's going to win this game without using Giratina to start taking out those Regidrago. You have got to hope, and James doesn't need much next turn. Energy Switch, that is literally it. So if you are Alberto, you need this. And remember, 2 Energy Switch, I believe it's just 2, are gone. There's only 2 available, but V-Star Power can still recover a couple of them.
Yeah, and this is where the drawing power of this deck shines really through. We have Super Rod putting energy back into the deck. Earth and Vessel getting energy out of the deck and also discarding your Kyurem. On top of that, we can now attach them to the Ogerpon and draw 2 more cards.
Okay, are we in desperation mode here for Alberto? Because maybe it's time for double Trifrost. If you just go down the traditional route, you're not going to win this game. Could there be a situation where you can Trifrost this turn and next turn, KO both the Tealmask Ogerpon and the Squawkabilly and the Mew, take 8 prizes and win? You will need 3... No, I don't think you can, because you'll need 1 Energy Switch this turn and 2 next turn. So, yes, there is, because you can use your V-Star Power to recover Energy Switch. If I'm Alberto, I think that is about the only option I've got right now. I don't think I'm winning with a 2-2-2 strategy. It needs to be Trifrost, Trifrost. I think that's his only option here.
Yeah, it's also one of the only dragon Pokemon in his discard pile at the moment. There's a second energy going to the Ogre Pond. Oh, that would give you the V-Star. That's one missing puzzle piece at the moment. And that gives us the V-Star ability as well, which then can further impact the game here. Legacy Star, discarding the top 7 cards off your deck. And then out of all the cards in this pile, you can pull 2 into your hand.
And this is where it gets really dodgy, because essentially for Alberto here, it's energy. You need energy and energy switch. If you hit too many off of your V-Star power and you can't recover enough of them, you may not have the resources to attack twice and win the game here.
Yeah, so that top 7 discard will be huge because he needs to recycle some of the energy switch. But if they're also the remaining 2, if they're discarded now, we'll see how that will actually change the complete outcome of this game here and basically just seal it for James. When I say completely change, just seal it for James because it makes it even harder to attack twice. Let's see. I think, is this in Professor's research first?
Yeah, Professor's research coming down. We have an energy switch and a grass energy, so the attack is live now. We will be getting an attack from Regidrago. Both the cards we needed were drawn, which is huge. We do also have a boss's orders, but of course that will have to wait for next turn. The question is, are we going to try and see a double Trifrost emergency play, or are we going to try and see a more traditional prize race here? I'm just worried that Alberto just does not have the resources.
Yeah, let's look at the discard pile and see if, I mean, I was hoping to get a view there and see if there's any dragon Pokemon there beyond the cure. And we get more energy out of the deck. Giratina is actually still in the deck, and it's a one-off, so that is not live yet. We get another grass energy out. And here's the point. With that, one energy switch in hand. You can set up the turn here and then use V-Star to get 2 energy switches back to have them ready for next turn. So that research instead of the Legacy Star was actually very smart and keeps him in the game.
Yeah, and I don't think you use a V-Star this turn. You don't need it this turn. You need it next turn. And also, there is a chance you literally deck out, which doesn't matter if you win the game because the end of the turn never happens. You can have 0 cards in deck. If you win on the turn, you have 0 cards in deck. So I think here we go energy, energy switch, Trifrost, and then hopefully next turn we've got V-Star, fire energy, double energy switch, and we can finish out the game that way.
My question right now is how is there access to a second Regidrago V-Star? One is currently in the active, the other one is not evolved yet. Yes, but do we have access to another Regidrago V-Star? I wasn't sure if there was one left in the deck.
That's what I mean. We would need a fire energy and 2 energy switch and a Regidrago V-Star. We would need all of those things to attack next turn.
Oh.
We are going to V-Star this turn. Now, we've counted up. We're not decking out this turn. That is very important. That would be bad. And Alberto's getting rid of Prime Catch. Oh, that last energy switch is gone. That's not ideal because it means you only basically get, you know, a maximum of like 5 energy switcher and you're really looking for 6.
Yeah, and I also see another Regidrago V-Star hit the discard pile there. So there's a huge decision here on what to recover and how to get back. If you have a Super Rod, you can always shuffle it back into your deck that way, of course. So let's see which 2 cards. I mean, Energy Switch is required, at least 1, right? And I think that's what he's aiming for right now.
Yes, of course.
Oh, and the Prime Catcher.
Prime Catcher as well.
Just checking what else is in the discard pile. Energy Switch and Prime Catcher it is. Everything else hits the discard pile. There's 1 manual attachment, 1 energy switch.
Okay, so we do have the attack here. The attack is coming out. Where are we going with this? Is it going to be...
One more aspect, though. I think he missed discarding the Giratina, which is still in the deck, so he doesn't have that attack available. We see a Prime Catcher, manual retreat, and now is this the first Trifrost?
I like it combined with a Prime Catcher because then you're saying to James you have to pivot out of it, and if you don't pivot this turn, then I will definitely win. It's just making it more awkward for James while you're spreading. And I think this has got to be the... Yeah, we see Prime going to the top. I don't see any other way Alberto wins without doing this. This is what we've got, and Yeah.
I really like how you called that out, not only in this game, but before. The double, I think it happened before on stream, the double Triforce, 6 prizes in 1 turn. Absolutely possible. Checking the prize here before drawing his own card for the next turn. And if he finds a way, I mean, he has still 3 prizes, still needs to take 2 knockouts here. Even if the actives knock out, down to 1 prize here. And Alberto still at 6 prizes. Basically, he gets to Iono for 6 if he wants to. Just needs to find another Regidrago V-Star and all the remaining pieces, which is quite a lot to ask for, but not impossible.
Yeah, Alberto's going to get another turn here. Now, we do see the Prime Catcher onto the Pheasantipty here, and it looks like we are going to be going for... Now, yeah, so the energy is gone. That's the thing. The energy is all gone because you use Trifrost. So James is setting up an I win next turn scenario. You KO the Pheasantipty, which is huge, because otherwise that would give James more cards. And are we, Professor? Oh, I really wanted an Iono this turn.
Yeah, that leaves him at all his hand cards here, but gives him fresh 7 cards. Let's see if he can extend this turn any further. We have an energy switch setting up. You're basically saying, I have 2 Regidrago V-Star here. KOing one of them won't help you. You will need that Triforce. But regardless, if you get energies to attack, you might as well Triforce. So KO the active, spreading 60 damage on the board. Doesn't matter too much here. The question is just, can he get another Triforce for a game?
Yeah, that is a real question here. James has game next turn. There is absolutely no question about that whatsoever. We see an energy from Alberto. We need double energy switch. There is 1 energy switch. 1 more energy switch. And we haven't got Giratina in the discard yet. There's Boss's orders onto the Teal Mask Ogerpon. We no longer need Giratina in. And did we have it?
I think it just says you might as well have it there. There was a desperation boss.
I don't think we saw any energy switch. We'll get some confirmation. It has gone on the screen that James is won by 2 games to 0 here. That was a very weird end to the game where Alberto's playing, then just puts the cards down.
Cheguei de novo. Podia fingir que tô entendendo, mas não tô entendendo nada. Normal. Mesma coisa se você pega uma partida de Yu-Gi-Oh! E não sabe porra nenhuma do que tá acontecendo.
Fun game, a very awkward game. There was a chance right at the end for Alberto to take the win. He just needed 1 more energy switch, and it was not there. And that means that James was able to get 1 more attack and go and win the game. Yeah. And I'll tell you, Barish, endings of the game like that always make me a little bit nervous, because I go, hang on a second, they just
missing
stopped
something.
playing. No, I didn't think we missed anything. I was sure that James had won, but we need that confirmation just in case, because they start the turn, they're halfway through the turn, the cards hit the full, and no one celebrates.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at the replay of that game then. Let's see how that best of 3 came around. And we see a little cheeky smile from Alberto there. Did not get the best draws in this best of 3.
So yeah, also failed to take any knockouts early on. There's a 200 damage on. I mean, I would have loved to see one of the Howlucha action to take one of these knockouts, but there's neither in the decks here, so that was not a play. And James just step by step taking out the Charizard. They were almost attacked turn 2 for 5 energy. Insane play. Didn't quite work out, so he had to retreat, and James was like, first knockout, another 2 knockouts, spreading damage, setting all future knockouts, leaving all the Pokemon at 200 HP or less, saying my Dragapult's attack will basically knock these out.
Yeah, we see the final game, the final moment here of game 1, where James takes that last KO with that Regidrago, and then we go into game 2. Horrendous start for Alberto with that Charizard in the active, and Alberto obviously not happy. You're down 1 game, it's not going well. We eventually actually start building up this Charizard. We use 2 of the 4 energy switch in the deck, but we don't get the 5th energy onto Charizard. It was a lot of resources. It was a cheeky little plan. It could have come down nicely. The players are having some fun with it, but it never worked.
Só jogar.
Margo took it down, got rid of all of that energy, and really put Alberto behind for the whole game.
I mean, commiserations to Alberto. Even if that second game didn't quite turn out his way, he had all the time to finish out his turn. Didn't quite, like, had no path to victory left there, but just the last few moments on stream on this huge stage. First loss he has to take all weekend on. 11 wins, 3 ties, and now this loss seals it for him. Sends him home, but with a top 4 result.
Yeah, and we just see that last little moment there where the cards hit, the fist bump comes down, and we're pretty sure James has won, and then we get the confirmation that James has in fact won. One energy switch away from forcing a game free from Alberto there, but, and again, we saw all of those resources used right at the beginning of the game with that Charizard, and unfortunately, that left Alberto without the resources needed at the end of the game to get that last attack with Regidrago, and that unfortunately was it.
Now the question is, could he have saved the energy switch? I mean, he extended really far to get that attack off, but imagine, turn 2, 250, take out the loaded Regidrago in the active position, suddenly you're back into the game. You still don't have your Regidrago and you missed some resources, but you took that first knockout and left your opponent without any energy on their Regidrago. Didn't work out, suddenly your energy switches were all gone and it was so much harder to seal out this game, but trying to go for the double Triforce and taking 6 knockouts in a single turn would have been huge. And I mean, seeing the path, taking all the steps to get there, and it was just one card off, huge accomplishment.
It is a huge accomplishment, getting all the way to top 4 of a regional championships. But most of the journeys we see from the players here actually start off at the local level. You go to your local league, you make some friends, you trade some cards. So let's have a little bit of a look at this. This is local tournaments and exactly how these things tend to roll.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card. Yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokemon League.
Yeah, so make sure you do check out your local Pokemon League. There is a QR code on the screen that you can be scanning, and that will show you the locations near you. Get all that information you need. I'm a man that went to my local league every single Tuesday for years. And I'm going back to like 2009 here, Barish, up in, you know, up north near Nottingham Way. And then I do, when I find time, I still like popping by my local league down in Cornwall, although not as much as I used to, not as much as I'd like, but there is no better place to try weird decks, trade for those last few cards in your deck, and frankly, make a bunch of new Pokemon friends.
And you will be surprised how close the nearest league will be to you. Just open the map, put in your postcode, and you will see how many leagues are around you. Even I have discovered recently that I have around 7 leagues in like a very short distance that will half an hour drive. I can access
Sonho, hein? Ter 7 lojinhas, 7 ligas. Eles falam Pokémon League, né? Mas basicamente cada liga é uma loja, né? Assim que eles separam, né? Imagina que sonho, bota teu CEP, ele tem 7 lojas perto de você, que é do caralho. Aqui, o Diego, apesar de ter começado o bagulho, ele ainda não tá no programa da Nintendo, da Liga. Tanto que se você botar aqui, ó lá, 13.990.000, você não acha ele. Ah, agora tem. Pokémon Imperium Play. Agora entrou. Entrou. Aí, agora tem. Nice. Antes não tinha não, agora o Diego é oficial também. É que demora uns meses, né? Aí tem, se você coloca ali em São João, tem a Bardos. Ó lá. São João tem a Bardos.
I don't think anyone could have predicted the outcome of these matches so far, but now it's gonna come down. Galvantula, your favorite. You have been championing it all weekend long against the Ogerpon Tier Mask. But remember what I said towards the beginning of the game. He was championing that Ogerpon Tier Mask, which in a mirror in the semifinals now made it to the finals. And I mean, I might not even need 30 seconds this time.
I think you're going to need more than 30 seconds, quite frankly. I do believe we've seen the bracket. I believe we're ready to go. I'm going to let you go first. I'm a gentleman like that. So, tell us in 30 seconds why Teal Mask Ogerpon should be winning. 3, 2, 1, Ogerpon.
I'll just dance like Ogerpon Teal Mask would dance with its Teal Dance ability. Lets you accelerate a grass energy. Those grass energies can be energy switched to any of a Regidrago V-Star and then go off for really strong attacks. Oh, you think Regidrago is the only deck? Raging Bolt also just won a regional last weekend, also using the same engine. It's over and over in all great decks, and I mean, it just makes the case for itself. It is about to win the next regional. I'm calling it out right now. You can count down. I don't need 30 seconds, as promised.
You say that, and then you were still talking when the 30 seconds elapsed. Right! Galvantula, I feel good about this. I'm getting loose.
You're just gonna... It's a broken record. We have heard it. Energy, blah, items, blah, blah. But the stage is yours.
Do you want to be a bit part player, or do you want to be the hero in your own story? Teal Mask Ogerpon is not a deck. We all tried it. It didn't work. It only works with other better Pokemon. Galvantula is its own deck. It is the one doing 220 XRV. It is the one stopping you playing items. How are you going to energy switch off of a Teal Mask Ogerpon if you can't play items? An energy switch is an item. Decks don't work without items. Galvantula has the most potential of any card around. Look to the future. Do not be stuck to the present.
Oh. Present? Future? Miraidon? Koraidon? What were you talking about all this weekend long?
I'm just saying... I think the people out there are smart enough to be able to look not just at what's happening now, but look at potential and potential futures and go, you know what? I think I know what's going on. Be at the forefront.
Caralho, mas quanto que tem espaço?
Do not let us fall at the final hurdle, and it is us. We're in this together. You know what you need to do, but remember you need to do it on Twitch, all right? Because, frankly, YouTube does not have the vote live. It's only on Twitch. We like YouTube. I like YouTube. Me and YouTube, we're bros. But you can't vote on YouTube.
Não, o Abisso falou que queria testar o One Piece Odyssey que me deram lá na minha Steam. Só que ele não tem espaço no Steam Deck. Teria que limpar quase todo o Steam Deck. Falei, ô louco, mas quanto que tem de espaço no Steam Deck? Tipo, total.
Me and my 40 tarantulas at home will be delighted with the result. I have faith.
I mean, I will just be teal dancing my way to this championship of Teal Mask Ogerpon. Teal Mask Ogerpon.
I mean, I'm loving the dancing. Even if you win this, and I don't think you will, the people at home have got my back on this one. Even if you win this, that still only leaves you 1 out of 3 against Galvantula. So let's not be celebrating too much here, Barrage. Make sure you get your votes in on Twitch, not on YouTube. That's important. And then go back to YouTube and watch that later. That is absolutely fine. And we are going to know in a few seconds definitively the best Terra Pokemon in the format.
I wouldn't say in the format. The fan favorites
so far.
Yes, okay, sure. There's more Terra Pokemon coming out, so maybe there will be a future iteration of this. Cerulege was one of my favorites to maybe make it into that bracket. But for now, I mean, that would also be a contender to beat that grass Ogerpon, right?
We're not there yet, but the deck I want to make work the most for this League Cup in December, I want Terra Palossand to work. I don't know if it's going to, but I want it to work so badly. I am going to be testing it a lot, and then probably giving it up for a deck which actually does work. But a man can dream, Barish. A man can dream. I still feel bad. I should have my phone on the desk so I can be voting in the poll. But then I'd know what the result was early and that would ruin it.
Absolutely, and I'm just hearing that results already, so let's have a look. One final look at the bracket.
Ainda peguei...
Go on. Is there any chance?
Deixa eu ler ali.
It did it!
You must be kidding.
O SSD 128. Teria que instalar na SD normal. Mas ela leva 5 horas porque ela é muito lenta. Caralho. O Pro 2 Steam Deck é um 7000. Peguei o básico. Ah, é. Você não vai querer também que o processamento de um SD seja absurdo, né? X. Por mais que tenha os classes mais rápidos lá, classe 10, os caralho. Nem 3DS. 3DS ainda fazia uma diferença nos loads. Você ter um cartão de memória classe 10 e ter um piorzinho, tá ligado? Mas é 3DS, né? 3DS é uma paradinha bem dinossauro, né? Tá, daqui a pouco é a final. Deixa eu abrir alguma coisa pra ir brincando.
Never mind. I was happy here. We've had a good time. It's been fun.
Oh, chat, thank you so much for all your support throughout this caster community bracket all day long. I mean, favorite Terra Pokemon? Actually, on socials, let us know what the next community bracket should be. We had Terra Pokemon for this weekend. We will be back with future regionals as well, running completely new brackets, and I would love to hear your opinions. Just use
Deixa eu só jogar em cima, né, do...
Pokemon, and let us know which show-off you would want to see, and also which
Bang ali. Aí.
Yeah, tell
Depois
us
eu
where you're
desço.
watching, tell us with whom you're watching, show us your setup for watching at home, tell us what snacks you've got with you.
Deixa os
Tell us
amigos
your
ali.
experiences. Maybe you were here yesterday, but you've already found your way home. Tell us what your experience was, and do make sure you follow the channels. YouTube/Pokemon, Twitch/Pokemon, although
Tá doido.
specifically /Pokemon.
Quanto tempo que você não mexe no PC, basicamente, Rick? Só de curiosidade, assim.
But you can fix this, and it only takes a second.
I mean, I always like when it's regional weekend for us at home. I'll be sitting at home with my wife. We will have a lot to do in the house, but we'll definitely have that streams on. And it always helps me to follow the channels because I will get a notification saying, "Hey, stream is starting soon for either of these free games." And then we'll channel through all the Pokemon channels. I love to watch the TCG, which I did for the last couple of weeks to get ready for this tournament. But if it's not TCG, there's Pokemon Go, there's the video game, and in between games, you can always shuffle left, right, check all of them out, and it just, I mean, it makes our weekends.
And if you watch North American streams, lots of that happens when my children are already in bed and I can actually watch in relative peace. What we're going to be watching in a minute is our final here in Leo between Dragapult and Regidrago. So don't
É um Dragapult que subiu. Já era. Ó o porquinho.
Hello Pokemon trainers, welcome to Moments in Championship History, a series where you will learn about the most exciting stories.
Esse Coromon é maneiro? Cara, ele é um dos Pokéclones mais bem feitinhos que eu já vi, tá? Joguei bastante Pokéclone, a época que Pokéclone ficou popular, saiu bastante, né? Saiu o Nexomon, Coromon e os caralho. O Coromon é um dos melhorzinhos, viu? Ah, esse PC tem 11 anos, aí faz sentido. Não, então... 11 anos atrás, pô, pra você ter uma noção, o meu PC, que é essa geringonça, que é essa carroça, ele tem praticamente 14 anos, bicho. Esse PC aqui já tem 14 anos já, velho. Entendeu? Então, tá na hora mesmo de dar um upgrade nele, se for pensar. Caralho! Mas que spec é essa que também estão a 3060 aí e não sentiu o gargalo? Você melhorou as coisas nesses 11 anos então, porque ô louco. Spec de 11 anos atrás, com uma 3060 não ia dar conta não, ia gargalar tudo.
Next, the other Garbodor from the Guardian's Rising set with a powerful Trash Avalanche attack, dealing damage based on the amount of item cards in your opponent's discard.
A não ser que tu pegou já um processador muito top na época lá, mas mesmo assim.
As many powerful item cards such as Ultra Ball, Field Blower, and Puzzle of Time that were played back then were now a liability and would increase the damage that this Garbodor could do. And finally, the glue that brought everything together, Zoroark GX.
Então, tá. Então o gargalo é menor. Que é uma diferença muito grande de hardware, cara. 3060 é basicamente uma das melhores atuais. Você toma 3060, você basicamente não precisa se preocupar em mudar a placa de vídeo. Não, tudo bem ser i7, mas o i7 dessa época nem se compara com os i7 de agora, você entendeu? Os i7 antigos é bom pra caramba, claro, mas não se compara com os i7 de agora. Ou com os Ryzen de agora, tá ligado?
Was crowned champion at the 2018 North America International Championship with the same unlikely trio of Zoroark GX and the two Garbodors that would then go on to become world champions. Now, why is it an unlikely trio, you ask? Well, this Garbodor shuts down abilities, while Zoroark GX's best asset is how many extra cards it grants you each turn with its ability trait. So how was Robin able to make these two unlikely friends work so well together in the same deck at the World Championships in Nashville? The answer comes in many forms, but the main one is, you want to take advantage of all these powerful cards at the right time. Draw as many cards as possible with multiple Zoroark GXs, shut down abilities when
Será que já é?
deal more and more damage with each item card your opponent decides to play.
Não, então, é o que eu falei, chegou nesse ponto que a arquitetura sua não tem pra onde ir, já tá no topo dela. Se você quiser mudar, você tem que mudar todo o PC, tá ligado? Você não tem como, a arquitetura tá te limitando, né? É a mesma coisa com o meu, se eu quiser mudar o PC, eu tenho que trocar tudo também. Vem já.
And after playing a devastating end to 1, in combination with shutting down all abilities, Robin was able to start an amazing comeback with powerful trash challenge and rider speeding attacks to make his way into the finals. On Championship Sunday, Robin adjusted his strategy to start limiting his opponent's abilities as soon as possible against a very ability-reliant Malamar deck, as that deck needed to continually use Psychic Recharge every turn to power up its powerful attackers. Robin didn't hesitate, and as soon as the second turn of Game 1, he decided to shut down all abilities with Garbotoxin.
The lock has been established. Turn 2 Garbotoxin for Robin.
And utilize Zoroark GX with its Psychic Resistance as a bulky and powerful attacker, dishing out a lot of damage with its rider speeding attack.
Robin Schultz takes game number 1.
Game 2 was more of the same.
A perfect second turn from Robin Schultz. It's going to take a 2-prize knockout, lock down the abilities.
And even though it was a bit closer this time around, Robin was able to lock down the Psychic Recharge abilities long enough to walk away with victory.
That is it! Robin Schultz is the 2018 Masters Division World Champion.
Turns out combining 3 of the most powerful and threatening cards ever printed was the perfect strategy for Robin Schultz to be crowned the 2018 Pokemon TCG World Champion. Thank you so much for watching. We hope you enjoyed learning about the history of this crazy deck. Make sure to let us know some of your favorite moments in Pokemon TCG history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Norwegian Pokemon trainer Tord Reklev has amassed over $120,000 from tournaments, earning a reputation as potentially the best. But his journey started humbly in Oslo. Playing Pokemon on Game Boy and learning the trading card game from his mother. Tord's skill began to blossom, winning 3 Norwegian national championships and a top 32 finish at the 2012 World Championship. Global recognition was limited until the 2017 season with the introduction of the International Championships. EUIC 2017 was the first chance for him to show the whole Pokemon world how great of a TCG player he was, finishing top 4. While he didn't win the tournament, Tord's performance earned him recognition around the globe. Riding this wave, Tord triumphed at the inaugural North American International Championships, the largest Pokemon TCG event at that time, clinching the title and drawing global attention. He continued his streak with another win at the European International Championships in 2018, setting the meta for one of the strongest decks for months. Then, at the Oceania International Championships, he became a 3-time international champion, sparking debates about his status as the greatest player of all time. At the 2019 World Championships, Tord reached the top cut, but lost to former world champion Shintaro Ito, fueling his drive to do better. In the 2023 Latin America International Championships, Tord piloted the newly released Lugia V-Star. After a back-and-forth 3-game set, Tord finally did what no one had ever done before. He won all 4 international championships. Yet the World Championship title has eluded him. In 2023, Tord's Gardevoir EX deck took him all the way to the finals, but Vance Kelly's Mew VMAX deck outplayed him in the closing game, denying him the title despite his remarkable consistency and a record that outshines any active player. The debate of who is the greatest TCG player ever to play continues alongside Tord's quest for a world champion title.
Welcome back, Pokemon TCG fans. History is about 1 hour away from being made. One of our players here will be crowned a first-time regional champion, securing themselves an invite to the World Championships and in Anaheim, and walking away with some cash money as well. I'm Bert's PTCG, and I'm joined by the one and only Fred Pierce. How excited are we to get this started?
Could not be more excited if I try. And to be fair, both our players are going to walk away with some cash money from this final. So yeah, it is true. But yeah, that World Championships invite is on the line here, and both of these players will be itching to claim their first regionals win.
Yeah, and you know, we was talking, well, James is a good friend of mine. I'm surprised he hasn't actually managed to take down a regional championship so far. You know, has World's top 4 twice, which is incredible, might I say. And then, yeah, it's just going to be absolutely started. Who would have thought Dragapult, you know, in Louisville, obviously did really well in Dortmund, took it all home. Louisville, I did a bit of a disappearing act, and then, but here it is now. Maybe she's using a bit of Phantom Force, disappearing for a bit,
yes,
and then coming straight back into the final.
Yeah, and Dragapult and Reggie Drago. And so both, okay, no matter what, a Dragapult EX will be in the deck list of the winning deck.
Yep. Shout out to Ross for that casting prediction here with the Dragapult. Let's have a quick look at the bracket, how it all panned out here, and how we can get ourselves with this finals. So here we go. James Cox on the top. Had to knock out fellow, you know, areaman there in Kyron, both from Australia. And then Alberto Conti, and then you had to beat him as well in top 4. Hasn't quite been updated there, but yes, James did manage to get Alberto there in top 4, as we just saw in feature match, to get himself there in the final. But you was chatting to our other finalists. Talk to us about him.
Yeah, so, I mean, quickly, I was not only chatting to him, I was watching the other top 4 game. And game 2 came down to the fact that Roan ran out of way to refill cards in his deck. So, like, he had a bunch of stuff right, so he couldn't keep the infinite loop going, so he just kept drawing, realized, oh no, I'm done, you win, scooped, and that was all she wrote. Claremont mentioned, and this ties into the conversation I had with him, he is extremely prepared for every single matchup. What he's basically been doing is taking Dragapult and playing about 3 hours a day on the Pokemon Trading Card Game Live, getting the practice in, knowing exactly how to play each matchup, and it's very clear that practice has paid off in spades.
Yeah, that is 3 hours every day. And it's actually funny you mentioned that, because I know James makes a lot of content online, and a few of his videos have been titled things like, I've played 1,000 games with this deck, and here's what I've learned. So, you know, James plays the game an awful lot. So I guess it's a little testament, or a little top tip for you guys at home. If you want to make a regional final, either you play 3 hours a day with a deck, and you can find yourself there, or play, you know, 1,000 games upwards of one deck, and you'll also find yourself there. So definitely the key of the message of the tape here is practice makes perfect.
Practice makes perfect. Never been more true, as it has been represented in this finals with these two players. Both have put the hours in, it's paid off, they are here in the finals, but even with all that practice, only one of them can walk away with the Lille Regional Championships title.
Yep, only one best of 3 now will separate our players from, well, making history, getting themselves on that EU champion leaderboard there, as we have that nice graphic. And I've just realized something.
What have you realized?
If James actually wins this, that means both our EU regionals,
the streak continues.
The streak continues.
Oh no!
An EU player not winning our regionals.
No pressure, Claremont.
No pressure, Claremont. But here we do see the updated bracket. There we go. So we just saw James Cox victory there over Kai Wynn, fellow person from Australia, and then 2-0 Alberto Conti in that real interesting stream match there. What he talks about Clement's route there at the bottom.
Yeah, so Claremont, I didn't quite catch game 1, but and then the rest of the bracket's gone. But yeah, was able to beat top 8 and then in top 4 beating the Snorlax control stall. Said he felt very confident in that matchup. Did win indeed 2-0. He said that basically in that matchup, as long as you win game 1, you're probably fine, because then it's hard for the Snorlax to take prizes, and that's pretty much exactly how it panned out.
That's exactly how it panned out. Those 3 hours a day on TCG Live paid off. But we are now going to get ready to head down to the stage. Our Masters final here in the Lille Regional Championships is about to get started. Our player on the left, good friend of mine, James Cox, 1 time World's top 4 in 2022 and a top 8 in Worlds 2019. Dortmund Regionals top 8. That was just a little while ago.
Yeah.
And Players Cup top 8 as well. Hasn't got a champion there on that resume. This could be the time.
And here, by contrast, Claremont only been playing since July, and yet now is here, first day 2, and now his first ever regional finals. It is very much the underdog against the veteran in this matchup, and no matter who wins, I am sure the roof is going to be raised.
Yep, and it doesn't matter, underdog against the veteran, doesn't matter. In a single best of 3, anything can happen. happen. Clement is going to try his best to win, and so is James. Prize cards being dealt. Here we go. Radiant Charizard, Forest Hillstone, and a Dragapult EX all in the prize card.
Yeah, so nothing too bad, but a couple
Eu
of
vou
like,
voltar
for
aqui,
each
já
one,
que
an awkward
essa é a
one of
final
prizes you
mesmo.
definitely will not want access to. So yeah, both players on similar footing.
Okay, so James is on our left, Clement on the right. Clement playing that Dragapult EX archetype. There's the fist bump, and it looks like Clement is starting us off here in our final hit. The Little Regional Championships has led that copy of I see a turn attach. Is that all?
Oh no.
Is that all?
Is that all?
Oh no. Oh God. Myriad Leaf Shower is currently live. If we can get 3 energy onto that active Teal Mask Ogerpon, we could see a K. Oh my goodness.
Oh dear. We know
Not
it's
like this. It's definitely possible with energy switch. Yeah.
You just need one as well. Just attach one from hand, and then Teal Dance another one onto the bench. You can get there. Although, is James' hand also not that
Caralho,
great?
comeu?
Okay, right. Let's take a second.
Okay.
Compose ourselves. Okay, so if James wants to win exactly this turn, what we need to see is another Teal Mask Ogerpon EX hit the bench. You can activate Teal Dance to attach a grass energy to itself. You then energy switch it onto the active one, and then you can turn attach another grass to the active. Now,
Sure.
it's not the easiest thing in the world to do. However, it's possible. James could win this turn.
And there's no reason not to go for it either, because even the way James' hand is looking from seeing it more, you can still go for this while setting yourself up nicely the way you usually would in case you miss. So you know, you may as well go for it. There's no reason not to, as long as you get your regular Regidrago setup going on. Yeah, why not?
Yep. Oh, and the Squawkabilly will help piece together that combo. Nice. That Squawkabilly, in case you don't know, basic Pokemon has an ability. Squawk and Seize. As long as it's the first turn of the game, you can discard your hand to draw 6 more. And in case you don't know, the Myriad Leaf Shower is what James might be working towards here. 30 plus 30 for each energy attached to both active Pokemon. So as long as there's 3 grass energy on the Ogerpon, that is enough prerequisite damage, and that would be all she wrote for this game 1. Okay, James, let's see. Regidrago, really love to see that in case we don't hit the magic term.
Cancelling Cologne as well, just because.
Yep.
Why not, I guess?
That's not super relevant. Pheasantivity hits the bench. We love that.
Yeah, and then after this, it's going to be Squawk and Seize. I mean, okay, that hand was pretty bad without the Squawkabilly anyway, so even if you're not going for the donk, no reason not to go for that Squawk and Seize there. Let's see, does he have it? 6 cards.
I see. Oh, energy switch. No grass energy though.
No. Oh, that's
no way. Wait, there's no any draw support.
No, there's not.
So that's it. The turn is over.
That's a complete whiff from James. And you can attach his fire energy to the Regidrago at least. Jamming Tower, sure. Yeah, actually, that's a really good find.
Yeah.
We saw how effective that was.
Stadium card that turn makes all tool cards useless while it's in play. It turns a Sparkling Crystal there for Clement. But it looks like Clement can breathe a sigh of relief here. Oh, we're going to see an energy. Might see a retreat into the Motivate. Motivate's a fantastic. Oh, no, we're not. No. Okay, we're going to see attached to the Regidrago.
Yeah. Oh, that's a big miss from James, though. I mean, even in terms of like setup, yeah, it's not great. And yeah, just a pass. Wow.
Okay, right.
You're an anticlimax.
Over to Clement now as he navigates this turn. Why don't you talk about the Dragapult EX and what it's looking to do?
Yeah, so one more time. So the Dragapult EX, what you want to do is, in a similar way to the Regidrago deck, you want to be attacking with that Dragapult EX's Phantom Dive attack. However, instead of using the Apex Dragon from the Regidrago V to copy it, or rather the Regidrago V-Star, you just want to evolve it up, do it the old-fashioned way. So get your Rare Candy, get your Stage 2 Dragapult EX into play, and then you have the supporting team as well of the Pidgeot, which lets you, once per turn, the Pidgeot EX's quick search ability, search a deck for 1 card. So play similarly to the Charizard in that regard. It's just a setting up Stage 2 deck that wants to get all its setup going and then just overwhelm the opponent with Phantom Dive damage.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you a question here, Freya. Since both decks want to be using Phantom Dive, what's the advantage to using a Dragapult EX instead of a Regidrago V?
320 HP in a nutshell. Yes.
That's a good number right there, isn't it? Yeah, so Clement's going to try and get that Dragapult EX rolling.
And actually also, the fact that the Dragapult EX is a Terra Pokemon means that when it's on the bench, it can't be damaged either.
Yes. That is a great point, actually.
It is a Terra, right? Yeah.
It is a Terra.
Yes. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it is definitely. So we're going to see a Nest Ball concluding there for the Rotom V.
Of course, if it wasn't a Terra Pokemon, Sparkling Crystal wouldn't work.
That is, oh, there we go. What is Sparkling Crystal, actually?
So
wait, hold on a second. I don't think there's a lot going on here. They're going to see a Draclock recon directive. Oh, it does find an Arven though.
Okay,
whoa, that is a well-trained Draclock. Draclock has an ability.
Tem outro entregador, canal, marmita.
Two cards of your deck. One goes in your hand, one goes to the bottom. I have a sneaky feeling that if that Draclock didn't hit something good, that would have been turned over. But luckily for Clement, it did. So Arven won an item and a tool card. Can't be Forest Stone. We know that though.
Yeah, we
can find Buddy Willy Puff in to start setting up your bench.
Que caralho.
That Sparkling Crystal is the card
Falei que o site dele está com problema. Esse aí de site tenta duplicando pedido. Engraçado é que foi dois entregadores diferentes.
Reduces the attack cost of your Terra Pokemon by 1 energy of any type. So you can go ahead and just attach just once and then put on the Terra Crystal, and all of a sudden, or rather the Sparkling Crystal, and then you've got a Dragapult going straight away.
Yep.
Cheia
there we
mesmo,
go.
só...
Clement can breathe a little sigh of relief there. Managed to get out of that sticky situation he was in. But Arven just concluding here. Looks like eyeing up the I would imagine a Buddy Willy Puffin. And it looks like a TM Devolution as well. Buddy Willy Puff, in case you don't know, lets you grab any two basic Pokemon 70 HP or less and pop them straight onto your bench. Here we are going to see that now. Got a JP and a Pidgey.
Yeah, good thing for Clement is knowing that James's start wasn't really the strongest. This Pidgey, there's a good chance this Pidgey will be safe here. It does, of course, have 60 HP, so that does mean that a Apex Dragon copying Phantom Dive from James's side counters would be able to KO that Pidgey, which is not a great position to be in. There is no 70 HP Pidgey you can play to avoid that.
You are correct, son. Yeah, that hand is a bit dire, so we're going to be using the instant charge here off Rotom, I would imagine.
But I think that's fine, right?
Yeah, it lets you end the turn and draw 3. Okay, over to James now. He's playing that Reggie Drago V-Star archetype. Wants to get Reggie Drago V-Star rolling as soon as possible using Apex Dragon. So you can copy the attacks of any one of your Dragon-type Pokemon in your discard pile. How are we going to get that powerful energy?
Ele tá quebrado alguma coisa que ainda mal contato. Essa função
and energy source Apex Dragon requires 2 blasts and fire. Once you do get that rolling, though, you have a whole myriad.
Aí eu tirei o que tava ali, que você achou? Pra colocar pra eu pensar, mas será que deu um problema nesse que eu guardei ele? Lembrei porque eu guardei. Aí incrivelmente não tá dando mau problema. Lembra que a perninha dele não tava fechando e ele saía sozinho do controle? É esse cabo. Só que ele não tá saindo.
One Super Rod as well.
So one Super Rod and
uma razão maior não tá dando.
That's dreadful.
And worth noting. But there's 2 Red Drago V-Stars in the discard pile now. One's already there.
Ou seja, cabo bom a gente não tem mais nenhum.
Does that mean he has to get back the Super Rod?
I mean, hopefully plays other copies.
Literally just gets 2 grass energy.
Yeah.
2 grass energy.
Okay, no, actually, to be fair, this is fine.
Não, tô falando, mas caralho, não vence, velho. Não vence com Bracão nessa porra de casa.
Just be careful of the Reggie Drago V-Stars available. So yes, Legacy V-Star power. Discard top 7 cards of your deck and you can grab any 2 from your discard pile.
Although, actually, having said that, is there an attacker in James's discard to copy? I can't remember what he discarded of that score conceded. I can't remember if there was a Dragon-type Pokemon in there.
Ah, ela pulou aí.
There's a Dragapult EX. Okay,
so yeah, not the most sort of flashy Legacy Star ever, but still, I mean, yeah, Phantom Dive gets a really good double KO there, so I think James is still going to be pretty happy about that.
In case you don't know, Phantom Dive does 200 damage into the active, and then you can spread 6 damage counters on the bench, so that is 6 damage counters on the Pidgey and more than enough to KO active Draclock. Now, it looks like Clement actually has the pieces needed to pull off an attack. Wait a minute, hasn't got the energy in hand.
Oh, no, not yet. I guess, could you Arven for an Earthen Vessel?
Does he? Yes, actually, because Rare Candy is now, so yes, so Arven would have to grab Earthen Vessel.
Oh, but the problem is the jamming tower is currently in place, so there's actually... Yeah, so actually you need to grab the Serendipity here because you need to flip the script and find a counter to that jamming tower, otherwise your Sparkling Crystal doesn't work.
Yep, so that jamming tower, in case you don't know, is a stadium card that makes all tool cards in play useless, for lack of a better term. So it looks like Clement's going to grab himself the Serendipity EX, basic Pokemon with that flip the script ability. Fantastic card, seen a lot of decks, letting you draw 3 cards once per turn if one of your Pokemon was knocked out last turn, which of course they was. Didn't see any energy there, though.
Professor Turo, another Arven, and a Dragapult EX. All stuff that is either not very useful or stuff that you already had. So yeah, definitely not what he was looking for there. A little bit unfortunate.
So it looks like this Arven is going to be played.
Yeah, what can you even grab, right? I mean, I guess you can grab the... Okay, you can Rare Candy to the Dragapult, sure. You could grab Lost Vacuum to get rid of the Jamming Tower.
That works as well.
And
that's a fantastic point.
Yeah, and then if you do that, I guess you could attach the Sparkling Crystal and just do the first attack, Jet Headbutt for no energy attack cost.
You could. That'd be a nice 70 damage.
Yeah, it doesn't feel great, but like if it needs a must, right?
Looks like Earthen Vessel is being eyed up though. Earthen Vessel is an item card, and you discard 1 card from your hand to grab any 2 basic energy from your deck. Fantastic card, and that will help alleviate the problems. Yeah. You're right. The Jamming Tower would still be in play.
Yeah. And you can see those are literally the Earthen Vessel and the Vacuum are the 2 cards he was debating. Does decide to go for the Earthen Vessel in the end, and I think this is fine, mainly because essentially both means achieve the same end. You're just attaching the energy first, and that's probably better.
Eu vi já, Maria. Eu vi já. Eu não vou comprar agora, Maria.
We know that there's a second Arven in hand, so that next turn Clement could just search for the Vacuum.
Eu sei. Você conecta no PC também. Esses daí já é customizado.
Oh no, it's 10 short.
10 short, yeah, so a little bit unfortunate mathematics there.
Funciona que nem carregador de celular esse aí também.
To grab a basic psychic and a basic fire.
Aí ele tem a entrada do 3DS e o fim dele é USB normal. Aí você pluga e carrega.
As we do see James, just cutting the deck. It's whenever you shuffle your deck, you have to offer your opponent a chance to cut it. It's just a matter of courtesy and it's part of the rules and all that.
Yep.
And then Psychic Energy attached onto the Dragon Ball EX, and Jet Headbutt for 70 damage.
Not bad. You know, a little 1 for 70. Okay, James, over to yourself. What can we do here? Okay, so it looks, I'm trying to get a little peek at the hand. The Earthen Vessel is like being eyed up. We're going to discard an Earthen Vessel as well. Now remember, James has a few hurdles he has to navigate. If this game goes long, it could be hard for James to win. We see 2 copies of Regidrago V-Star currently in the discard pile, and a few energy as well, as 2 are going to be taken off the Earthen Vessel. So Super Odds, which we did see one of them get discarded off the Legacy Star, it could be an important resource if this game goes long.
Yeah, the reason why the Regidrago V-Star has options for it that the Dragapult deck doesn't, like both of these decks have their own advantages, right?
Yeah.
The advantage of the Dragapult deck is that you have the extra HP of the Dragapult EX, and that's really great. And that normally the advantage of the Regidrago V-Star is that you have access to other dragon attacking options. You have the Kyurem and you have the Giratina V-Star, but the Giratina V-Star is not enough damage even with the 280 to take a KO on a Dragapult.
Yep, and that's one of the drawbacks, as we do see a Hoo-Hoo, a Pheasantipity, and a Regidrago V hit the bench after a Till Dance activation.
The Pheasantipity was already out. That was
sorry, I apologise.
Yes.
There's an energy switch though. Going to get that energy from the Ogerpon onto the Regidrago V. But yeah, and if we do, I was going to see an Apex Dragons copy, a Phantom Dive. Looks like one's going to go on the Pheasantipity, EX on the bench, 200 onto the active, and then the rest onto the Rotom V.
Oh, so actually thinking about it actually. So one on the Fez is obvious because then you can do Phantom Dive into the active. Actually, just going to put all of it on there. Fair enough.
Okay, Clement, we're going to have to try and see some backup attackers at some point. It does have a nest ball, though. I think that was off the top. Needed to see that.
No, it definitely didn't have that last, so in other ways would have played it. So that was definitely the top deck there. Now, yeah, it is such a shame that it's 10 short of a knockout, but there is something cool that Clement could do.
What's that?
So if you Phantom Dive this turn, you could, in theory, finish off the Regidrago later, send it to the bench, and Holucha ping to take the knockout with the flying entry.
Definitely could. That's something to definitely keep an eye on. If I had the boss's orders and Holucha now could have done it this turn, maybe. Oh no, of course you need the 200 into the active, of course.
Yeah,
you're right. That's something to keep an eye on. Okay, here is a nest ball being played. That this has to get a GP, right? We're going to have to get a backup attacker at some point.
Yeah, you have to, and the unfortunate. Hold on, wait. Do you do it with the Radiant Alakazam? That'll do
it. Yes, if we have a way to get Holucha flying entry, we'll get an extra 10 damage. So the Arven can now grab. It has to be Ultra Ball because flying entry is a coming into play ability.
Yes, so it has to be the Ultra Ball here to. Oh, you're taking a bit of a wait. No, Buddy Puffin. Is there something we're missing here? Maybe doesn't want to go for that straight away, but just wants to set it up for later. Oh no, I guess. The thing is, you don't need to take the KO this turn.
Yeah.
You can kind of do a similar play to what we just described, but you don't necessarily need to do it straight away. You can still just do the 200 now. Yeah, use the Buddy Puffin to set up more DPs, and then next turn, do the manipulation with that. So yeah, that's probably a better way to go about it, because that way, you're not taking prizes early and making yourself more vulnerable to an INO, for example.
Yeah, you probably don't want to commit all your Sparkling Crystal or anything like this, or extra energy cards So Dragapult, that's likely going to go down. So Arvin will search the Buddy Puffin to grab 2 more GP, which we needed to see as some backup attacker.
Yeah, so there we go. And then attachment onto the active, and yep, Phantom Dive, 200 going onto the Regidrago V-Star in the active. So that will be on 270 damage, 10 away from a knockout. And then let's see where Clement decides to put these extra 6 on the bench.
It would be very, very impactful. These bench manipulation, very important for the Dragapult EX. Oh no, we're not going to see the Phantom Dive straight away. So we're going to see the Painful Spoons from Irradiant Alakazam. Then you move 2 damage counters from one of your opponent's Pokemon to another.
Yeah, I guess it kind of, yeah, in a way, manipulating it in a way to make sure you get to the same result, right? So yeah, it makes total sense here. So yeah, now, Phantom Dive, 200 to the actives, that will now put it up to, what was it, 250?
Yep.
Yeah, 250 there, and then 60 going on to the Squawkabilly, setting up for a potential really nice follow-up KO next turn.
Yep, so 80 damage on that Squawkabilly on the bench as well. Okay, over to James. Let's see, what is your... Tell you what, a Triforce there would be a bit naughty, wouldn't it?
Yeah, Triforce would be devastating.
Examine lá pra pegar já, ainda tem.
Especially if you know that's your... Wait, would that just win the game?
Beleza,
Would that be enough?
Já o guardo o
right,
resto.
James? There's 200 on there right now, so
I apologize. I am 10 short again. Oh, he's getting excited there. Yeah. So it looks like James is going to start off there with an Ultra Ball. We're going to grab Noctowl, that Jewel Seeker. Love that card. Noctowl has the ability Jewel Seeker. When you evolve into it, as long as you have a Terra Pokemon in play, you can grab any 2 trainer cards you like from your deck.
Yeah, so going to do a quick little Super Rod first, just to get this Regidrago V-Star back into the deck. We know that, yeah, there's a 2 in a discard, so he needs to get at least 1 back. Actually going to get back 2 for good measure, and a Grass Energy 2. Super Rod gets played, all the Fritos get shuffled back, and that does leave Noctowl as the last card in hand. There's the evolution. Jewel Seeker triggering with that Tail Mask Ogerpon in play. Yeah, Professor's Research is an obvious choice. And then, I guess, what do you go? Oh, thinking about that. Wait, no, Temple of Sinnoh doesn't do anything here. What? Maybe just get rid of it.
Just to thin it out of the deck, I imagine. Probably knows that Dragapult doesn't play many stadiums that it needs to worry about, so let's just get Temple of Sinnoh out the deck. These are high-level plays. You don't want to join Temple of Sinnoh in the late games. How about I get it in my hand now and just immediately discard it via Professor's Research?
Yeah, very heads up. And it's also, there's nothing else vital that you need to go for here. You just want to draw a bunch of cards. You want to see more energy mainly, so yeah, just thin out the useless card for the Jewel Seeker instead. Makes a whole lot of sense.
So we do see the Professor's Research there being played, 7 new cards. Let's see what they are. I tell you, this game has developed a lot more than just a Myriad Leaf Shower turn 1 for game.
Yeah, here it is. Oh, there's
Regidrago V-Star.
Yeah, found it straight away and finds the Grass Energy too. So there is now another Regidrago ready to go when this one eventually gets knocked out. So that's a really, really good mitigation setup there from James. And now he's looking through in the discard pile just to see what else he has access to. He knows that he can't Legacy Star this game. That's already been used.
Yep.
So he needs to make sure that he's aware of all the resources that he has and that he doesn't have. And then finishing the turn off with another Phantom Dive. Going to be a KO on the active, but now where is the split going? Oh wait, is he Trifrosting? No, I think he's just got multiple dice out in case.
He's got the dice ready,
just in case he wants to split up a bit. So yeah, let's see how he goes for this here. 30 onto the Dreepy, it looks like. 20 onto the Alakazam, and then 1 more. Where's that going? James is thinking about it. Onto another one onto the Radiant Alakazam, maybe? Oh, he's thinking about it. It's so crucial to place these damage counters in exactly the right way. This is the true skill in piloting any deck that makes use of the Phantom Dive attack.
2 on Radiant Alakazam brings it in range of a Triforce, right?
Yes, it does.
So it's going to be 3 on bench Dreepy, 1 on bench Dreepy, 2 on Alakazam.
Yes.
Okay, so the
3-1-2, yeah.
Yep, so the less damage Dreepy gets promoted, and it is over to Clement now. Does have all the pieces. Oh no, still needs a stadium replacement. Sorry, if wants to.
Oh, but there it is.
Pokemon League headquarters. Don't see that one too often. Stadium card that makes all basic Pokemon's attack cost 1 colorless more. Not super relevant here, but could come up.
Yeah, and it is still stadium count ultimately. That's what matters most right now.
It could have had no text for all that matter. It's good enough in that scenario.
Yeah. Oh, and that flip the script wasn't bad. You know, finding a Dratcloak and an Iono, definitely a card that you want to play this turn. The Noctowl's been used, so and there's there's Pheasant Dipsy out, but still you got to play to your outs as much as possible, right? Iono seems pretty good to play here. Or maybe not.
Probably needs to play the Arvin to grab Rare Candy. I haven't quite got that yet. Oh, there's a Rare Candy. The Recon Directive off these Dratloak. Oh my goodness gracious. There's some well-trained Dratlock here, everybody.
Yeah. Now you play the Iono, no sweat. Yeah, definitely worth going for because now you with the Recon Directive you have the freedom to play the Iono when otherwise you would have needed to play the Arvin to grab the Rare Candy instead.
Although, they still need...
Cara, ele mata aquele Squawkabilly, não mata? Não mata, não.
So Arvin, I guess, could guarantee that because you can get...
Mata não, mas chega perto.
Oh, no,
it's going to be Iono. Okay then, folks. So we need to see a basic energy here from Clement in this, from this Iono to 6. Has used flip the script, has used recon directive. Okay, if we don't see that, we can't use phantom dive, can use jet headbutt still, but there is the energy.
Important to note.
Oh, wait, counter catch is currently live as well. That's going to make this so much. Oh, we could even see counter catcher into Squawkabilly, could see counter catcher into Ready Drago, could see counter catcher onto Fez.
Oh, love that.
Serendipity.
Get the sucker to the active because, oh, no, this is so smart because this is not a KO here. So you can go ahead and you do Phantom Dive, 200, spread the damage around, and then you can like finish everything off next turn. That is super clever.
Don't forget that Halucha is still currently live as well.
Yeah, it is. Clement, again, putting on a masterclass display with a Dragapult, knows exactly how to play this deck the most effective way, and is setting up for a 6-prize turn next turn.
A 6? Oh, looks like it's going to iron up the Ready Drago now. Don't mind it. Get it out of the way.
It's... No, he's putting just enough on it so that he can finish it off with something else later.
Okay.
This is so clever.
Wow.
Because then next turn you win off a 5 Phantom Dive and Halucha, moving stuff around with Radiant Sam, and because there was no knockout, Serendipity isn't live.
Yep, so that was an Iono to 2, no bailout options for James. What a turn there from Clement. James, what can you do? Has to maneuver, and that's a concession! Wow!
Clement Coubois, take my hat off to you. That was my mind is blown. Like the Galaxy Brain level plays coming from Clement, but he's doing France proud right now.
Wow, Clement Coubois, what a game! How much did that game develop from being a potential myriad leaf shower and that's all she wrote to all of a sudden Clement navigating so well out of there and managed to get that all home. We had a jet headbutt.
Esse Dragapult ganhar
I wonder
ainda.
how many games you win if you announce jet headbutt.
Yeah, but this is the strength of Phantom Dive, right? If you're clever with your damage placement, you can set yourself up so that you never essentially take a knockout until the point where you know you can just win the game. And that's exactly what Clement did there. Set himself up for a 6-prize turn. And yeah, with this start, we thought, you know, Phantom Dive, KOing the Dracloak and the Pidgey. You thought, oh, well, what's Clement going to do from here? But he pulled it back, kept Phantom Diving, set up the damage in the absolute best way possible. James was able to mount some counterattacks, of course, but after Clement just sort of flooded the field of damage, there was nothing James could do. And with the Iono combined with no draw outs, just concedes the game.
Yep. Wow. That was all she wrote there, realistically, you know. Massive shout out to the MVP, in my opinion, has to be those Dracloak. Both of those uses of Recon Directive found Clement exactly what he needed. Without them, those Arvins would have had to been used to find different targets. And that's one advantage of actually using the Dragapult EX via its evolution line, is that you can make use of Recon Directive, whereas James can't do that.
I just saw the opening hand for Clement. It was a lone Dreepy start, but this time he does have a buddy pop in.
Okay.
So, uh-oh.
Okay, well, we was all holding our breath there. Yeah. I can tell even people at the stage were like, wait a minute. But there is 2 copies of GP currently prized for Clement. But here we go. Game 2 at the Lille Regional Championship Final is about to get started here. I would imagine James is going to kick us off. And here we go.
Yeah, this is a matchup where no matter who you are, you always want to go first. You either want to get your Regidrago out first, or you want to get your Dragapult out first. Makes a lot of sense.
Here we go. Here's the fist bump. James is going to be kicking us off here. James is currently 1-0 down. Needs to win 2 games in a row to become a first-time regional champion. Kicking us off here with a Nest Ball.
Yes, Nest Ball able to search your deck for any basic Pokemon and put it straight onto your bench. And of course, this being the first deck search, James is going to take the chance to look through and work out those prizes. We didn't get a chance to talk about James's prizes actually, but I did notice he had a couple of one-offs prized. He had that Mew EX prized and also that Cleffer, which is, granted, it's not ideal, but in this matchup, you probably don't want to bench it anyway. It's a little bit of a liability for a Phantom Dive.
That is a dangerous Cleffer if you put that down.
Yes.
I'm sure Cleffer's going to be perfectly fine hiding in the prize cards. And I find it interesting. It is the battle of the Phantom Dive. Who is the best Phantom Diver? Regidrago, V-Star, or Dragapult itself? Only one way to find out, but currently James needs to win this game if he wants to take that crown.
Yeah, he does. So Nestball's going to find the first Teal Mask Ogerpon. Of course, makes total sense. You want to get your energy down early, get those Teal Dancers going, attach extra energy, draw extra cards, find your way through the deck. Yeah, it's... Galvantula, put on a very brave fight, and I'm still, Ross was absolutely right. I was reeling over in the backstage when I saw that, but you know what? I see the Galvantula love in the chat, fair play, but, I mean, Galvantula isn't in the finals, and Teal Mask Ogerpon is for both decks, well, not for both decks, but for one of the decks, so, you know.
Shout out to you, chat, as we do see the Teal Dance activation, gets to draw a card here. And I guess the saving grace about playing against Dragapult EX is that, there's not going to be much turn 1 pressure. Oh, big here. Squawk and Seize is being used, but that's a lot of... Wait, Fez and Dippity getting discarded, Giratina, V-Star, and the Curum.
Yeah, I mean, Giratina, V-Star, and the Curum was good, but yeah, interestingly, he chose not to bench the Fez and Dippity. I think this is James adapting here, realizing, hold on, Clement is not going to take knockouts until he can win the game, so Fez and Dippity is never going to be live.
Tell you what, Clement doesn't play Manaphy, right? Having that Curum in the discard pile early is huge.
Oh.
Turn 2 Triforce basically said, you need to get down 4 Dreepy, otherwise I'll wipe them all. So that could be interesting for us to keep our eyes. And we know that Clement's actually prized 2 Dreepy as well, so what was you going to say?
I was going to say is that, again, James has found very early on his first turn the one-of jamming tower that he plays.
Yep. Love that jamming tower, making all tool cards effectively useless, as James is going to Ultra Ball away Temple of Sinnoh and his own Dragapult EX to grab a Reggie Drago V-Star. And you're right, James probably
Vai dormir aí,
not really
criatura?
much turn 1 pressure here, so I've actually have time. But yeah, there's that Triforce. We can see it
Tá
on the
bem?
side. Apex Dragon can copy that. You have to discard all
Que
your
foi?
energy using it, but you can do 110 damage to any 3 of your opponent's Pokemon. That
Começou a
right
dar o
there
quê?
is a great number for getting rid of GP. Right.
Ah, bom, achei que estava ruim.
For James, let's see what Clement can do.
Oh, it's not a lot, you know. It's Buddy Buddy Poffin, which, sure, you can grab 2 more basics, but with no Manaphy out, James can in theory just win next turn.
Yeah, no, you are, yes.
With the Curum discard, there's you know not much else extra needed in setup. You just need an energy switch, an energy attachment, and a Regidrago V-Star, and you're good. So
you know, Regidrago V-Star's in the hand, got Ultra Balled for, right?
And there's a research in the hand too. Oh, Clement's got to be careful here. I don't think he has another way to search for a basic either. I think it's just his Buddy Buddy Poffin.
Well, we know 2 are prized anyway, so there's going to be only 1 being taken here. Goodness gracious. That Triforce interesting because Manaphy usage goes down because Dust Noir exists, but what this does do is open up, it opens up gameplay lines for other bench attacking decks.
Yeah, that hand, there's no other way to draw cards to search for a basic.
Really?
Really? Oh dear, oh dear.
This GP's attack might be seeing a petty grudge.
Oh my goodness.
That'll have to be one real big grudge to try and get out of this business.
Yeah, it will. I want to make sure that, let's look at when we get a chance, look at the hand again. I want to make sure that I'm seeing this right, but I'm fairly sure, yeah.
Oh, uh-oh.
There's the Psychic Energy, yeah, going to attach it onto the bench.
Makes sense.
Counter Catcher, TMD, but there's no way to draw cards.
Oh boy.
Oh,
okay, that's Clement's turn there. James, Triforce wins this game actually. Wait a minute. There's no, oh my God.
I was saying,
explain that to me, and I've only just realized. Okay, we saw a turn attachment already, right?
Literally just need Energy Switch.
We just need Energy Switch.
Energy Switch wins the game.
There it is! So we're going to see Energy Switch from the bench Ogerpon to the active Triforce, 110 damage to any 3 of your opponent's Pokemon. There's only 3 Pokemon. That'll be all she wrote. Have we missed something?
No, but I think James has missed something. Does he not see it?
Curum is in the discard pile, right? Yeah. There it is.
There we go.
So Triforce for game. James Cox wins our game 2 here at the Lille Regional Championship. Do you know what this basically means, Freya?
What?
Lille Regional is going to come down to a best of 1.
Oh, well, one more time. It's 1 game to decide if the streak of non-European domination continues, or if Clermont can defend the French home soil and take the Lille Regional Championships home.
We're going to have a replay coming up here. It's going to be a quick one because that game wasn't particularly long. Yeah, there's the past, and that was all she wrote realistically. James managed to get that Squawking Seas was so impactful. Got all the attackers. James realizing, wait a second. I think I saw a Curum in the discard pile. Triforce stealing 110 damage to 3 Pokemon. That's all she wrote.
You can see the smile on his face as well. He realized, wait, hold on, I almost missed that.
Yeah. Tell you what, if James did miss that, he wouldn't have been a happy camper. I can tell you that for free. But did manage to see it in the end. But sometimes that can happen, right? You get so sort of caught up thinking turns ahead. Sometimes you can miss the easy one in front of you. But James did catch it. Now all comes down to a best of 3. Now, Clement, what I imagine, ought to be going first. How much do you think that changes the match?
Oh, it changes it a lot, because if you can get out your evolution first, that means you can get out your... You basically get the first attack, and the first attack means so much, because you get that early pressure on, and the tempo is always going to be in your favor, unless your opponent can then do something to make you miss that tempo.
Let's consult these prizes. Draglock, Rare Candy, Well, not a skateboard, rescue. Oh,
two
rare candy.
Okay, yeah. Two rare candy. It's not ideal, but it is workable.
It's workable. Okay, but here's our game through. Let's make some noise here in the venue. The winner of this will be our little regional champion. Clement starting us off here with a buddy Puffin.
And going first as well. So actually, this is going to be about as perfect a start as Clement could ask for. Just getting Pokemon down. No risk of a ridiculous. No risk of a Triforce or even just a Phantom Dive to get a KO on a Pidgey. This is a really, really strong turn one.
It really is. So there's 3 Dreepy down there. Buddy Puff is still being played. He's going to consult the deck. Love to see that. Work out what's in the prize card. There's nothing better when you can get to consult your deck on your first turn on your first deck. So let's work out what exactly is available.
Interesting, he's obviously going for a double Dreepy here. Maybe he's thinking, hold on, I'm not 100% confident that I can set up the Pidgeot in time. So maybe before a Phantom Dive happens. So maybe I just want to go all out with my Dreepies. Just have that as my engine instead. Maybe do some Dracloak action.
Yeah, could there be an argument? Maybe he's worked out with 2 copies of rare candy prize. Might not be able to afford to use one of them for a Pidgeot.
That's a very good point as well. Yeah, and he's probably working that out now from doing the deck search too.
And also might have another nest board or Buddy Puffin in hand as well to maybe go and grab the Pidgey. Although the shuffling suggests that maybe there is no more ball search in the hand. We'll get to consult the hand soon, but immediately, if the turn was to end here, so fine start there for Clement.
Yeah, so there you go. Taking note of his prizes, he was able to work out those prizes very quickly.
Yeah, fair play. All right, let's have a look. There's another. There's Pidgey in hand.
Oh, okay, there we go. That makes sense.
Hand. Another. Got the Dreepy army. The Dreepy are coming out and saying, Clement, we're going to do our best, my friend, to get you a regional championship.
The quad Dreepy is here. Energy attachment onto the bench, and then just to pass. Oh, Clement's hand is really not good. Other than that, it's 3 cards, and there's a Professor Turo, a counter catcher, and like a rescue board, I think.
Okay, let's see if James can. Oh, James bail him out with an eye. No, I'm not 100% sure. We're going to see an Ultra Board at the very least. That's going to discard that Dragapult EX. Get that in the discard pile immediately. That's like the first mini game for the the Regidrago archetype is to get those attackers in the discard pile. James as well working out what's prized.
Yeah. Oh, this might be a huge bailout though, because I don't think James realizes how bad Clement's hand is, but now he's just Ultra Ball the way that Professor's Research.
Has another one in hand, I think.
Oh, is it another in hand? Okay, then never mind.
One in hand.
Okay. I guess to be fair, you could make an argument either way, right? It's the old thing of trying to work out, is my opponent's hand like small but really insane, or is it just small and actually not workable?
Always have the stage 2 hand, that's what I call it.
Yeah.
Rare candy plus your evolution Pokemon that you need. So Ultra Ball is being played here. Imagine Regidrago V could be the easy target, or a Tilmask Ogerpon, depending what's in the hand. But here we do see Regidrago V hitting the field.
Yes. Gonna search that out, and then is there another deck search to come as well? We do see there is. Oh, there's another Ultra Ball in hand as well, so that's gonna be okay. There we go.
There's an Iono getting discarded, so that's gonna mean there will be no bailout here.
No, and you were right. There's another research in hand, so it's gonna be the old the high 5 Professor's Research, right? No cards in hand.
Back in the day, yeah.
Yes. The high 5 Juniper if you want to go all the way back.
Juniper all day, but base black and white if you've been playing that long.
Yeah, so there you go. Research for discarding no cards, drawing a fresh 7. They're absolutely the ideal there. So
we just want to see some basic energy, some energy switch. Anything like that would be ideal.
Yeah, and that's Giratina V-Stuff, good measure. Earthen Vessel, absolutely. And finds the Champion Tower turn 1 again.
Champion Tower
in a row.
You see Clement with the little hand ring. Oh, yeah, okay, fair enough. Is that one of, is it? You're doing quite well at finding that. And worth noting as well, Giratina V-Star hits the discard pile off that Earthen Vessel.
Yes, so it would be pretty much the perfect discard target there as well. Very happy about that. And now we'll be able to use that Teal Dance, draw another card, get a Fire Energy onto the Regidrago, and you're very much good going, especially knowing how bad Clement's hand is.
Well, James isn't to know that, but yeah. Oh, love that. Back in the day, you go. Shuffle. Okay, so let's see. We've got Teal Dance can still be used. I imagine basic Fire Energy will end the turn on the Regidrago V.
Yeah,
that's going to be your last interaction today.
Energy Switch is in hand already as well, so you can already get it going. Why not, right?
Ultra Ball.
Hello.
Ultra Ball.
Maybe do you want to save that for now, though? I
think so.
I don't think you're too worried about your Regidrago being KO'd.
You want to see what you draw into. You want your Ultra Ball to maybe, if you draw into Regidrago V-Star, your Ultra Ball could be something else, maybe a Cure at a later date.
Yeah.
I think that's going to conclude the turn there.
The only thing maybe you could Ultra Ball for the Hoot so that then you can evolve to Noctowl. There's a Noctowl in hand, but opts not to go for it. What is the top deck there?
Dragapult EX.
Oh.
Counter Catcher. Professor Churro scenario, not the card you want to see in this scenario. And the Night Stretcher. That's going to be a pass.
Oh dear. Clement's deck failing him at the final hurdle. This is not what you want to see in the finals of regional championships.
Did actually draw into the Noctowl there as well.
No, it was already in hand.
Oh, sorry, I apologise. Yeah. James, what have we got in the discard pile? Dragapult EX is there. Giratina V-Star is there. Here comes the Ultra Ball.
Are we going to see another Trifrost?
We could. if you Triforce, you get rid of 3 GP, right?
Yeah.
If you Phantom Dive, you get rid of 2. You know, I would argue...
Well, you get rid of one and a Pidgey.
1 and a Pidgey as well. Okay, so... I don't know, I think holding on to all your energy here is crucial. It's not like...
Pior que aqui deu uma caída de temperatura que choveu. Choveu bastante ontem. Hoje amanheceu chovendo, agora tá abrindo um pouco o tempo.
You still need to actually get the Regidrago V-Star in your active. Does have Legacy Star available. There's okay. Fair enough. Professor's research again for James.
Firing on all cylinders here. 7 cards drawn. What's he find? Oh, that's a prime catcher. Oh, 9k of the GP with the energy too.
Yep. Now you can chase the energy. Leave Jamming Tower in play as well.
Oh wait. Although hold on. Still needs to find the Dragapult EX. I don't think it's.
No, it's a Discopult. It's definitely a Discopult.
It is. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, it was the first one. There is the prime catcher bringing in the energy attached GP. Oh my goodness. This is not looking good. Double Nest Ball can still be played as well. You need that just to help stabilize your board in case of any shenanigans.
Yeah, the contrast is stark here. Like, Claremont just not able to find anything. Imagine getting all this way in your deck, just failing you at the last hurdle here. It can't feel great, whereas James is just firing on all cylinders, not missing a single beat here.
And here you could argue here's a benefit of playing an effective stage 1 deck versus a stage 2 deck. I don't need to bother with Rare Candy Puzzle.
No.
I can just evolve. Still has Legacy Star available. Not even sure if you use it right now.
No, you don't need to, right?
You don't need to.
You're under no threat at all. Save it for when you want to dig further. Maybe find that Kyurem next and finish the game.
I really like this Phantom Dive will KO bench Pidgey as well. 6 damage counters. Goodness.
Yeah, you were totally right. Yeah, I missed that. Dragapult discard off the first Squawk and Teaser must have been right.
Yeah, it was the very first one. There we go.
There it is.
So there we go.
And that just reduces Clements out even further as well, because now you can't Rare Candy into the pitcher. Let's see, what's the draw?
What is that top deck?
What is it?
An Earthen Vessel.
I think that's it.
Kyurem isn't in discard pile yet, so it's not quite it.
That's like...
But it's tough.
All James needs is Kyurem in discard pile and he wins the game. That's it.
I think Clement might be looking. Is Kyurem there? I don't think it is yet. No, it's not.
No. So...
Oh, no.
Wait, I think James might have a guaranteed. There's an Ultra Ball in hand and there's an Earthen Vessel. So, yeah, James has it. That's it. This game's over.
Let's have a look.
Oh, wait, oh, no, sorry, okay. There's Night Stretcher for Pidgey. It's not over yet. Don't mind me. Okay.
Counter catcher like that. Try and stall something in the active. Pheasantipity has a 1 retreat cost. Mew has a 3 retreat cost.
Yeah, I can't bring that up.
There.
Oh, it's so hard though. Yeah, there's nothing like great to bring up. No.
Just a pass.
Because I mean, bring up the Fez. It's really 1 energy is really not hard to find at all.
Okay, over to James. Let's see. I mean, he Phantom Dive here. Does James play a Halucha? He does not.
No.
Okay.
But yeah, I think Phantom Dive here is still fine, right? Again, just take a double knockout. Even if you don't do the Triforce, you're still so far ahead.
To 2 prizes. Yeah, at that point, you can just squeak over the line. Oh! But there is that Kyurem being taken off the Ultra Ball. Just have it in discard pass. There, right. It's there. Try frosty now. Can someone feel the temperature in the venue get a bit frosty?
Well, I guess to be fair, even if you do the Triforce now, you don't win immediately. If your opponent's left with a lone Pidgey, do you really care?
Yeah.
It doesn't win the game, but it effectively does. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh.
Really just closes the door.
Yeah, so Earthen Vessel discards that Kyurem that James just found off of the Ultra Ball. Going to grab 2 grass energy. You can teal down to set up another Regidrago V if you really want to. I'm fairly sure there was another one in the hand, but even if there isn't, I don't think it really matters at this point.
Goodness, so now Triforce is available via Apex Dragon, so is Lost Impact, I believe, and so is Phantom Dive. There is another Teal Mask Ogerpon. Bench that, use Teal Dance, draw a card, attach the grass energy.
Oh, that's another Regidrago V.
Regidrago V.
Wow.
There's another Teal Dance activation. There we go. Attach that. Draw another one.
Eventually. There it is.
We got there.
Yeah. Actually, no, at this point, you don't even put down the Regidrago V. That's just a stall target at that point. Yeah, no, there's no reason to put it down. You're under no threat of an attack here. Yeah,
it's not like a Regidrago can get KO'd in 1 turn via Dragapult, is it?
Yeah, it just...
This is looking tough.
Yeah, it's looking tough.
Oh, are we going to see the Triforce?
Yeah, I think you just go for it now. You just get rid of all the Dreepies. Because if you get rid of all the Dreepies, Clement can't even attack.
Wow, Triforce, 110 damage to 3 Pokemon. Dreepy. Sent to the discard pile. It's looking a bit creepy here. What can Clement do? Top that Radiant Alakazam. I think that might be all she wrote. Could you use Professor Churro on your own terms, perhaps?
Oh, is he thinking about it? Or, no, what's it? Earthen Vessel. Oh, wait, what does... Are we going to see a... Peck?
Gust, I apologize.
Gust. Gust for 10. Is this how it ends? Oh, for 20 rather. Is this how the Lille Regional Championships ends right here? Pidgey's brave last stand against this Regidrago V-Star.
Pidgey's last stand.
Oh.
Goodness. I mean the only benefit here for Clement is that the Regidrago V-Star hasn't got any energy on. Wait a minute.
Wait, no, that makes it even easier because now you can just attack with the Tiamat Gokapon right there.
Yeah, Myriad Leaf Shower is currently live. There's a switch in hand. If there's a basic energy in hand, Myriad Leaf Shower will take the Lille regional energy switch. Myriad Leaf Shower for game. James Cox wins his first regional championship here in Lille.
Jay, over the moon, huge congratulations, and that means the streak of European regionals being conquered by non-European players continues, and I think we've got some work to do, Shay.
We have. I ain't got no work to do. I'll be sitting there talking about a massive congratulations.
Uma banho? Manda lá. Você vê se tem sabonete ali, se não sabe.
Now can call himself a champion, but let's not get too ahead of ourselves here. I want to give a massive shout out to Clement there. You know, played really well. Unfortunately, had some bad draws towards the end, but was able to navigate his way to the final and was only one game away from taking the regionals down as well.
Yeah, and let's make no mistake here, Claymon earned his spot in that top 8. Every single game that we saw him play on stream, he played like a player 10 years his veteran. Like, he deserved to be in that finals, and it was just unfortunately his deck failing him at the last hurdle. But James Cox as well, I know he has been pining for this win for such a long time. This has got to mean the world to him.
I know he plays, like I said, James has played thousands of games with different archetypes, you know, so many practices, you know, with Kaya and Natalie Miller, all fantastic players over there in Australia. Goodness gracious me. But let's have a look at this replay. Let's see how this finals panned out here, because it was a fun one. There's the fist bump to start us off here in game one. The recon directive from the Draklock came in so handy, because Darren found that Arven, and then Clement could actually get in the game.
Yeah, and but then after that, you know, trying to find his way through, but James able to just draw and set up perfectly both games there. And with that, was that the Legacy Star? Yeah, thinking, hold on, Legacy Star for 2 grass energy, that doesn't feel great, but it didn't matter. That was all he needed. They then can Phantom Dive, KO the Drakcloak and the Pidgey, and then you know, that was a really great setup there. But then Claremont coming in and taking that game one convincingly, placing the damage counters perfectly on James' side of the field to take no prizes until right at the end. And yeah, that was such a phenomenal display.
Yeah, Clement coming back in that game one from that desperation war state just proves, you know, you're never truly out of it with this Dragapult EX archetype. Because once it hits the bench, or hits the field, I should say, 320 HP, and that was all she wrote there. Clement was able to weather the storm, and James just had to shuffle him up, compose himself, and just get back involved for game 2. However, game 2, we saw that pass, and that was pretty much, it could have been a Myriad Leaf Shower to end that game 2. However, it did actually develop, not very long though, as Triforce was able to clear up all 3. Talk to us about game 3.
Yeah, so game 3, I mean, it was a similar kind of thing, right? We saw in game 2, it was just Triforce, and that's all it was. But then in game 3, Clement's deck, all the Dreepies out, the whole gang was there, but nothing to evolve them into. And then James able to set up the Regidrago V-Star, had the Phantom Dive to take the KO on the Dreepy and the Pidgey, and just, again, perfect setup there. Completely devastating Clement's board before he could even draw anything. Up comes the Dreepy. See, Clement saved himself with the Night Stretcher on the Pidgey just to last a little bit longer, but Trifrost coming in again, wiping out all the Dreepies from Clement's side of the field, just leaving Pidgey's last stand to come in.
Yeah, Pidgey last stand. Love to see a Gust there in a regional final. But yeah, James had the switch, had the energy, Myriad Leaf Shower, and that's all she wrote. Myriad Leaf Shower taking it all the way home there and crowning, you could argue, crowning James with the Stellar Crown, a regional champion.
Yeah, huge congratulations to James, and huge congratulations again to Clement. I have no doubt that we'll be seeing him again in future regionals doing very, very well. With a performance like that, we know that he has the skills to pay the bills.
He really has. Let's take a quick look at the bracket and see how Clement did manage to navigate his way there, and James as well. Let's start off on the bottom side of the bracket there. Clement had to navigate through Joshua Van Elvershelder, a fantastic player in the community, well-known content creator. That wasn't an easy one. Then had to navigate through the tricky control matchup. Not the easiest thing in the world to do. You can make one falter and you can quickly lose that. But James, on the other hand, Freya, talk to us about James's journey from the top there.
Yeah,
don't foi.
Aussie Kaiwen in top 8, and then beating Alberto Conti on stream in top 4, and finally Trifrosting his way to a Lille regional.
Mexi em alguma aba sem querer. Errado, depois eu descobri. Já sei onde eu mexi errado.
Just the battle of the Dragapult EX, the Phantom Dive in here, there, and everywhere, batten down the hatches and close the windows, because Dragapult are diving everywhere, and I guess it so happens this time that Dragapult EX was able to topple Dortmund. The better Dragapult deck here in Lille, though, was Regidrago V-Star.
Yeah, sure seems
Regidrago ganhou. Quanto tá pagando esse camp? Como assim? Tá falando por colocação? Vou abrir aqui os premiação dos campeonatos de Pokémon. As premiações em dinheiro começam em nível regional. Ó. Seguinte. Além do prêmio em dinheiro, tá? Tem o prêmio em dinheiro. E tem o prêmio... Tem o prêmio em dinheiro e tem o prêmio em Buster, tá ligado? Porque é que nem todo jogo, né? Você recebe parte de produto de premiação, né? Então, aí o tanto de Buster recebido depende da quantidade de jogador que teve no campeonato. Aí tem uma tabelinha lá que mostra, tá ligado? Mas é Buster pra caralho. Basicamente, o primeiro lugar garantido que ele, além do prêmio em dinheiro, vai ganhar 3 boxes de Buster. Então são 108 Buster. É uma quantidade legal. Aí, além disso, quem joga na Masters, tá? Que é a categoria de adulto. O primeiro lugar ganha 10k de doleta, 10 mil dólares, tá? Primeiro lugar. Isso nos regionais, tá? O segundo lugar ganha 7 mil dólares. O terceiro e o quarto, 5 mil dólares. Do quinto ao oitavo, 3 mil dólares. Do nono ao 16º, 2 mil dólares. Do 17º ao 32º, 1.000 dólares. Dá. Se você fazer um top 32, pô. 5 mil na conta, cara. Tudo bem que tem os impostos, taxa de conversão e os caralho. Mas é dinheiro. E aí depende, né? Geralmente quem joga esses campeonatos assim, pega top, é a galera que investe no jogo, né? O dinheiro ganho geralmente já é redirecionado ou pra investir de novo, ou pra se manter, né? Óbvio. Mas é a maior premiação que quase todos os TCG aí, né? A maioria dos TCG, os prêmios é tudo só produto, né? Então só de ter uma premiação que é além de produto já tá ótima, né? Ixi. Deve ser o vizinho que tá reformando o barulho de telhado, né? Parecia no meu, Mac. É logo do lado ali. Parecia que é na minha casa. Um dia eu jogo um regional quando der. Quando der na louca assim, eu pego e tento jogar um regional. Ainda não tenho a confiança não pra jogar uma, um dia eu jogo. Acho muito difícil eu pegar um top alto assim, mas pelo menos, sei lá, premiação de Buster assim, se eu já pegar, já fico feliz. Aí entra, velho. Achei que o comando funcionava. Dava pra fazer diferente. Aí. Isso é roubado pra caralho. Trocamos ainda.
Round 1. Fight.
Olha esse dano. Boa. Baixou. Caralho, dá um jabzinho ali. Toma. Nossa. Ah, nossa, agora eu errei. Aí é foda, hein, fia. Nossa, ele quis dar o pisão. Morreu. Esse racha meio retardado aqui, é forte pra caralho. Uf, escapou, hein? Não agora. Nossa, de onde veio esse ajoelhado? Toma. Tomou 2 desse. Errei. Porra, por que você tá dando pisão nessas horas? Morreu. Nossa, não foi 1, 2. Era pra ter sido, mas tudo bem. Boa. Nossa, eu achei que ia passar por baixo. Morreu. Ah! Consegui errar ainda. Vamos. Ué? Nossa, como que isso aqui errou? Nossa, unlock. Opa! Ah! Caralho, que burro. Ainda bem que ele fez errado. Boa. Ah, demorei demais. Nossa, joguei atrás ainda. Bora.
Round 1. Fight.
Quanto que você assina, Joe? Ai, saco. Olha! Morreu. Caralho, eu tô achando que isso aqui é o stack mais novo. Tô tentando dar como mais novo aqui. Né, então. Se não baixasse a 10 PQP, né? 600 na puta que pariu, né? Engraçado que eu coloquei 400 aqui. Oxi! Boa! Ah, mas eu bati errado, mano. Era só ter punido certo que eu matava ele. Errei ali, velho. Dava pra ter matado. Ah, então. Aí é foda. Você não tá pegando nem 10% da tua conexão, basicamente. Muito menos. Mas, tipo... Eu assinei 400. E... Só que... No PC... Ele não consegue passar do limite de 100. Não sei se é o modem... Ou se é, sei lá, os servidores que limitam. Porque no PS4 passa. No PS4 baixa fullzão, tá ligado? A 40 mega por segundo. Não, acho que não. Eu uso no cabo. Tem nada a ver, eu uso no cabo. Saco. Ataca, eu vou ficar olhando se fazer o 10 hit combo aí também. Ô, vou ficar tranquilão olhando se rodar a baiana aí. Confia. Putz, esqueci do 2. Toma. Ah, tá. Sonhador. Ah, eu errei. Tinha que ter dado algo mais rápido. Devolvi ele pro chão. Se ele moscar, ele morre. Caralho. Eu apertei down 1, ele leu jab 1, tá ligado? Vai se fuder. Acabou. Pô, não tô conseguindo emendar mais, velho. Foda-se. Putz, podia ter punido bem melhor. Deu um down jab de novo. Por que que tá saindo down jab, velho? Que porra. Vou trocar pro analógico essa merda aqui, que eu erro menos, pelo menos, né? Sempre que eu tô jogando essa merda aqui também, ainda no direcional. A Maria nem tá jogando mais essa porra. Boa. Não, eu errei. Agora ele morreu.
Round 1. Fight.
É verdade, tem o delayzinho por causa da animação do fundo, né? Não atrapalha tanto não esse delayzinho, não. Nossa, ele ficou esperando, que safado. Tomar cuidado é com o raio. Já ele mete o raio na minha cara. Morreu.
Round 2. Fight.
Coisa gostosa. Ah. Toma. Morreu.
You win. Round 1. Fight.
Errei. Caralho, esse CPU é meio burro ali, mas tudo bem. Eu esqueço que ainda não existe esses moves. Jun aqui é meio crua quando se acostuma com a Asuka, mas dá pra brincar. Morreu. Qual que é o grab especial dela mesmo? Não é esse? Não deve ser igual ao do Jin, então. É igual... Nossa, esse grab é da hora porque é seco. Ela só gruda e joga o cara do lado. É igualzinho o grab do Jin. Na verdade, o Dev e o Jin tem esse grab. Não é... Ah lá, ele abaixou. Ah, bosta. Tá, ele não continuou. Que bom. Nossa, tomei ainda o chutinho. Caralho, vai punir tudo então? Poxa, tomei ainda. Sai fora. Irmão, não quero esse golpe. Ah, tá, agora deu pau. Tá demorando pro fio dar problema, né? Pô, mano, tem um fio também que dá certo nessa porra, né, cara? Todos os meus fios de USB tem um problema nessa merda. Tá pra nascer um dia que esse fio não dá problema. Boa. Agora tá bom. Pior que ele deu do nada. Pena que não pegou o resto. Não, é USB normal mesmo, pra ligar no PC. Isso dá muito dano na hora que pega isso aí. Não, é padrão antigo. Cara, DS4 é de quando lançou o Play 4. O Play 4 já tem uns 10 anos já, Dio. Aquela época lá, USB padrão ainda. Boa. Ai. Nossa, tem nada a ver com o que eu mandei fazer. Pau! Nossa, esse grab quando pega é bonito. Nossa, eu defendi tudo, só que bati na área errada. Pô, eu defendi bonitinho o combo dele. Ô, bosta, quase. Nossa, levantou embaixo. Toma. Boa, só que eu não consegui punir. Vem. Peguei. É, eu imaginei. Então, não é que tem um macete, mas tem que baitar a CPU, senão ela não deixa. Dá pra baitar ela, só que tem que baitar certinho. Ai, parou eu antes. Uia, acabou. Agora acabou. Uia. Oh, ainda pegou ainda. Ih. Lá vai meu controle de novo. Caralho, se eu te disser que eu não lembrava que eu deixei o controle pra você levar na assistência, se eu levasse, seria bom abrir isso. Agradecia. Mano, aí agora eu não sei se é fio ou se é ele, tá ligado? Tipo, eu só sei que ele tá dando piripaque tem hora lá. Dá raiva isso aí. Olha lá, ele não dá barulho de conectar, só dá barulho de desligar. Agora conectou. Por isso do caralho. Tem que arranjar um cabo novo mesmo. Então tem um cabo que tá funcionando perfeitamente. Tá bem que eu não tô jogando com tanta frequência. Nossa, eu dei cancan. Nossa, nada a ver. Tá bom. Nossa. Uai! Ele parou, eu como nesse coisa aí. Animação estranha pra caralho que deu. Foda-se. Ele meteu 10 hits, né? Quase meteu. Nossa, fiz nada agora. Vou tomar perfect se eu mostrar. Boa. Nossa, errei ali. Ô, bosta. Tá, eu apertei, mano. Nossa, tô achando que eu tag. Tentei dar outro bagulho aqui, você não faz isso. Ah. Foda-se. Nossa, ele tomou tudo. Ai. Nossa. Puxa, tomei. Ui, é isso? Vamos. Ah, desligou no meio, velho. Mano, não tem como. Tipo, o engraçado é que ele nem dá o bagulho de disconnect. Ele literalmente só desliga. Como se, tipo, não tivesse feito o bagulho, tá ligado? Ele só morre assim, tipo, ele só desliga. É bizonho. Eu acho que não voltou, inclusive, quer ver? Ah, não, voltou sim. Boa. Ah. Foda-se. Devia ter dado back 2, né? Ai. Ele é esperto, ele não deixa não. Deixa nem começar. Putz, era a perna agora. Ó, não deixa. Nossa, agora eu passei, só que agora eu tava do outro lado já. Morri. Ah, eu fui mula, hein? Fiquei assistindo, pô. Paguei ingresso e mereci apanhar. Deixei fazer o bagulho todo, pô. Bora. Ai, saco. Ixi. O saco. Morri. Ela veio de frente, velho. Coisa boa. Foi gostosa. O saco. Ah! Caralho, é impossível jogar essa merda aqui sem desconectar, cara. Porra, mano. Os fios, quando quer encher o saco, é foda. Comprar um fio de aço, quero ver essa merda aqui zoar. Comprar um fio de aço, quero ver essa bosta aqui zoar. Morreu. Meteu um grab seco assim mesmo. Olha que safado. Oh, esse que tá no normal, cara. Imagina se tivesse no hard essa merda aqui. Morreu. Sai! Ah, não é possível. Aê. Olha pra você ver. Ele desconectou depois do último golpe, ainda bem. Cara, ele tá desconectando muito mesmo. Vai muito além do normal. Mas esse aqui perdeu a garrinha. Eu tô usando ele porque eu não tenho outro melhor, né? Esse aqui faz até sentido. Você dá uma mexidinha ali dentro, perdeu a garrinha e já era. Fica com essa frescura no cu aqui.
Round 1. Fight!
Olha que eu acho que eu não tenho outro. Pensei esses dois que eu tinha pego da última vez. Nossa! É o que eu tava usando aqui. É o mesmo tamanho, né? Os dois, inclusive.
You win. Round 2. Fight!
Ainda bem que ele não deu reto, senão ia tomar. Nossa, ele ia jogar o raio. Meu Deus, mas eu li certinho. Nossa, foi perfeito, velho. Mas eu li lisinho ali, ó, ele foi jogar o raio. Vou tirar esse cabo aqui, que já me deu nos nervos. Já vi que vai ficar fazendo essa putaria também. Não adianta nada. Cara, pra mim, eu achei que o 8 eles iam tentar pôr alguma coisa lá sem ser Mishima, do nada eles metem a Rain nesse caralho lá. Tomar no cu, não precisava não, né? Tomar no cu que não precisava. Mas vamos ver. Veremos o que vai dar. Tá grudado. Olha. Tá pior. Esse não, esse vai quebrar ainda. Cambiar. É pra isso mesmo que serve. Enfaixar mesmo. Por Vai quebrar uma hora de novo. Dá uma melhorada, porque o outro tá desconectando sozinho. Já não tá nada. O bagulho desconectando sozinho assim, não, mesmo. Retinho. Ah, o Rei Racha é vida louca mesmo, né? Que eles iam meter um bagulho absurdo pra ele, eu já esperava. Eu só queria que a morte dele, a não morte dele no vulcão fosse uma parada mais mágica. Um tio que... Opa! Ninguém me viu aqui, o Kazuya é cego. Deixa eu salvar o egg. Ninguém me viu, hein? Ninguém me viu. Não é ele nem a mãe dele. Eu achei zoado. Mas o resto pra mim tá tranquilo. Eu tirei, né? Tem que dar o reset. Aí. Ih. Are you dead? Morreu? O Guy morreu mesmo? Não, morreu não. Tá lendo. Ele só deve ter dado pau aqui, ó. Deve ter dado pau na configuração. Aí. Esse parece estar mais estável que o outro, ainda mesmo estando zoado desse jeito. Desconecta menos. Cara, zerei com 2, né? Eu lembro que o Yoshimitsu aqui, o mesmo combo até que entrei, mata aqui. Deixa eu ver. Olha lá. Mesma coisa. Esse também tá com Pog. Cara, não vou ter um fio bom agora, velho. Eu não vou ter um fio que fica de boa mais agora. Os 3 fios resolveu dar problema, tipo, absurdamente. E não é a porra do USB, não. Porque se fosse, tava fazendo balada rave ali, o USB com tudo. E aí não tá. Ó, tanto que ele pluga, ó. Ele lê, tá vendo? Vamos ver quanto tempo dura. Já não dura mais nada. É, esse cabo aqui já era. Esse cabo aqui já tá condenado já mesmo. Esse cabo aqui já era, esse cabo tá condenado. Mais fácil jogar fora já. Que tá no celular tá pior. Você coloca aqui e fica reconectando toda hora. Porque lá só serve pro celular mesmo. Eu vou ter que jogar com aquele outro mesmo. Eu achei que esse aqui ainda tava miozinho. Esse aqui já era. Pode dar amém pra ele. Esse aqui tem 3 metros também, né? Tem ainda 3 voltas. Cada volta é 1 metro. Esse aqui é de 3 metros. Tem que achar o menorzinho. Parece que esses de 3 metros eles são mais frágeis. Menorzinho, pelo menos, demora mais pra zoar. Esse aqui zoou muito rápido. Nunca mais compro grande, sim. Não precisa grande, tô perto. Ainda grande enrola e fica embramando ainda essa merda. Prefiro o mais curto possível. Pra mim que uso perto assim no PC, mais curto melhor. Ela, ele não encaixa aqui certinho. Aí ele encaixa, pelo menos isso. Tá melhor que os outros ainda. Não, então, por isso que eu falei, depende muito. Pra mim que usa colado com o PC assim, eu não fico longe do PC, 1 metro dá. Não preciso de mais que 1 metro, tá ligado? Eu peguei esse grande que eu pensei, grande, né, demora mais pra zoar, né, e tal. Cara, zoou mais rápido que os curtos, tá ligado? Sei lá, acho que não faz nem 1 ano que eu comprei esses cabos. Já zoou, já. Um perdeu a garrinha. Tudo bem que é cabo xing-ling, né, basicamente. Mas um perdeu a garrinha dele que conecta, né, na porta do dispositivo. E o outro zoou mesmo, como todo cabo. Vai perdendo a resistência até ele partir, tá ligado? Então, nunca mais comprar grande. É o mesmo preço, mas eu falei, grande, mesmo preço, né? Nunca mais. Agora eu tiver a opção de escolher, eu compro curto. Ainda bem que eu não tô jogando muito, que nem eu falei, né? A Maria mais joga no PS4 que no PC. E quando joga no PC, ela joga mais coisa de clique, geralmente, né? Agora que ela tá jogando novel e tal, não joga muito coisa no controle. E mesmo que jogar no controle também não afeta tanto desligar no meio, né? Porque não é jogo de ação, agora eu jogo jogo de ação, né? Se desliga no meio, caga tudo. Pera aí. Inclusive, que seu modelo do seu celular eu comprei 2, não comprei, Maria? Tá certinho. Pô. Falei, tá 100% guardadinho. Pô, né? Pô. Mas você só usou pra testar. O que mais? Esse? Esse aqui? Zoou, né? Falei que eu acho que... Tô falando, ou realmente o cabo é muito ruim, ou nós vamos uma capivara e não sabe usar cabo direito. Pois não. Suspeitando da qualidade do cabo também, então vou dar benefício pros 2 pontos. Não, eu na realidade, se eu tenho dinheiro, eu vou investir em algo, eu prefiro comprar algo mais duradouro. Se o cara me vem e pergunta, você tem a opção de comprar 10 fone pirata R$10 que cada um dura 1 mês, ou um fone original que tem durabilidade de 1 a 2 anos e custa 100 conto. Eu compro o fone que é 100 conto, fi. Eu não tenho treta com investir em coisa boa, tá ligado? O problema é que nessas lojas xing-ling aí, você não vai achar, né? Cabo de qualidade. Que aí você vai investir e garantir que não vai gastar por um bom tempo com aquilo ali.
Round 1. Fight!
Esse Lei aqui é bem brain dead. Dá pra fazer pouca coisa com ele e dá muito dano. Putz, errei o golpe ali. Quase morri. Morreu.
You win. Round 1. Fight.
Ah não, tá certo, tá certo. Puxa. Essas as animações de grab que pega assim na metade eu racho. Toma. Ai. Ou também eu poderia matar isso daí tudo pegando um adaptador de Bluetooth, metendo um adaptadorzinho Bluetooth, nem que for um piratinha no PC, e fazendo a ligação pelo controle sem fio, né? Dá pra fazer também. Aí não precisa mais de fio, mas gasta a bateria do controle. Hã? Não, exatamente, por isso que não dá. Por isso que não dá certo. Foi o que eu pensei. Por isso que não dá certo. Porque esse controle aqui, a bateria dele não dura 1 hora direito. Jogando. Mas no PC, como tá sempre no fio, aí não tem problema, né? Esse controle tá com a bateria cagada. Caralho, ele quase deu um wave dash ali quando nem existiu wave dash ainda. Quando o conceito de wave dash não existia. Morreu. Nossa, ainda bem que ele levantou rolando, senão ele ia tomar ali. E aí, Bruno, não sei se eu te cumprimentei, eu tava mexendo no fio aqui. Ah! Para de abaixar, vagaba. Vagabunda. Mano, ela abaixa toda hora, velho. Isso que tá no normal. TPO ladrona. Agora foi. Tá arrumando aqui o cabo dele. Nossa, eu achei que era... Eu dei o comando Tekken 3 aqui aleatório, achando que era mesmo. Aqui ele nem tem isso. A Jun aí. Ih, ela que me deu o grab, pô. Caralho, cavalo. Toma. Nossa, ela defendeu. Pera aí que dá pra ganhar. Pronto. Uxi, ó, deu um back 2 ali. Back 2 não, back 3. Morreu. Não? Tudo bem, dá um dano do caralho, mas eu calculei errado mesmo. Bora, Kingão. Ih, já tomei uma joelhada ali na cara já. Beijei o joelhinho dele já. Rapaz, ele passou por cima mesmo. Ah, apertei botão. Uia, quase ele buscou. Oxi! Achei que ele... Ai! Ah, ele ficou assistindo, aí isso facilita a minha vida. Continua aí pagando aí o ingresso que eu continuo batendo. Vambora. Facilitou muito minha vida. Acho da hora também. Quando eu era mais novo, eu acho que o King era meu personagem predileto. Ele e o Jin, tá ligado? Aí depois eu fui perdendo um pouco o gosto de jogar com ele, porque eu peguei raiva, na verdade, do estilo de gameplay dele. A galera só sabe ficar usando os loop de grab escrotos, char, sendo que a parte agressiva dele é mó da hora. E ninguém usa. Quase ninguém, né? Aí eu virei main Jin com o tempo mesmo. Mas eu gosto pra caralho do King também. Um saco. A lore dele eu acho legal também. Ai, Elias liga pra lore de personagem aqui de luta. Eu ligo, filho da puta, que tem. Você paga uma bronha pra uma personagem que não existe? Deixa eu em paz, pô. Ai. Morreu. Quase perdi essa, hein? Para, porra! O Yoshimitsu é foda, velho. A hora que ele começa as paradas dele é complicado acertar ele. Chatão, irmão. Ah, morri. Putz, mas eu fui burro, velho. Apertei o botão, é só esperar. Essa musiquinha dele aqui no 2 aqui é legal, hein, pô. Não lembrava da ação tão legal, não. É que geralmente ela acaba rápido, né? Se a gente acaba a luta rápido, nem ouve a musiquinha. Ai. Bora. Também achei legal, só que ele é difícil pra caralho de jogar. Jogar bem, no caso, né? É um char difícil de masterizar. Até hoje eu não sei muito bem jogar com ele não, mas eu acho ele da hora também. Pago pau com quem joga muito bem com ele. Nossa. Nossa, ele se matou! Ele deu um bagulho que você dá TPzinho, aí você perde um pouquinho de vida. Ele tava com muito pouca vida, aí não tancou, ele se matou. Esse Bruce aqui é escrotaço, velho. É desnivelado mesmo esse char. Acabou. Ai. Puta merda. Uia, quase eu tomo uma ali. Ainda bem que eu percebi que ele ia fazer o rolê e bati antes. Perdeu o round. Bela tentativa. Nossa, tomei um ali. Carai, Kazuya. Toma nada mais agora. Morreu. Caralho, Kazuya. Escroto. Nossa, tomei. Nossa, tomei um 2-2 ali na cara agora. Não, ele abaixou. Morreu. Boa, 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 vamos. Não, não, não. Oh. Ele foi dar o raio, mano. Que sorte. Ele abaixa bem na hora, né? Esse corno. Morreu.
win.
Eu acho que a Nina aqui é bem cruzinha. Vai tanta coisa.
Round 1. Fight!
Pra alugar o quê?
Perfect. Round 2. Fight!
Caralho, mas tudo isso pra alugar a versão digital? Toma no cu mesmo. Ai, 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 ai. Tá bom. É FF4? É. Nossa, mas o FF4 aqui é ruim. Meu Deus. Tá, tem a armor e tal. Deu stun, né, no caso. Por 2 dias, foda-se. Podia ser por uma semana. Tá doido? Estranhão, né? A Nina aqui é meio estranhinha. Nossa. Ô, filha da puta. Durmo sempre. Caralho, bicho, mas você não consegue assistir, sei lá, meia hora de algo sem dormir? Vou dizer nada não, que a última vez que eu parei pra assistir algo aqui, eu tava morrendo de sono. Tudo bem que eu já tava com sono. Não aguentei nem meia hora também. Qual que é o grab dela? Da cabeça esse aqui? Nossa, não é não? Nada a ver. É literal, nada a ver. Também não é. Pau! É. Até que demorou pra desligar dessa vez o controle. Entendi. Tem que ser algo que te atrai muita atenção mesmo. Entendi. Ah, mano, como que eu não chutei antes? Mentira. Caralho, deu uma espadada em mim, safado. Ah, eu tô apertando o botão nos olhos errado. 2 vezes eu tomei essa merda aí. Ai. Bosta. Ele correu e grudou. Nossa, tomei. Quase morri nessa brincadeira. Tá, dessa vez eu resolvi esperar com... Não, controle. No meio do combo, controle. É foda. E não voltou não, viu? Volta eu, desgraça. Obrigado. Sei que esse cabo aqui até arranjar outro. Dá bem que cabo até que dá pra arranjar rápido. Na dúvida eu pego aqui na minha cidade mesmo. Só vale a pena pegar de fora se for com frete grátis, que senão o frete fica mais caro que o cabo. Ah! Bundão aí, Nina. Tá bem de saúde. De novo! Dessa vez deu pra ouvir o barulho. Dessa vez deu pra ouvir. Cara, parece que é meio de veneta, tá ligado? Eu fiquei uma run com o Lei sem desplugar, agora tá desplugando direto. Acho que depende do jeito que eu movimento a mão aqui. Cyberzult, mas de graça tá caro. Vou começar a adotar o que esse cara falar, mas de graça tá caro. Porra. Cyberzult, se te der, tá caro. De novo, cara, agora ele não tá aguentando nem um minuto, velho. Caralho. Jogar jogo de ação vai ser bem zoadinho mesmo. Pera aí, perto só acabar o round aqui. Bom. Tá bom. Bora. Ah! Morreu. Cara, porque aquela aqui ela não faz direto, né, o comando, ela dá um passinho pra fazer. Esquisito. Se ela desse comando direto era melhor. Eu não vou reclamar muito. É a versão do Tekken 2 ainda. Nossa, direto na perna. Deu um espacate ali, obrigatório. Um espacate forçado. Oh, bosta, achei que ia vir low. Baixei. Ui. Survivor tinha visto promoção da mídia física dele no PS4 a 80 conto. Tava bonzão. Mídia física, inclusive. Desconectou. Ainda bem que desconectou depois do golpe, né? Ô, porra! Ficar me trollando, é? Nossa, eu joguei em cima dele! Meu Deus, que bom que ele errou. Que eu tinha me jogado de cima dele ali.
Round 1. Fight!
Acabou.
KO. Round 2. Fight!
Ah, eu tô de boa, mano. Eu nem jogo muito no PC. Você que sabe, mas eu nem jogo muito no PC, né? Não, o Abismo me ofereceu o Splinter Cell no PC, que tá 7,50. Tiro.
Round 1. Fight!
Sou o caralho que sou. Caralho, a Ana tem uma voz de piranhuda mesmo. Não que ela já não seja, mas aqui... Porque aqui ela é um clonezão da Nina, né, também. Esse vestido aí dela é clássico. Nossa, fiz merda. Apertei botão. Mas tá foda esses desplugues, viu? Nossa senhora. Para de desplugar um pouquinho, pelo amor de Deus. Ah, deve ser o novo, né? É que tem um novo aí que lançou esses meses. Mês passado, na realidade, eu acho. Nossa, tomei uma sabugada ali agora que deu. Nem achei que ia pegar, defendia toda vez. Fica no chão mesmo, piranha. Nossa, por que eu tomei? Eu achei que eu tava defendendo. Nossa, o dela saiu primeiro que o meu, que lorota. Morreu. Cara, como que não pegou o segundo? Meu Deus. Nossa, tô bravo com o dono ali. Mas de novo. É. Nossa, apertei o botão. Aê! Bora. Foda-se. Vem não, casei. Boa. Nossa, passei do lado, velho. Ai, morri. Oh, isso dói. Caralho, se isso já era forte nos outros, aqui é muito mais forte. Uxi. Ainda bem que ele deu o bagulho que derruba, senão eu tava fudido. Sai. Bem bom. Meu Deus. Não, não dá pra ganhar. Ah, porra, aí é foda. Oh, esses Ultimate Tackle aqui no 2 é difícil cortar. E aí, Ghost? Boa tarde. Nossa, que merda. óbvio que ia dar merda. Oh, tá, ela ainda rolou pra trás sozinha porque contou o comando de rolar pra trás. Pra você ver. Tá soltaço. Meu Deus, passou do lado. Caralho, defende tudo, irmão. Tá, agora ele tomou. Ah, da hora ele tomou, mas o controle morreu no meio. Nossa, sério mesmo, velho. O inferno, fio. Antes que eu esqueça. Cara, pior que deu raiva é porque todos os meus USB resolveu dar problema junto, tá ligado? Todos, sem exceção. Spy Xania foi o que você ganhou? Foi. Só que eu ganhei ele no Play 4, né? Mas foi. Sai! Ô, porra! A dúvida é se esse controle me encheu o saco pra gravar os projetos de RPG. Eu volto às origens, tecladão mesmo. Pelo menos não desliga no meio. Aí foi idiota, hein, Kazuya? Aí, se fosse o raio de frente, eu te respeitava. Desse jeito não dá pra respeitar, não. Bosta. Ah, mas isso é normal. Aposto que eu também, quando... A coisa que eu mais ouvi é quando a galera me viu pela primeira vez no canal é falar que não nada a ver minha voz com a minha cara, tá ligado? Pai delas. Ah, ele tinha, claramente ele tinha. Assim como normalmente todo pai, né? Não, a gente tem, todo mundo ama todo mundo igualitariamente, não tem um favorito. Aí tem as fotos de todos os filhos na parede, a foto tamanho de um retrato, assim, um quadro assim de um deles, tá ligado? Dos outros, tudo fotinho 3x4. Não existe favorito, imagina. Mente menos, né? Tipo. Soul River é esse ano que sai? Caralho, aí tu me pegaste. Não sei nem se tem data, bicho. Deixa eu te matar. Essa dúvida aí. Sei nem se tem data, vou ser bem sincero. Esse ano sim, velho. Sai dia 10 de dezembro. Sai pra tudo, tá? Switch. Caralho. Sai pra tudo. 10 de dezembro. Favorito é o que dá menos trabalho. Caralho. Já cansei de ver já famílias já que o filho que dá mais trabalho e faz mais merda é o favorito da família. Só falta passar a mão na cabeça e perguntar se quer fazer mais merda. Tô nem zoando, não. Maria zerou esse, ela gostou. Dave the Diver. A mesma coisa ela. Ela já tinha visto alguma coisinha por fora e colocar na Plus, né? Algum dia ele sai. Óbvio que vai sair algum dia, né? Isso aí é óbvio. Todo jogo que tá na Plus um dia vai sair dela, não vai ficar pra sempre. Catálogo vão renovando, né? A licença fica no catálogo um tempo, depois sai. Bem, por exemplo, o Sea of Stars vai sair, se eu não tô enganado. Ou já saiu. Mas ele ficou um bom tempinho no catálogo. Um bom tempinho no catálogo, entendeu? Mas é o que eu falei, depende da licença, tá ligado? Tem jogos que eles devem ter deixado a licença não exatamente vitalícia, mas por mais tempo na plataforma, entendeu? E outros não. Por um. Ah, é. The Sims, se você soma quanto você gastaria nas DLC e expansão, é uma nota mesmo. Ah, o que vende, né? Sempre vendeu pra cacete, sempre foi nesse mesmo formato de expansão, tá ligado? Então não é muito surpreendente, não. Caralho, pra achar, hein? Difícil. Oi, Ione, tudo bom? Obrigadão, sub, velho. Tá bom, Mário? Ó, ótimo. Tá bem também. E? Bom. E? Semelhante. Só semelhante. Hum. E nada. Perto do fio, caralho. Não. O Danizor cracou. O Danizor cracou. Tá bem avançado já. Uhum. Sim. Ele é do sul, né? Ah, a ideia é, mas eu não sei se a galera vai, ninguém falou nada no grupo. Tá morto o grupo, então acho que ninguém vai não. Pode que a galera vai e não fala porra nenhuma também, às vezes, né? Então não sei. Qualquer coisa, se quiser ir, se não tiver ninguém, não é vago. Essa necessaire tudo. Necessaire não, né? Essa bagaça de beber água é engraçado. Na lojinha de carta aqui da cidade. Aproveitar e já fazer a dele, já que virou o dia. Ah, agora não vai chover. Pra mim tá bom chover só de noite agora. Fazer energia pra bater. Pulou a 4 Pokémon. Tá, 4 Pokémon é fácil. Esse aqui eu quero trocar. Jogue um item, beleza. Veio básico? Veio. Mas minha mão veio ruimzaço. Dependendo, eu perco. Ó, cavilha ainda. O que é isso aí? Tá, ainda não dá pra saber. Acho que eu sei o que é. Dark. É ele mesmo. Nossa, jogou carimbo fora. Tudo bem, carimbo nessa situação aí não vale a pena pra ele mesmo. Porimum. Cagão, pegou 2. Tô em dúvida se é... Não, se fosse Ancient Box não tava usando tantos do X. É Horimum mesmo. Horimum apanha de planta, então tem uma chance de ganhar. Só que tem que vir algum aí, eu ia falar, um Poff, um Arvin. Então tem chance. Vou pegar um Mamaco e um... Eu posso dar o Pokéstop também. Bom, o Pokéstop não é garantia, né? Vamos ver. Nossa, perdi as 3. Que lixo. Foda que eu dependo da volta do próximo turno ainda do que vier. Olha isso, o cagão, os 3 que ele joga é item. Tudo bem que o deck dele é entupido de item, é assim. Dá um barulho na janela, eu acho, Scarlet, eu acho. Carrinha. Já matou, não matou? Nossa, tem um monte de carta aqui ancestral. Uma, duas. Não, só tem duas. Que 90 mata a massa fácil. Olha que só você é obrigado a subir a maçã, eu tô muito ferrado aqui. Tá, mas a maçã sozinha não faz muita coisa não. Vou ter que rezar porque as top tentar me desbricar. Nada. Mano, que deck tira da puta. Quando ele não quer rodar, ele não roda mesmo não. Deck deixa na mão mesmo. Deixa na mão hard ainda. Poder dar pelo menos 60, né? Lixo pra caralho. Jogada mó merda. Se não vir nada no draw no Pokéstop ali, eu perdi. Legal. Eu podia ter vindo coisa melhor. Deixa eu ver. Amém! Vamos. Obrigado. Pô, mas bem que vocês podiam me dar uma... Tiro básico, né, velho? Acho que é melhor básico do que ela agora. Por mais que é uma Mako ali. Another one. Que lixo. Ô, mano, nem pra dar uns básicos, cara. Coisa no descarte, hein. Ainda é muito longe do ideal, mas pelo menos foi melhor do que da outra vez. Tem que evoluir 4 Pokémon, né? Ele falou, já evoluiu uma vez. Ah, não! Que bosta. Já era. Já tá difícil combar porque eu tô brincado, ainda o filho da puta vai lá ficar dando esses memes ainda comigo. Aí é uma pica. Ah, né? Vamos acabar com o deck, então. Ô, mano, não é possível que o meu deck tem tão pouco item assim, cara. Vou dar 60 de novo. Não, vou dar 20, na verdade, né? Se foda. Tô gastando essa merda aqui pela ziquezeira mesmo. Vai valer de bosta nenhuma contra a situação, né? Já tô tão fudido. Rapaz, esse duelo aqui realmente o deck simplesmente batata, tá ligado? Uma alta boas ordens ainda, se quer. Mano, é o terceiro Pokéstop que eu não pego nada. É o terceiro Pokéstop que eu não pego nada, velho. Bom, vai tomar no cu, RNG, antes que eu esqueça aí. Agora nem faz diferença, né? Já ganhou. Acabou, tô jogando pelo esporte essa merda aqui. Pelo menos eu consigo evoluir esses pedaços de bosta aqui ainda. Vai, me dá pelo menos algo que chega numa evolução ali, só pra eu fazer as dele. Obrigado. Só que eu não vou conseguir evoluir nesse turno ainda, esse é o problema. Não tem nem mais alvo da POF. Acabou. Não sei como é que o deck foi filha da puta comigo. Só tem mais um, né? Então não adianta de nada. Ainda vai faltar uma evolução ainda, tomar no cu. Mano, eu não vi a cara de porra nenhuma do deck praticamente. Por isso que eu não vi a cara dessas merda. Devo ter prizado horrível. É, tá tudo no prize. Acabou. Evolui só 2. Ah, é, ele matou um Aplin antes, né? Fair enough. Magia do mil. Olha aí. Quer ver? Eu saí só de apoiador. Não, incrivelmente eu saí com uma mão legal pra jogar primeiro. Eu saí com uma mão da hora pra caramba pra jogar first. Milagre, hein? Quem? Não ligo. Não vai me parar. Não ligo. Infelizmente não vai me parar. Contra mim não funciona. Não me importa. Não um pouco. Será que é um Gardevoir isso aí? Pode ser. Vou jogar o meu jogo padrão aqui. Não me importo nem um pouquinho. Segue o baile. Não, né? Não, é Lost Box. Se ele usou Chorus, é Lost Box. Beleza, Lost Box então. Confia. Jato vai trocar. Vai dar o efeito do confia. Ganhei. Ganhei. He's lose. He's about to lose. Caralho, triste por ele. Eu nem vou fazer nada, sério. Já acabou mesmo? Eu vou ser muito breve. Ah, não. Quanto mais evoluir, melhor, né? Eu preciso evoluir pra fazer as dele. Aí, ó. Já vou bater 2 vezes de 100. Você defende o quê? Nada. Então, acabou. Eu mato um, mato o outro, acabou. Ele tinha que ter posto mais banco. Ele não botou banco. Ele perdeu. Caralho, matei turno 2, velho. Diferença de jogo, né? Tudo bem que ele dá uma brincadinha, vai. Não vou mentir que ele brincou um pouquinho. Ele devia ter feito mais jogo. Acabou. Amassei. Acabou. Valeu. Coitado. Bonitinho ele mesmo. É o Shine, inclusive. É o forte do Shine. Ah, eu pay de level da conta mesmo. Tá aí. Buster? Um Buster. Abrei. Ganhei uma, perdi uma. Tá bom. Outro Venusaur, é o segundo. Pelo menos foi um X. Deles feito. No 27 ainda só jogo uma ou duas. Tem dia que às vezes quando dá na louca eu jogo um pouquinho mais. Vendo bem. O Praça ainda, que é um deck bastante complicado de lidar com os meta e tal. Hoje eu não catei meta, né? Hoje eu catei um Horimun e catei um Lost Box. Foi mais tranquilo. Quer ir lá então? Nossa. Exatamente. Mais tarde eu abro live de novo, qualquer coisa. Tô te moscando. Não, pra sair não dá. Vazando aqui, galera. Mensagem, qualquer coisa, estou colando aí de novo. A gente se vê. Valeu a presença de vocês aí. Até mais.